Planet, a new international crime of ecocide. My name is Katie Sarma. I am a journalist at Inside Climate News, and I'm going to be your moderator today. We have an excellent lineup of speakers, but before we get to them, we have a special blessing from Randy Laisbad of the Ogala Gala Sioux Nation in Turtle Island, and Curry Kindi from the Quechua people in Ecuador. You'd please join us.
Hello. How mitakuyapi? First of all, I like to speak in my native tongue. I'm a Lakota, Oglala Sioux Nation from Turtle Island in the United States. And I'd like to greet each and every one of you with a warm handshake, those that are online and in the presence in the building here. Yeah, Randy Laisbad imachapi. On kopash pewa etanwa wazi aha apicha. Na malakota, lakota oyate etanwa una eapi mithaki lakotiawa. Ochaya lampe tuki wochekewa iwachi mamcha, wochekewa jiwakaring tele ominichele yashnani. It is an honor to come up in front of you humbly and ask to open up with a prayer or some few words. So I'd like to make a prayer to each and every one of you in attendance at the panels and everybody. So I'm going to use my native tongue to make that prayer. Kungashila. Atewa kantranka. Tatuya topa unchimaka unshia wahina jina hoyeche. Hoyeche le mniwacha kota makoche wa el kananji wahia. Kananji wahia le hoyeche hetan tongashila. Omniche ya ian kelina tongashila hokuta kya ahintuina uchakchi washteyo tongashila. Oeche omniche ian kelina oyate ya unshikapi iotie kya umpi. Olina kaki jablina un ishtamni hiu kya hoye nyampi. La tagota kigeleja pinchicha chukashila. Ocha nawi chakchi unwo na owi chakeyo tokate kya chankuwa aka money pile iwashte pikte na taku washteste wanka pikte tunkashila. Na howi chana hikiwi chonki ksiapi hukuki tokapi ya pilina tunkashila. Ohe on lampe tuki wo pila chiche tunkashila unkichi washte ona tokate kuyamle unkichi washte po. How heche toelo mitako yasi. Thank you.
Hatung apu, hatung mama, nyuka yuaita nyuka shunguta kama makichurani. Pachamama, indi yaya, yakumama, waira yaya. Ursa taku nyukanchita, sumak yuaita, sumak shungua kanyambita katingawa. Hello everyone, my name is Kurkinde, I'm from the Amazon rainforest of Ecuador. And I would like to do my service from my heart. Agita yu yarisha teringichi. Amazonas manda cielo, cielo sema, yuka sisa, runamani. Kari yuyai, warmi yuyai tami, api shami, shayarini. Kari shungu, warmi shungu tami. Ali yuyai, tapu shami, urini. Amazonas manda cielo, cielo se yuka sisa, runamani. Indi yukchish kamariku shami. Indi yaikush kamariku shami. Nyukatami yuyarisha, yuyarisha, shayaringi. Mundu nyambi tapurisha, mundu sacha tarikusha. Su nyambi yaimi shayaringi. Su nyambi yaimi shayaringi. Amazonas manda cielo, cielo sema yukasisa runamani. India ikus kamari kushami, India ikus kamari kushami. Nyukatami yuyarisha, yuyarisha, shayaringi. Amazonas manda cielo, cielo sema yukasisa runamani. Kari yuyai warmi yuyai tami, apishami shayaringi. Kari shungu warmi shungu tami, ali yuyai takushami urini. So nowadays we are thinking a lot in our mind, or sometimes our mind is too busy. The son said, do not be distracted, do not be confused, walk in only one path. Ashkapagrachu. Thank you.
Thank you, Randy and Kendi, for that. To kick us off today, we're going to have Magnus Manhammer, who is a member of Sweden's parliament, say a few words. Magnus is from the same party as Olof Palme, and Magnus has been a strong advocate for an ecocide crime in parliament.
Thank you so much, Katie. Thank you so much, all of you participating and listening to this seminar. So, as a father, the understanding of a common future and an environment that will be healthy and living is so much stronger. And it's deepenings for every day that I'm alive. I'm thinking of my soon 7-week baby back home, and also my 3.5-year young daughter. It's for them in many ways that I do this, but it's also, of course, for all of us. It's the most important thing we can do to bring a future that is clearer and more hopeful than before. So the crime of ecocide and a law against ecocide is a key issue, a key point to be able to tackle environment issues and be able to tackle this future that I spoke about. And I think it's all of our responsibility here, everyone, not just here, but also all over the earth, to bring this law of ecocide to be here in Sweden, in Europe, and in the global community. It must be enforced, and it must be a reality. So that's why I'm here, and that's why I'm also really honored to be here. So thank you so much for the invitation. Thank you so much for bringing me here. And as a lawmaker, the crime of ecocide would be important not just on the global level. It would also mean a lot for our national legislation about environment issues. It would also mean a lot about for our regional regulations, and also on the local level. So the crime of ecocide would also change not just at the global level, but also to the small community and the small farm or community where you live, or the forest or the beach where you live close. So we need this. It's the key issue to actually tackle all the things that we see in the future. So for me, it's also important to remember why we're here just here in Stockholm, this 2022. This is 50 years after the first UN Environmental Global Conference. It was here in Stockholm, and the Prime Minister Olof Palme was one of the persons that took the initiative to this. And I would like to end my beginning on this extremely important seminar with a quote from his speech on that conference. I have it on my phone and I will read it so I don't read any words wrong. So this is Olof Palme's speech, and in this speech he also mentioned, of course, the crime ecocide, and that's already 50 years ago, so really something has to happen now. Okay. When it comes to the environment, there is no individual future, neither for people nor nations. The future is common. In fellowship, we must share it. Together, we must create it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Magnus. This is a great way to get us started. So we'll move to our panelists now, and the way this will work is that they will each have about 7 minutes to say why, in their view, it is important to make ecocide an international crime. Kicking us off is Owen Gaffney. Owen is a global sustainability analyst, a journalist, filmmaker, and writer. He is the head of media at the Stockholm Resilience Center, an international research center of resilience and sustainability science. His work focuses on synthesizing and assimilating knowledge on the state of the planet. He's written about climate and social tipping points, Earth systems, and sustainable development. Owen?
Thanks, Katie. Okay, right, great. Yeah, thanks, Katie, and it's wonderful to be here. As you know, as Magnus said, talking about children, our children and our responsibility for our children. We all have responsibilities to look after our children, but we also have legal requirements for people who don't look after their children. There is consequences to pay for that. The same with, driving a car. We have a responsibility to drive safely and carefully, but there's also legal consequences if we don't drive carefully and safely. And now we are at a state of knowledge of the whole Earth system, Earth's life support system, is such that we know we are taking colossal risks with the state of the planet. We're taking colossal risks. We have a new responsibility for the future state of that planet. We're in the Anthropocene. Humanity is the key driver of change now within the Earth system, within the biosphere. And this biosphere is very, very fragile. If you think about it, that the place on Earth where life thrives, you can go to the top of Everest, that's pretty much the limit upwards, and the bottom of the Mariana Trench. And that's 20 kilometers, so this very thin veil over the surface of Earth. And we know, since the first conference on the environment in the last 50 years, a staggering amount of information, knowledge, scientific data has come in on how we're affecting this 20-kilometer area of the planet. And it's undergoing huge change right now. Back in 2009, at the Stockholm Resilience Center, we looked at how do we keep this planet stable? What are the stable systems that have ensured that for the entire civilization, for 10,000 years, this planet has been in a remarkably stable state? What has kept it in that stable state? And we identified 9 boundaries that keep us within that stable state. We also identified back in 2009 that we'd crossed 3 of those boundaries, and we risk then losing that stability. And they related to climate change, to biodiversity, and biogeochemical cycles, our use of phosphorus and nitrogen. Since 2009, we've also assessed that a fourth boundary has been crossed related to land use and deforestation. And then just this year in 2022, we've assessed that two more boundaries, have been crossed related to novel entities, particularly plastic pollution, for example, and to fresh water, particularly soil moisture. So we've crossed 6 of 9 boundaries. This is a precautionary principle for the planet. Across these boundaries, we move into this danger area where we risk crossing tipping points. And in fact, 10 years ago, when we looked at tipping points related to climate, like the Atlantic overturning circulation, like the Greenland ice sheets, like the Amazon rainforest, like the boreal forests, like the West Antarctic ice sheet, we assessed that there would be tipping point risk further in the future, maybe towards the end of this century. But when myself and colleagues went back to assess the state of those systems back in 2019, just 2 years ago, we found that 9 systems are undergoing profound change right now, unprecedented changes right now. So we're risking crossing tipping points right at this moment. This is a huge responsibility. We're the first generation to realize the scale of this responsibility, and potentially the last generation to do anything really meaningful on that stability. So this is a responsibility, and with responsibility, should come consequences if we're not acting to protect those places at tipping point risk, the global commons. So this is why I think Ecocide should be an international law. There should be consequences for those knowingly pushing our planet beyond boundaries. Thanks, Katie.
Thank you, Owen. Quite eye-opening. All right, we're going to move to our next speaker, who unfortunately could not be here in person with us, but Nnimmo Bassey is an environmental activist, author, poet, and architect. If you haven't checked out his writings before, I recommend you do. He is the director of the Health of Mother Earth Foundation, an ecological think tank that advocates for food sovereignty and environmental and climate justice in Nigeria and Africa at large. Nnimmo is also a member of the steering committee of Oil Watch International, and in 2010, he won the Right Livelihood Award, which is also known as the Alternative Nobel Prize for his environmental justice work. We're going to go to a taped message that Nnimmo sent us.
Thank you so much for giving me this space to be a part of this conversation, even though I'm not physically in the same room with you. What is the beauty of technology? The issues we're discussing today is so vital to all of us and to all other species on planet Earth, because our relationship with nature has been so much disrupted, just like our relationship with one another has been over time. And this has come about because we tend to think, humans tend to think, that we have the supreme right to transform nature, to exploit nature, and to exploit the weak and the oppressed as much as we can, provided we are comfortable with extracting value by amassing profits and living what we believe is a good life. This continuous subtraction from the value that nature has given to other species and amassing power and the right to exhibit impunity is one of the reasons why we're having so much brokenness in the world today. There's so much disconnect between humans and other species. And this disconnection has led to grave misbehavior in terms of how we relate to nature and to the other children of Mother Earth. This is exactly what has driven the climate breakdown. This is what has promoted exploitative economic models. And this is why sometimes we choose to live the lie, to believe a lie, than to look at the truth of the situation of how we relate to us, one another, and how we relate with nature. This is one of the things that promoted slavery. The same thing that promoted colonialism, and what is still promoting unjust international divisions of labor. Coming to issues of extraction, we do understand that extraction basically is subtraction. It is not addition. We talk about value addition, but that comes only after we've taken massive value subtraction. And when you subtract from nature and not add anything and not have a sense of stewardship, a sense of responsibility, you only look at how you can transform what you've extracted so as to make things you believe enhance your well-being. This kind of makes humans go numb with regard to what is just. And it's time to begin to deconstruct. It's a time to begin to understand that we cannot keep moving in the wrong direction and expect to arrive at the correct destination. One of the key signposts that we need that would guide us to move in the right direction is making ecocide an international crime. The absence of a mechanism for holding humans and organizations responsible for massive destruction of Mother Earth has allowed things that are more or less unimaginable. In my experience, when I go to the oil fields of the Niger Delta or the minefields of South Africa or Ghana or elsewhere in Africa, what I see is simply unimaginable. And yet, it is seen to be inevitable because political forces keep on arguing that unless you extract and burn fossils, humans cannot make progress. Now, what is progress if we're killing ourselves? What is progress if the soil that I have to grow crops is polluted to a depth of 5 meters, a depth of 10 meters? What is progress if the water that I have to drink is laced with benzene 900 times above World Health Organization standard? What is progress if I cannot enjoy the beauty of nature? If all I see are scars of massive extraction, of toxic dumps, that we all know that 1 or 2 lifetimes would not be enough to restore the environment to what it ought to be safe for us to live in, to thrive and to flourish. Having a law that would provide the necessary checks is what is needed today. Otherwise, all the predictions about catastrophic global warming we're already experiencing at the level of temperature increase in the world today above pre-industrial levels, having extinction of species, we're already experiencing extinction of so many species. If they continue at this rate, we're going to get to a point where the planet Earth would be uninhabitable for humans. Mother Earth would go on without humans. It would just be a decision of humans to make her habitable, to enjoy her hospitality, or to make it impossible for us to enjoy the bounties of nature. And so this is a time for us, all legal experts, scientists, community activists, brothers and sisters across the world, to recognize that having ecocide as an international crime has global implications, because the destruction of the environment in one location does not restrict the impact of that action to that location. And one example I like to give is, if we look at the way birds migrate from Europe to Africa to other continents, from time to following the cycles of seasons, we could understand also very easily that they could also transmit diseases and other things that would otherwise have stayed in one place. And so if I contaminate the breeding grounds or the feeding spaces of this species in one location and believe that, well, it's only that location that is contaminated, the species that get there, be they birds or fishes or other animals, they could take this anywhere in the world. We do know, we've seen by the example of COVID-19 that spread across the world in no time. It had an origin. We may not know the origin right now, but it started from somewhere. It could be by the way we interact with the environment, by destructive actions of humans. It could also be through tampering of the genetic makeup of certain species in the laboratories. But whatever it is, we could trace it back to human action. And so curtailing the impunity of humans in our relationship with other species and relationship with Mother Earth is so vital. And recognizing ecocide as an international crime is one giant step that will secure us a place on this blue planet. Well, we could have spent time drinking coffee to discuss this issue further, but I believe there will be opportunities when we meet physically so we can take this conversation forward. Thank you so much for giving me the space to share my thoughts.
All right, thank you, Nnimmo. Our next speaker is Mindahi Bastida. He is an elder and spokesperson with the Otomi Toltec Nation. He's the director of the Original Nations Program at the Foundation, an organization that works to align the global economic system with care for the earth and for the benefit of future generations. Mindahi is also a UNESCO consultant for sacred sites and biocultural issues. He has been a caretaker of the philosophy and traditions of the Otomi Toltec peoples and a ritual ceremony officer. Mindahi.
Isengwa Kwadag Isengwa Ku. Good morning, everybody, brothers and sisters, and it's a big honor to be here. And I just want to give honor to the Sami peoples from these lands. And thank you for your presence, Grandmother Helen. And also we are here with some members of the Mother Earth delegation and also representing the Alliance Guardians of Mother Nature. For us, it's a great privilege to be here in this table and also acknowledging people who have been working for so many years. And Sweden has been key for these dialogues. My first touch with the UN system was in 1992 at the Earth Summit in Rio de Janeiro. Meant like 20 years later. But, you know, when I was informed that there was going to be an event in Stockholm, I said to the Mother Earth delegation, we should be there. We should come together. But let me tell you that we don't have that much to celebrate. But yes, to commemorate special calling for the care of life. So we are here, and we are also very honored to be here in these territories. And that's the reason we want to honor the Sami, because they are very close to our cosmologies and to our way of thinking, where we can come together, and that's the reason I'm mentioning 1992, because it was the first time that the traditional knowledge of original so-called indigenous peoples was important for the survival of human species. And then, you know, it has been so many years. And we have seen from this kind of growth based on greed and anthropocentric way of thinking is killing Mother Earth, is killing people. So we first heard before the ethnocide as a crime. Now we are hearing about ecocide. It's just a concept, but a very important concept to raise awareness about the misbehavior of many people and some nations that have been taken over instead of taking care. The deep relationship that we have as original nations and peoples is based in reciprocity. And also in those concepts, as was mentioned, this science and precautionary principle. We don't take more than we need. But now we see that 5% of the original nations and peoples of the world are taking care and giving care of the 80% of biodiversity that is left in the world. But let me tell you something. We don't just take care for that 80%. We think about Mother Earth as an intelligent being. And when we pray, we pray for the whole planet, for the whole Mother Earth, because it's a unity in the diversity. So now we see that the international regimes, especially the environmental regime that was born in 1992, with the Convention on Biological Diversity, the Convention of Desertification, and the Convention of Climate Change, let me tell you that we are failing. We are not better than those days. It's very sad. What we bring here is ancestral wisdom. How we can reconnect to nature. How we can reconnect to this beautiful planet that is Mother Earth. Accordingly to our teachings, it was around 7,000 years ago that there were like 13,500 different cultures in the world. And now we almost have half. And it's very concerning because we are losing languages. We are losing biodiversity. We are losing, there is a biocultural erosion because we don't divide nature and culture. It's coming together. That's the reason we really respect the concept of biocultural diversity, biocultural heritage. And there is no one nation state in the world that protect biocultural heritage as such together. Because on one side, there are environmental laws that are very permissive, and they are now menacing that 80% left. So we have lost almost half of the languages, and it's very, very sad. Because when you lose a language, you lose that touch with the sacred, that ancestral wisdom that we need to recover as human beings. It's our problem, but it's also your problem. Nation states cannot do it on their own. Ourselves, we cannot do in our own now. We need support, and we need your support. We need the support of international governmental organizations, NGOs, non-governmental organizations as well, and institutions. We need to come together. The problem is so complex. We are late. We are very late. But you know, it has been said that Mother Earth can live without us. A certain point is true, and a certain point is not. Because this is an intelligent being. And who knows who behaves and who doesn't. So this is a cleansing process. Accordingly, with our prophecies and the ancestral knowledge, we are living through this process of cleansing. And the prophecy says that the new dawn is coming. From 2013 to 2026, there are 13 years. May 3rd, 2013 ended the long account of the Mayan calendar. So we have this day, these years, to recover peace with Mother Earth and to recover dignity as human beings. curriculums in the school, in the university must change. Our education must be changed from the anthropocentric way of thinking to more ecocentric. And for that, this new regime that is being born through the rights of nature or the earth jurisprudence must be acknowledged. And the ecocide must be acknowledged as a crime. Because at the local level, there in the communities, we suffer. Not just ethnocide, but ecocide. It's together. This ecocide crime must acknowledge also the cultural relationship that we have with nature. And the judges must understand that we are together. We are nature. Aren't we? What kind of creatures we are? Why we are here in this world? We know that we have a general mission to be here in this world. It's the care of life. Even the sustainable development paradigm is failing because it is in the same mindset. And now you see that there is greenwashing politics everywhere through the carbon offsets. And they say, oh, win-win paradigm. It's just a justification to continue doing business as usual. So we must change. We offer the good living paradigm where the water is not a resource, it's a sacred element, it's an element of life. Where the air is not a resource, it's a sacred element as well. Where we need clean energies with clean ideas. And we need a science that is not unilateral, is not linear. We need a transdisciplinary science where all kind of methodologies come together, and we need that science shouldn't be neutral. Science for the good living, for the care of life. We need to recover soils, but also our way of thinking in this sacred relationship. Because we have to honor our ancestors, and we are becoming ancestors for the future generations. But are we delivering? In the anthropocentric way of thinking is the intergenerational equity. But it's not that way only. It's what kind of people we are delivering to this beautiful planet. We must be more humble. We must transcend as human species. The time is now. This is the time. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mindahi. So one of our speakers, Stephen Donzinger, was going to join us by Zoom, but I understand there's some technical problems. So he did send a message, and he has spoken at other Stop Ecocide events here at Stockholm. But the message that he sent was, the battle for humanity is to get behind ecocide as an international crime. So thank you, Stephen. And we'll move down the line here. We have Patricia Gualinga. Patricia is a leader of the Quechua people of Sarayaku in the Ecuadorian Amazon. She is an advocate for the rights of indigenous peoples and nature. And earlier this year, she was awarded the Olof Palme Award for her work. Patricia's work has shown the world that humanity can have a more balanced and sustainable relationship with nature. Patricia, welcome.
Good morning, and thank you for this invitation. Do you hear me now?
Me siento más cómoda con esto.
I feel more comfortable with this.
Primeramente, quiero honrar a los pueblos originarios de estas tierras.
First and foremost, I would like to honor the people of all the people of this earth,
Los Samis,
the Sami people,
hermanos nuestros, aunque no hablemos el mismo idioma.
our brothers who we also share the same Autosan languages with.
Y quiero honrar su lucha contra las mineras.
I would like to honor their struggle against the minery.
Para nadie es desconocido la lucha que tenemos los pueblos indígenas por cuidar la naturaleza.
It's no secret the struggle that us native people have against the industries.
Hay tantas historias en el mundo sobre la lucha, la defensa, la muerte de los defensores, la destrucción de los ecosistemas.
There are so many tales and histories about the struggles, the death, and against the destruction of nature.
Historias muy dolorosas que han hecho que, de cierta forma, estemos todo el tiempo en la primera línea de resistencia.
Very hurtful stories that make us be in the first line of resistance.
Gracias a esa lucha todavía podemos hablar de ecosistemas, de bosques, de naturaleza intacta en algunas partes del mundo.
Thanks to them, we can speak about ecosystems that are we have known about that are untouched in the world.
Antes nuestra visión era considerada una visión que no tenía sentido, y me alegro que en esta época nuestra visión de pueblos y nuestra forma de ver la naturaleza empiece a tener sentido en un mundo globalizado.
First, our struggle was seen as something that didn't make any sense, but thanks to our struggle, our message is now being heard, and we are considered now to that our struggle for natives and the nature is now making sense in a globalized world.
Nosotros, porque habemos tres ahorita, venimos de la Amazonía, un ecosistema tan biodiverso del mundo.
We, as people, we come from the Amazon, that is a place with the great biodiversity of nature.
Un ecosistema que es una de las fuentes de agua dulce más importantes también para el planeta.
An ecosystem that provides one of the most important sources of fresh water in the world.
También dicen que somos el pulmón del mundo.
They also call us the lung of the world.
Pero lo que sí sabemos es que es gracias al ecosistema amazónico también hay cierto equilibrio todavía en esta madre tierra.
But what we do know is that thanks to the Amazonic ecosystem, there's still some balance of the nature in the world.
Ahora se habla de crisis climática.
We are not talking about climate crisis.
Y todavía no se encuentran soluciones.
Still, there are no solutions to be found.
El mundo que habla de la economía apuesta todo su pensamiento en extractivismo, petróleo, minería, tala de bosques, hidroeléctricas.
The world that talks so much about the development, it's putting its way of thinking in extraction of petrol, of logging, of extraction of minerals.
Dicen que es por el bienestar de la humanidad.
They say it's for the good of humanity.
Lo que no se han dado cuenta es que esta visión ha puesto en peligro absoluto la supervivencia del ser humano.
What they haven't come across is that they have put the survival of mankind in peril, in a huge peril.
Nuestros ancestros ya nos lo advirtieron, nos dijeron, se han vuelto locos, van a convertir esta tierra en espuma, no lo podemos permitir.
Our ancestors warned us about this. They warned us and said that they will convert this world into foam if we don't stop this.
Y por eso pensamos que es el momento de que reaccionen a una nueva forma de relacionarse con la naturaleza.
Therefore, we think it is the time has come to come up with a new way of relate ourselves to nature.
Yo lo llamo volver a nacer. Nacer.
I call it return to being.
¿Por qué? Porque
Why?
es una nueva forma de entender, de comunicarse, de hablar, de sentir a la naturaleza.
Because it's a new way of talking about, to understand and to be in touch with nature.
Pueblos como el mío, yo soy del pueblo de Sarayaku, lo llaman selva viviente.
People like me, from the Sarajevo people, we call it living with nature.
Porque se tiene que entender que la naturaleza, la tierra, es un ser vivo, consciente y por lo tanto es sujeto de derecho.
Because we must understand that nature is a living being with rights.
Y ese sujeto de derecho está reclamando sus derechos. Y ahí entra el tema del ecocidio.
This subject with rights is now enters that it's getting in touch with ecocide, and therefore it's the time has come to call for claiming those rights.
Nuestro pensamiento racional nos ha hecho creer que solo lo que vemos es lo que existe.
Our rational way of thinking has told us that only what you can see is what you can know.
Ignorando lo que sentimos.
Ignoring what we feel.
Pero mucho más allá de nosotros hay otros seres protectores de la naturaleza a cuya vida le debemos nuestro equilibrio.
But far from those things, there are people who actually protect nature that we can come in contact with, that can preserve our life.
La destrucción de un ecosistema destruye también la vida de ellos, porque también son seres mortales, no espíritus, mortales igual que nosotros, solo con otras funciones diferentes.
The destruction of ecosystems means that we are destroying their livelihood as well. They are people and beings with they are mortal beings, that have their life and they have their lives destroyed.
Ellos no pueden venir a hablar acá, no pueden dar entrevista con la prensa, no pueden estar ante tribunales de justicia, pero habemos voceros que hemos tomado la decisión de denunciar esta destrucción, que es la destrucción de la regeneración misma de la vida.
And they cannot come here, they cannot talk to the press, they cannot claim trials for justice, but we can be as we can forward their voices and make their claims for their rights.
Como seres humanos nos complicamos derechos humanos, derechos de la naturaleza, que por cierto está aprobado en Ecuador, derechos para todo. Hay un derecho universal que es el derecho a la vida y ahí involucra todo.
We are not only talking about rights for humans, for individuals, for nature like we have in Ecuador. We are talking about a universal right that is claimed for every living thing on this world.
Pero es necesario entenderlo. Si no lo entendemos, tenemos que insistir a que por varios derechos vayamos protegiendo esa destrucción.
That we must understand each other, and we must come together and understand each other, and because otherwise we cannot make this claim and call for battle to the destruction of this earth and nature.
Todas las discusiones globales, crisis climática, conservación, van a ser un fracaso si no incorporan la visión propia, profunda, sagrada, que nace desde los pueblos indígenas.
all these summits of global talk speeches will not mean anything if we don't come together in the universal thinking that we as natives have in our claim.
Pero que no quede solo en papeles, porque somos expertos en dejar escrito en papeles, sino que se empiece a aplicar en el territorio, a ejecutar, que haya acciones.
But this must not stay on paper. We are experts, and having this only stay on paper, it must be done, come into action, and must mean something. That it must be something done.
Son tiempos difíciles, pero son tiempos de acciones también.
These are hard times, but there's also a time for action.
Los pueblos indígenas seguimos luchando.
As natives are still continuing the struggle.
Pero ya no solo es nuestra responsabilidad, sino la responsabilidad de todos actuar.
But it's not only our responsibility to act, but it's the responsibility for everyone to act.
Hay tantas cosas que hacer en ciudades, en comunidades, en territorio. Todos pueden hacer algo.
There are so many things to do in cities, in communities, within territories, so the field is open.
Por eso la decisión que se tome como persona, como colectivo, es importante. Les invito a la acción, a estar accionados, a estar actuando, a empezar a presionar fuertemente desde cada uno de los países.
Therefore, I invite you all to come into battle and to join forces, and to come into action for this issue and this question.
Solidarícese con los pueblos indígenas, aquí en Suecia, en Alemania, en la Amazonía, en cualquier lado que estén, desde los distintos lados. Yo creo que eso ayudaría muchísimo.
Solidarize yourselves with the native peoples, not only here in Sweden, but in Germany, in every other nation. Come with us in this struggle.
Y bueno, sí, bienvenido que el ecocidio sea una ley, lleven al Tribunal de la Haya, para que de alguna vez, en algún momento, se entienda que destruir la naturaleza, la tierra, es la destrucción de la vida misma del planeta.
And let's hope that we will have one type of court like the one in The Hague, where destruction of nature and is considered to be a crime, and because destruction of nature is a destruction of life and livelihood.
Muchísimas gracias por escucharme.
Thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you, Patricia. We're going to move next to Jojo Mehta. Jojo co-founded Stop Ecocide in 2017 alongside barrister and legal pioneer, the late Polly Higgins. The goal of Stop Ecocide is to support the establishment of ecocide as the fifth crime before the International Criminal Court in The Hague. As executive director of Stop Ecocide, Jojo has overseen a rapid growth of the movement. There are now Stop Ecocide teams or associates in 28 countries, including here in Sweden, which I understand predated Stop Ecocide. And discussion of ecocide law is on public record at the parliament or government level in over 20 countries. Last year, Jojo convened an independent expert panel that drafted a consensus legal definition for ecocide. Jojo, over to you.
Thank you very much. And we've heard so much from the different speakers so far about what is needed and about why it is needed. And that brings us really to the heart of the purpose of this event, which is to look at how we can bring that into being. And that for us is very much what ecocide law and making ecocide an international crime is all about. Interestingly, in order to prepare for the talks this week here in Stockholm, we realized how sort of poignant it is, as well as pertinent for the initiative to criminalize ecocide. Obviously, there's the resonance with Olof Palme mentioning ecocide 50 years ago and describing serious environmental destruction with that word, and that being its first entry into the diplomatic world. And realizing that 50 years later, it is only now that it's really, becoming a live conversation on the international stage. But in preparation, I actually read the declaration that came out of that first conference, the actual text of it. And I almost had a sense of vertigo, because it was like the wonderful pronouncements about how we need to protect the environment and how we need to interact with the environment, and consider it in all of our policy-making decisions. This was said, I was reading it in this old-fashioned, what feels now old-fashioned typescript from 1972, and kind of realizing, oh my gosh, all of this that is being said here is still relevant today, is doubly relevant today, because actually those aspects that involve protecting the environment from that document don't feel to have been taken seriously by the governments of the world. And so, we now find ourselves in a position where we're actually now fully informed, as Owen was saying, fully informed as to the dangers and as to the destructive results of our human economic activity, what that's producing at a scientific level. We now have its beginning. It's nothing like as much as it should be. We have the beginnings of the inclusion of the threads of understanding from native peoples from around the world, who understand that this is an issue not just of science, but of mindset as well. And so all of this feels like it's beginning to converge in a way that should have happened many decades ago. And so it's both a moment of a kind of incredulity, I think, but also a moment of opportunity and of coming together. And just to look at a bit about the background and the where we've come to with this initiative, I think it's important to do that, to sort of realize where we are and why this is such an important moment, and why Stockholm and this conference that's going to be taking place over the next 2 days can be a moment to accelerate the inevitability of bringing in this protective law. So although discussion went on in the 70s in the legal and political worlds, the whole concept of ecocide went a bit quiet for a couple of decades. A clause almost made it into the Rome Statute, which is the governing document of the International Criminal Court, almost in the 90s. And a number of quite powerful countries, interestingly, all oil states, the UK, the US, France, the Netherlands, all objected to its inclusion, and it didn't make it. When the International Criminal Court opens its doors in 2002, 20 years ago, so it's another anniversary there, the crimes that it had jurisdiction over were genocide, crimes against humanity, and war crimes. Recently, crimes of aggression was also added to that. It might be good just to take a moment to imagine what world we might be living in now if Ecocide had made that document 20 years ago. And when Polly Higgins really sort of dedicated the last 10 years of her life to championing the moving forward of criminalizing ecocide, the way she saw she was doing that was as replacing, if you like, a crime that should have been there in the first place. And I think this also speaks to, again, to what we've heard about, our mindset and how we treat nature. There's a very deep sense of separation, of kind of competition, compartmentalization, alienation that is deeply inbuilt in our Western attitudes. And it's not something that we can blame any one person living for. It's something that's been developed over many centuries, a dualism that goes right back in the Western canon to Plato, ideal versus the real, through the Catholic Church, the spirit versus the body, right through to the scientific paradigm where rationality is pitted against nature and against emotion. So we have this very deeply ingrained separation and dualism. And there's a way in which addressing destruction of nature on the legal level in a way that is relatively simple, in other words, adding a crime to an already existing list in a system that already exists. And that's one of the benefits of approaching it at the ICC, is that that court directly accesses the criminal justice systems of its member states. If you make something a crime there, you have to ratify it in your own country as well. Doing that, putting ecocide alongside genocide, has the possibility of subtly but profoundly beginning to shift and to bridge those paradigms. Because if we consider ecocide to be as bad, as dangerous, as important to consider as genocide, in other words, that the living world around us matters as much as the people around us, and indeed is directly intertwined and linked with that, then we're really starting to shift our understanding of the importance of that relationship. And so that's a really profound and incredibly potent and concrete thing to do at this moment. And it also responds to what I've certainly perceived, and I imagine many of you will have as well, as a kind of rising frustration, a frustration at the grassroots level, at the activist level, a frustration at the level of NGOs who've been working for decades around different environmental issues, at the level of sustainability leaders in business who are wanting to do the right thing, and even perhaps some of those leaders in sectors that are notorious, but who, with the right rules in place, could go in a new direction. And frustration also at the government level, at the policy making level, because there are multilateral agreements now in place and more being discussed. You know, there's just this week, there's a treaty around reducing and gradually disappearing the use of plastic over time. And that's taking place this week as well. You know, all of these treaties, it's like, there's some wonderful resolutions in them. There's some really important policies to implement. And yet the action that we're seeing in the world is so slow. You know, we're kind of crawling. We need to be sprinting. We don't have time, literally. If we take seriously the international reports that are coming out, which, let's bear in mind, are quite conservative in their, in their pronouncements, like the IPCC reports. Those reports are now telling us that, we have scant few years to turn this around. So there's this huge frustration that action is not happening fast enough. And we firmly believe that putting in place a crime of ecocide at the international level could have an incredibly galvanizing effect, an enabling effect for those agreements, because the way that human beings are, the way that business is it is very difficult to change habit. We're deeply ingrained in these grooves of business as usual. Science has been telling us for decades we need to do something. Original nations' voices have been telling us for centuries that we need to be doing something, and yet, this has been very difficult to materialize. And as human beings, we often don't change our habits, unless external circumstances force us to, or unless the rules change. And criminal law has a unique ability to make a difference in that. It has a huge potential for changing behavior. Just as a small example, there was a study done in Colorado, I believe, a few years ago, about what happens to corporate behavior when you change environmental law. And their conclusion was that if you change regulation, which is where most of environmental law sits around the world, if you change regulation, you change corporate budgeting. They might allocate more funds for court cases or for compensation or for those kinds of things, for fines. When you add a criminal law element, you start to change behavior. And that is what is missing currently in the environmental law arena. All of our law, following that dualism that I mentioned earlier, is very much focused around people and around property, to the extent that we have a situation where a corporation is a legal person. And yet, in most of the world, the natural world is not. It's beginning, that rights of nature movement is growing, but isn't it interesting that, across the board, a corporation is treated as a person? So, it's time and it's practical to be thinking about criminal law as a framing condition for this shift, this bridge that we need to make to a new way of thinking and to a new way of behaving in relation to nature, because criminal law in our culture is what we use to draw the moral lines. It's the system we use to draw the red lines beyond which we shouldn't go. We all know you can't go to a government and say, could I have a license to kill 500 people for my new infrastructure project? It wouldn't cross our minds because it's such a profound taboo, and criminal law enforces that. We need a taboo around the destruction of ecosystems, and we need it to sit at the level that is foundational, that is amongst the worst crimes, so that actually we begin to shift that understanding, but also so that we begin to galvanize movement in the right direction. And this conversation is building. We had two very key milestones last year. One was the emergence of a definition, a legal consensus definition of ecocide, which is very compact. It's just 2 paragraphs, and the core paragraph is so short that it can fit on the back of a business card. And ecocide means unlawful or wanton acts committed with knowledge that there is a substantial likelihood of severe and either widespread or long-term damage to the environment being caused by those acts. Now, since that definition was launched into the public sphere, there's been a massive momentum and acceleration behind this conversation at the international level. And from almost a standing start in 2019, when Vanuatu, the Pacific Island state, was the first to call for this at the International Criminal Court, there's been a huge momentum in the conversation, particularly since the definition emerged, so that now, as Katie mentioned earlier, this conversation is live in over 20 member states of the International Criminal Court, and there is already a very strong call here in Sweden, in Stockholm, for this conversation to be a major part of the conference this week, coming from the youth, coming from NGOs, and coming from states as well, and the consultations that have led up to this conference. So this is a huge conversation in progress, and it was presented, the definition was presented to the Assembly of States Parties at the International Criminal Court in December last year with the support of 3 of the world's most climate vulnerable states, Vanuatu, Samoa and Bangladesh, with a diplomatic intervention from Belgium, which is also a frontrunner in this conversation, where a big majority of their parliament have demanded the government legislate for ecocide nationally and internationally. So that just kind of brings us up to speed with how fast this is moving, how much more seriously it is now being taken, but also I hope I've been able to give a flavour of how it can address the issues that we've been hearing about in the earlier part of this panel. And what we also know is that, and we know this from a survey in the UK, so it's not worldwide, but it's a good taster, what we know is that when people hear about criminalising ecocide, over half instantly agree that it's a good idea to do it. So this is an invitation to everybody watching this here in the room, but also around the world, to talk about criminalizing ecocide and to call for it, because it's not just a concept, it's a practical instrument for, on so many levels that is simply waiting to manifest. Thank you.
Thank you, Jojo. I do want to add, so I understand, I mean, not just corporations have legal personhood or variation of it. Ships, trusts, universities, at least in the United States, just something to think about. All right. Well, we're going to move into a little Q&A with the panel. And I'm going to get us started. This question goes to sort of the international law aspect, and anyone on the panel can grab it. Some people, their criticism of an ecocide crime is that they sort of recoil from the idea of placing the environment on par with humans. For them, placing ecocide alongside genocide or crimes against humanity would detract from the special protection afforded to humans. And just want to give you a chance to respond to that.
Yes, this is a question that comes up quite a bit, and in some places more strongly than others. Should ecocide be placed alongside genocide? And I think that in that context, it's very important to separate 2 different aspects in the consideration of it. One is the level of intention. Now, clearly, with genocide, the definition is to, intentionally destroy a people in whole or in part. And I completely understand and agree that this is potentially the most evil intention that one could have. And in that way, ecocide is very different. Ecocide tends to happen as the collateral damage in another intention. The intention is usually to either to make money, or if we're being very generous, it's obviously the intention to to farm or to whatever else it is. But effectively, the intention is not. You set out to go, I'm going to destroy a rainforest. You set out to go, I'm going to farm cattle, whatever it is, and make lots of money. So the intention is different. However, the important aspect is to look at the consequences, because from a legal perspective, because the consequences, and of course this is now becoming much more commonly understood, through the work of people like Owen and scientists around the world, for the sort of the Western-dominated sort of media sphere is to kind of to understand what the level of consequence is of destruction of nature. Owen very clearly described how we've already passed several of these planetary boundaries. And so the continued destruction will actually end up threatening not just a people, not just a part of a people, but the whole of human civilization as we know it. And I think when we look at it in that perspective, it becomes very clear why ecocide actually does belong up there with the crimes that the Rome Statute is designed to address. So those that threaten the peace, security, and well-being of the world. Yeah.
If I can add, because
Yes.
we've done a test run in Iceland. We put forward a proposal on ecocide this winter, and we get these questions a bit, but we get much more the response that people understand it instinctively, because we all have the experience from our surroundings, from our national legislation, where corporations and governments have been working together to lessen the protection of nature. Everyone has an example of a beautiful place that's been damaged, of an ecosystem that's been disrupted in the name of alleged economic progress. Yeah. So I've met much more people that understand the concept, that don't object to it, but than people that find it difficult to fit into their framework. Because I think the public is much more open to these things than politicians are.
And I just want to say, because we haven't introduced Andres yet, but Andres Janssen is a member of Parliament in Iceland, and he's going to speak later as we wrap up. But happy that you're jumping in, and please continue to do so. Another question I have, and anyone can grab it. Patricia and I were actually talking about this a bit yesterday, and when decisions are made to engage in projects that potentially cause mass harm, these decisions are made usually in places far away from the site of the harm. They're made by financial institutions that decide to fund the projects, executives and companies. And there's a gap in space and time between those decisions and the harm that potentially happens. And I'd love to hear both sort of what you make of that, and how how ecocide can close that gap, but just how that space has possibly led us to where we are. Any thoughts around that?
I mean, yeah, maybe I can start on that. I mean, I think it's a really, really good point. At the Resilience Centre, my colleagues have done some work called Sleeping Financial Giants, for example, and looking at how the finance sector is investing in corporations that are destroying the Amazon rainforest, or potentially destabilizing the boreal forest, in these sort of tipping point areas, places that at risk of tipping points, how the financial community is investing in that. And what we find is that it's very, very difficult to trace the flow of money with, because it's not just going through one corporation, it's going through then shell corporations, and it's going into tax havens and then out of tax havens, etc. And there's, very, very long trail. You need to do almost like a sort of a huge investigation to follow that money. And that leads to no accountability. Or very little accountability, and we need to change that. I mean, I think when you start unfolding it, some of the biggest investors in the world, BlackRock, Vanguard, State Street, the biggest institutional investors are keystone actors. They are having a huge impact on the stability of the planet through those investments. And so I think Ecocide can then start to point those fingers to be able to provide a mechanism for accountability for the investment community.
Anyone else like to add to that? Thank you, Owen.
Yes, thank you. For the beginning, we think that there is a big gap. Investors, they take into consideration just data about ecosystems and where they are going to be investing, but they don't take into considerations local peoples. They don't take into consideration species, the mineral world, because they think they are just things. And I remember this, the so-called paper walls, the doctrine of discovery, because we were seen as beings that we didn't have soul. So nature doesn't have soul, doesn't have spirit. But in our cosmovision, we know that the mountains, the creeks, the rivers, they have a spirit. So there's this misconception of human beings seen as the only ones who have intelligence. But now we see that science is acknowledging that also those plants, those animals, they have energy, intelligence. We are not the only ones social beings, So we are far of understanding about what life is. But it's not just the material interrelationship, but it's the spiritual, the energy interrelationship that there is. So how the investments or the world can understand that? I think they should be educated as well. And also, when some unions, their savings are used to invest in somewhere in the world because they want revenue, because it's based in the growth. So all this economic system is killing life. So we must change that. And I think even with the Ecocide, crime has been acknowledged, it's not going to be enough. It's not going to be enough. We need, we are in a civilizational crisis, very deep civilizational crisis. We must change not just the matter, but mind and the spirit, how we interrelate to the sacred. So we might understand from the science point of view, many things, but understanding is not enough. We need wisdom. Information is good, and you can find in your devices a lot of information. Science is good, but science is not neutral. It has an intention. And the intention has been always to take over more than other things. How to domain. So we are thinking about the dominion code, the domination code. All of this is to take over and not to share. Instead of competing, we must collaborate. So we need that kind of science. And that's the reason we need also ancestral wisdom. How to relate to this planet and to the cosmos. Because, we are not alone. We are travelers in the universe. But we are not forever here, just for a while. And we must remember that we are just another species, and actually not so much intelligent. So we must remember who we are. Thank you.
Anyone else want to comment, or I can?
Just add briefly to that. Really acknowledge that. I mean, one of the things that's also is often somehow attached to this this movement around ecocide is looking for a kind of a silver bullet. You know, something that's going to fix everything. Ecocide law is not going to fix everything, but we do think that without it, it's going to be difficult to fix anything. So it's one of those kind of necessary but not sufficient ingredients, and totally with Mindahi on, you know, it's a start. It's not, you know, there's so much more that needs to be done. And also coming back to your far away thing in the question that you set in the beginning, I think this is one of the issues that we have currently with the international justice system, is that, you know, the ecocides that take place are often taking place in local communities, in developing countries, and in the so-called global south, whereas the decisions that lead to them are taken in the wealthy north. And so there is a sort of a way that criminalizing ecocide, because those international crimes aim at the people at the top of the tree, if you like, the top of that decision-making sequence, that it does give some potential for rebalancing that, for actually, you know, directing, you know, that crime, or, you know, having it relevant to those decision makers in the wealthy north in a way that has not perhaps hitherto been available.
Okay. Anyone? Okay. So bear with me. This is wading into a little bit of political philosophy. When I was preparing for this panel, I had seen that there's a sort of thought experiment that philosophy students engage in, and it is, you know, how do we know that murder is wrong? How do we know that killing another person is wrong? And when it comes to killing the environment on a mass scale, harming the environment, I mean, how do we know that that is wrong? I mean, I suspect that you all will say it's wrong. I'd put a wager on that. But how do you know? How do you know? And again, I say bear with me. I know that's a heady question. I think I've stumped the panel.
En el Ecuador, por ejemplo, hay el famoso caso que siguen los pueblos indígenas del nororiente amazónico, que se llama el caso Texaco.
In Ecuador, for example, we have this famous case that is being followed by the native people in the northeast of Ecuador, which is the Texaco case.
Es un juicio de los pobladores contra la multinacional Chevron Texaco.
Sorry, Chevron. This is a famous trial that is being followed, which is where the multinational petrol company Chevron.
Ahí se puede ver claramente la destrucción masiva.
You can clearly see the massive destruction there.
La contaminación de los ríos, la destrucción del ecosistema, las enfermedades de las comunidades.
River pollution and destruction of nature, and the diseases that are rampant among the people, the inhabitants there, of native people.
Creo que eso es un ejemplo visible de lo que es un ecocidio.
I think that is a visible evidence of what an ecocide consists upon.
Igual puede ser con una minería a gran escala que arrasa montañas enteras, bosques primarios, para sacar oro, uranio, plata, y destruye todos los ecosistemas. No sabemos cuántas especies puede haber desaparecido ahí.
You can also compare that with mining, where mining companies erase entire mountains or forests just so they can mine and extract gold or silver for 1 year. And we see that entire natures and parts of nature are completely destroyed.
Y los impactos son visibles, no solo en el sitio, sino como en toda su cadena, los ríos, que las comunidades, el bosque cercano, todo es impactado. Eso para mí es un ecocidio, muy claro.
And you can see that the impact is visible, not only for in the close proximity, for example, the rivers being contaminated, the communities are being impacted, the nature is destroyed. Therefore, for me, this consists of a visible ecocide.
Yeah, political philosophy. I mean, these critical questions of why we decide things, they usually surface around ideas that are challenging the status quo, challenging the powers that be. How do we know that it's okay to damage nature in the interest of the economy? I mean, that's just as relevant a question. But the thing is, we that are speaking for changes when it comes to the environment, or I mean, we could name other topics like being good to refugees. That's a big question in Europe these days. We're always accused of having emotional arguments because that's a way to sort of belittle what we stand for. But emotion is just a very good reason to do stuff. We're emotional beings. We're human beings that have emotions, and all of our lives are based around those. Why is murder wrong? That's also just an emotion, but that's something that we agree on. So I think the threshold of proof when it comes to why should it be wrong to damage the environment, it's sometimes put too high, but that's by the people that benefit from us not succeeding.
Yes, how do we know that something is wrong? Because you can feel it. Just as simple as that. You know, when we talk about harmony with nature, it's harmony within us, ourselves, because we are nature. We are the ones who relate to each other. We couldn't exist in our own. And every time that something is gone, part of us die. And that's wrong. So, you know, when you grow in this deep relationship with other beings, and you don't see them as things, but as beings, then you can feel that touch. When you see the stars as wonder, as a mystery, then you realize that there is a mystery in us. And sometimes we don't have to know what is mystery. We want to live in mystery. We don't have to know everything. But we know that we do wrong when we kill some other being. Not just a human being. And when we ask permission. And we don't take more than we need. That's the balance that we are looking for.
Okay. I'd also like to ask, I mean, we have a lot of wisdom and knowledge on the stage, and there's got to be frustration that comes with sort of this thick skin of the political sphere, of sort of piercing that to engender change, push the world in a more sustainable direction. And for each of you, how do you deal with that frustration? Is it something you channel into your work? For people out there watching, they may be feeling the same thing. And so what would you say to them? Anyone? Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I can start. I mean, obviously, from the scientific point of view, it's in deep shock now that so little action has been taken for so long. I mean, as Jojo says, when you look at the text from 1972 and before that, the awareness of the planetary scale risks we're taking to the life support system were known. And now we have absolutely unequivocal evidence that what we need to do. And not only that, we have evidence that if we act at scale now, we will be creating a better world, a better life for everyone. We can have a high standard of living. There's 8 billion people on Earth right now. That's going to grow to 9, perhaps even 10 billion. But we can show that we can all have a high standard of living with that number of people. And we can substantially reduce the risk of destabilizing the planet. This is all possible, and it's affordable. In fact, the cost of it would be less than the cost of dealing with the pandemic. So this is an affordable challenge to do. So it's doubly frustrating then that we're not getting anything like the momentum, and this is down to vested interests. So it's a frustration at the scale and power of those in the fossil fuel industry and other industries that are resisting change. Because we did a survey last year, 3 in 4 people in G20 countries want economic systems change. They want the kind of change we need, which I think then, Ecocide then provides another mechanism, a new mechanism to kind of force that change through, which I think is essential.
I'd like to say that I completely understand that, and that sense of frustration, as I mentioned earlier, and I think it's all over. I'm also aware that we've only got a few minutes left, so I'll try and be brief. But I think what has been shown as well is that taking action, and that action can vary, and it could be so many different things. It could be writing to your elected representative. It could be turning up for a demonstration. It could be telling your friends about Ecocide law. It could be there's so many things ranging, and they can all be sort of touched from what inspires you and what you feel able to do. Sometimes somebody asked me, how do I be an activist? And in a way, it's like we're now at a stage where we're all activists in our different areas, and starting from the thing that outrages you, because that's the thing you care about. That speaks to the emotion, speaks to the feeling that something is wrong. So it's like that's your area, if you like. And the how, I think, speaks to what you love to do. It's how do you apply what you love to do to the thing that makes you outraged? That for me is the answer.
Yeah, I think, like Jojo said, taking this frustration and turning it into outrage that becomes fuel for whatever you're doing, that works fine for me. And then just keeping in mind, if you're supporting something you believe in, what I sometimes imagine is, like, if my grandchildren 40 years from now start looking through the annals of Parliament and see something I did and say, hey, it was okay, then I'm good.
Patricia or Mindahi, do you have anything you want to add? Okay. So we're come up against time here. Although I could ask this panel questions for a couple hours, maybe next year. To close us out today, Andres is going to say a few words, and I haven't given him a proper introduction, so just very quickly, he is member of Parliament for the Pirate Party in Iceland. During his 5 years in office, he's consistently been a champion of green politics. And most recently, he put forward a parliamentary resolution urging the Icelandic government to propose adding ecocide to the ICC's mandate, and that resolution has gained broad political support.
Thank you. I'm a bit stuck with something Jojo said at the beginning. What would the world look like if? And we can just imagine what would the world look like if we'd taken the outcome document of the Stockholm conference 50 years ago seriously. Because we need to sprint to succeed today. But the global international political community has been doing incremental, very slow changes over the past 50 years. But some of us have been sprinting. Corporations have been sprinting. Overconsumption was invented in these 50 years, not because it's in human nature to overconsume, but because it benefits people that make money out of overconsumption. Extractive industries have been taking leaps and bounds in the past 50 years. The fossil fuel industry especially. I mean, the amount of fossil fuels that was extracted in 1972, it dwarfs in comparison what we're doing now. And we're always doing more and more of that. So we absolutely need a bigger tool to address these things. We need something that holds us all accountable, because what's happening, what we're seeing in all countries is that these huge multinational corporations that are the perpetrators of probably most examples of ecocide, they are working in collaboration with governments to weaken the protection nature has in countries to get their projects through. We have examples of this in every country, and this is something that we found resonated well with the Icelandic public when we put the resolution forward, because we have international corporations operating in Iceland that have gotten a rebate on environmental law. So every country has these problems on a varying scale. So for a global problem, we need global solutions, and we need something that's bigger than national parliaments to address it. We as national legislators are just basically too weak in our own countries to do anything. That's why we need to join forces and do something that stretches over national boundaries. And yeah, sort of complementing what Jojo has been doing with Ecocide. We have the Ecocide Alliance, a group of parliamentarians that's working each in their own country to put Ecocide on the agenda in our national legislature or in any other way we see fit. It was started, what, a year and a half ago by Marie Toussaint, member of the European Parliament. And now we are around 30 and probably 20-ish countries. And this is incredibly important for us that are active at this stage. We are borrowing ideas, we're getting support, we're giving backup to each other, because we are, even if we're part of the political elite, we're also doing activism in that role. And as every activist understands, it's sometimes a lonely role to have. But we're making success. So the resolution that we put forward in Iceland is based on the successful resolution of the Belgian Parliament. So whenever we advance in one country, we can use that as a stepping stone to advance in another. And yeah, what we also realized when we put this forward in Iceland was that people were ready. The grassroots civil society, the NGOs, had been talking and thinking about Ecocide for years. I mean, we're sitting in the hall where 50 years ago, for 2 days, NGOs were discussing Ecocide in connection to the Stockholm conference at that time. So we have broad support from NGOs in Iceland, specifically from the youth environmental organization. And we found that the public just gets it, understands what we're saying. We maybe have to explain the scale we're talking about because people know these local environmental damages that have gone unpunished or sort of with impunity. We need to tell them, yes, that's the basic idea, but we're talking about bigger stuff like global issues. But that's easier than starting from scratch and having to explain to people why it's bad to harm nature, because that's something people know just from our hearts.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. And so unfortunately, that's it. This is such a wonderful panel. Thank you all. And yeah, that's it. Give them a hand.
Sure. Excellent. Very good.
Dear friends, you are all most warmly welcome to this important plenary session of the on global solidarity for a fair and democratic multilateralism and resources for global needs. And it is organized as one of the central events in the People's Forum by the coordinating group of the People's Forum. This is, of course, a matter which covers the entirety of the problematics that we are addressing here, namely that of global justice and justice within societies, because it's the global system of multilateralism that provides the framework within which all other things are happening. And that is why we give a special attention to this. We will address the matter of the failed structures of global finance, trade, etc. that exist. We will address the issue of the lack of resources for all the new crises, for climate, for health, for development, resources which are small and marginal and that need to be scaled up massively. And we will talk about that and understand how the global system is not helping towards that and discuss what kind of moves can be taken on this matter. Just to do what was pointed out by the UN General Secretary last week, namely that the global financial system that favors the richest and punishes the poorest has to be overhauled and reconsidered. We are meeting here at the time of the 50th anniversary of the original 1972 Stockholm Conference on Environment, but which was in reality a conference on the relationship between environment and development, because that was the condition for developing countries to participate in the Stockholm Conference. And it is this principles and this background that we have to keep in mind all the time. And also to keep in mind the basis for democratic multilateralism, namely the United Nations Charter, which places the UN at the center of global economy. And unfortunately, some of the international institutions, like the World Trade Organization, has been established outside of the charter principles of the UN, and the international financial institutions are not under the direction of the UN General Assembly and Ecocide, like it should have been. And it is in this context that we will look at the different issues that we have here. We have a panel of excellent speakers and contributors who have been active in the people's and the NGO activities since a very long time. I myself, as moderator, I have been active since the 1970s, even at the first Stockholm Conference, and then in the international NGO work on follow-up on the issues of racism, environment, climate, etc. So it's a great pleasure for me to be here, to be co-moderating this together with Jorun Hellman, who is right here from the Friends of the Earth in Sweden, where she is a program officer for international work, and she will come back here and be guiding the questions and answers part of this session. So with us today as speakers, we have online, hopefully she will appear, I'm sure she will, and it is Chiyok Ling, who is the director of the Third World Network in Malaysia. We have Lidi Nakpil from the Asian People's Movement on Debt and Development from the Philippines. We have Fadel Kaboub, a Tunisian academic from the Global Institute for Sustainable Prosperity. And we have Josef Schechla, who is coordinating the Habitat International Coalition. And we have two very important Swedish speakers, namely Penny Davis from Diakonia, a Christian Development Assistance NGO, and we have Anna Blücher, who is a policy advisor at the Forum Civ, which is the forum of more than 100 Swedish NGOs dealing with development issues. So this is the program that we have. And what I would like to see is if Yukling is available. She said she would be joining us. Do we see any development?
Hello.
Oh, hello, there she is. That's a great pleasure to see you, Yukling.
Hello, I was listening to all your introductory remarks.
Yes, what a great thing. So Yukling has been really a lead personality in the critical dialogues and campaigning on global justice since the 1980s. I worked very much with her in the preparation for the UN Conference on Environment and Development, the UNCED in Rio in '92, and she has now been the director of the Third World Network in Malaysia, which is a lead think tank and information and activist center. She has been the director since the unfortunate passing away of Martin Kaur, who was the founding director of the Third World Network. So it's really a great pleasure to have Yukling here, and I give you the floor, please.
Thank you very much, Jan, and really good to see some familiar faces. Hello, Liddy, sorry I'm not there physically, but I'm glad that we have learned at least one thing from COVID: we can meet hybridly. I was asked to just reflect on some of the trends and how we in civil society have not given up on multilateralism. We have not given up on the United Nations despite all its challenges, and many of the structural problems are very much the responsibility of member states. So I just want to sort of look back a little bit. When we think about Stockholm 50 years ago, it was really for the South a very important turning point, because the commitment of what would become ministers of environment, many of us in the South had our ministries of environment set up as a result of Stockholm, that moment of international recognition that the environmental well-being of the planet and accordingly of the people who live on the planet are very intricately linked. I think many of us forget that very shortly after the Stockholm conference 50 years ago, the United Nations adopted at the initiative of the Group of 77 the new international economic order. Now, the new international economic order recognized that in the immediate post-colonial independence of the South, we were still very much in terms of the economic terms of trade, in terms of where financing flows was coming for development, and that we were basically in the South, because of most of us have a lot of resources, natural resources, we were commodity and natural resource suppliers. The technology, the added value, the recognition of our knowledge systems was not part of the global agenda. And in fact, was not part of many of our national agendas, because we were also very much not intellectually free and liberated despite having political independence. And I think those decades, when we look at the new international economic order, it recognized a fundamental issue, which today we talk about sustainability. It is about the economic, the relations in the economic sphere, the structural issues around WTO and investment treaties. All this really is in that part of the structure. So we should think about Stockholm leading to the new international economic order that talked really, without using the words, about equity and the need to really overcome the injustices and inequalities of colonial rule. Now we move forward then, and I think as Jan reminded us, the Earth Summit in 1992 was we look back sometimes when we think about how it looked so easy, but it was a very difficult few years, and it was remarkable. I don't think any one of us today can imagine that we could come up with a 3-year process where we would have a huge agenda for action. We called it Agenda 21 back then. We have a declaration of principles. The real principles today are as alive, as relevant, and as needed to be turned into policy and action as it was back in 1992. And getting those set of principles to a consensus was a very painful process. And so remarkably, at the same time, we had 3 treaties that were negotiated on biodiversity, climate change, and land degradation and desertification. When you look at the outcome of those 3 years of international relations and unprecedented manner, the involvement of civil society, particularly from the South in that process, really shifted and transformed what international participation in multilateralism could mean. We had hopes. There were lots of criticism. We ourselves in civil society had a lot to criticize about many of the outcomes, but we had hope. And I want to just really emphasize that year after year after that, we had all the different pieces, whether it was Copenhagen and Social Summit, Beijing and women's rights and that agenda. It all came together. And when the financial crisis hit in 2008, it was really a failure of implementing all the principles and commitments from Stockholm to 1992 and beyond in the whole pieces we call sustainable development. So today, as we are having this discussion, we are in the next few weeks going to look at, very imminently in a couple of weeks, the World Trade Organization is going to have its ministerial, the 12th one. And then we're going to have the biodiversity, post-2020. We have missed every one of the targets of the CBD on biodiversity, the IEG targets. Everyone has been, we did not meet any of the targets. And that's again a failure of implementation. And now the post-2020 strives to rewrite as if we do not want to acknowledge the failure. And then we also have the climate change conference coming up, the annual one, where again, all the things we agree hard fought, we always have to fight because we never are able to implement. The failure of implementation has a lot to do with what we in the UN always call the means of implementation. So when we hear the words financial resources, which is one of the highlights of this discussion, mobilizing that financial resource as a global commitment, the sharing of appropriate technology, I want to emphasize appropriate technology. And again, the UN has put into place, technology assessment mechanisms, etc. It's not that we don't know what to do, it's there, right? And building human resource capacity. All that sounds so you're saying it again and again, but they are very, very important. So the failure of implementation is really at the heart of why we can't do transformation. So when it is 2015, we adopted the 2030 agenda and the SDGs. We have really good structural analysis as member states in the multilateral system, full participation of civil society. We come up with very structural analysis of deep inequality, inequities. We figure out what we want to do. But when it comes to the actions, we have shifted over the last 50 years away from the public sphere. So the role of the state in human rights terms to protect the responsibility of the state to deliver in a very systematic way all the human rights, especially socio-economic rights. That involves the role of the state. And the role of civil society and all the different groups are there, but it has been transformed into multi-stakeholderism that many of us in civil society are extremely critical about, because multi-stakeholderism does not acknowledge power imbalances, does not acknowledge inequities, and we're not around the table equally. And shifting away from, and even sometimes bypassing the state and its public responsibility is also an implementation failure. And we have seen the weakening of different parts of the UN, whether it's WHO, whether it's the UN in New York, or all the functions we want the UN to do, from UNICEF to UNHCR. When we starve international organizations of funding, of public funding, and hold them to tight funding for specific geopolitical or commercial, needs of those or preferences of those who provide the funding, then we move into not transformation for sustainability. We move into transformation for fragmentation, and we move into more and more inequities and more inequalities, as we see today. To wake up in the morning and see new reports saying the richest individuals, no longer about just companies, but the richest individuals in a country that own, the top 1% in the United States own, tens and tens of percentages of the wealth of one country, and globally a few individuals by name actually can own so much more wealth than countries put together. We have just gone down the road, but we don't accept that as a reality that has to be inevitable. No, we don't. And so the kind of rules that many of us are fighting for and fighting against are very, very constant. I mean, what we've seen in COVID had been a moment of solidarity. For a few weeks in the early part of 2020, we saw heads of state, in virtual sphere in the General Assembly, talked about solidarity, global public of vaccines. Yeah, we talked about having to come together because we felt so threatened and vulnerable. It didn't last for more than a few weeks. Today, we are seeing right now as we talk in the WTO, there is a huge fight over a very logical thing to do, suspend a very inequitable intellectual property monopolistic system to just allow for us to be able to deal with the pandemic, which by no means is over. Yeah, and we find a few countries, unfortunately, is in Europe. Not all European member states, we believe, are of the same mind, but because it is organized as one entity, just you need one or two countries that are hardline, and we don't get a good position. And I want to name them. As a civil society, we are allowed to name them. Switzerland, the UK, the EU, and even the US. Biden gave some hope that he might actually support at least part of the waiver. But then we see actually it is really hiding also behind those who are objecting. How can we, in today's 21st century, see such inequalities exist? And just recently, the Committee on the Elimination of Racial Discrimination came out with a very strong statement. The vaccine inequity is really rooted in still continuing deepening racism. That's a very powerful indictment, not of the multilateral system, but of those entrusted with making the multilateral system work and work for people and the planet, and that's a failure. So we do want to hold ourselves accountable. We want to hold our states accountable. We have the whole players who today are not accountable. Corporations, equity funds, financial institutions. We have given through treaties and investment agreements more rights for individual companies to sue sovereign states and to sue them and make taxpayers pay billions of dollars. UNCTAD has put in a very neat website, whatever is available, a website page on the UNCTAD page of investor-state dispute cases. And you just look at the numbers and you look at what are the reasons for those companies to win in private tribunals, which are not transparent, bypassing national courts. It's really to protect the right to make money regardless. Even if you have broken no law, you're implementing environmental law and human rights laws and labor rights protection. As long as the investor loses money, even including future expected profits, the investor gets compensation. How can we have reached a stage when that is accepted? But countries are push back. And so we need to unravel those things. And for many of us in the developing countries in the South, which are so-called middle and income countries, and we are now finding more and more borrowing because we don't qualify for ODA anymore. We are borrowing more and more from the private capital market. A lot of our debt, and Liddy works a lot on this, it's really private creditors. And private creditors do not show any mercy. We saw it with Argentina. We're seeing it with Sri Lanka. Really, we dig into that. We see the private sector, private finance have become really, really powerful. So I just want to end by saying, civil society, we do not give up on multilateralism. We do not give up on all the norms and commitments, including legally binding treaties that have actually been formulated over the decades. We don't want new meetings and new conferences to wipe things out, to not talk about equity, to make the common but differentiated responsibility say it is not relevant anymore. In the WTO, so-called reforms are trying to take away all differentiation that actually appreciates different levels of development and vulnerabilities of countries. We cannot accept that. And we have to continue mobilizing, working, engaging with governments who are actually in there fighting in every multilateral institution. We have to mobilize our peoples and our public so that we are loud outside, but we are also intellectually rigorous to be able to engage, to make sure that international law and national law and policies become reality for sustainability. So thank you so much again for allowing me to join, although through this medium, and I do wish I were with you all. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jocelyne. And I think it was very good choice of us to give a little extra time to Jocelyne for this introduction, which is really focusing on the central issue. We are not the soldiers of lost battles in the terms of the norms, the standards, everything that has been achieved since 1972, but it is in the implementation, and it is on the part of structures which are failing to live up to the founding principles of the UN Charter. That's where the core is, and where we have to continue to really to rely on this sort of analysis, which are very important. And now it is my great pleasure to introduce to you next speaker, who is Lidi Nakpil, who comes from the Philippines. She is the coordinator of the Asian People's Movement on Debt and Development. And she has been an activist and a resource person on these matters of debt and global justice for a very long time, since she started in the United Methodist Youth Movement, which I'm also well aware of. So it's such a pleasure to have you here. Please.
Thank you. Our organization is an alliance of groups and movements primarily working in our countries as national movements. But we've come together in this alliance because we really deeply understand that many of, if not all of the problems we're working on in our countries cannot be solved just by us, by our movements, but need global solutions. And that is why it's very important for us to have this, what we call the multilateral mechanisms and arenas that are democratic, transparent, and fair, so that we can all pursue these global solutions that will actually pursue global actions that will actually be real solutions to these problems we're facing. I'd like to follow up on what Jocelyne shared to provide some concrete examples of what some of these efforts are in either making current platforms, multilateral platforms, more democratic and fair, or the work around demanding new platforms that are democratic and fair. So it's really, really right that one of the major issues we are facing in the midst of this multiple crises, the COVID, the economic fallout of COVID, and all the inequalities that were there even existing before COVID, the climate crisis, is the mobilization of finance. And there are two major international issues that we're addressing, and that is the debt problem, as well as the injustice of the tax systems and how tax systems are being exploited, especially by multinational companies, to concentrate wealth on themselves and to deprive, especially the southern economies from taxing them in a fair and just way. And in these two fights, the fight for debt cancellation and debt justice and the fight for tax justice, we have had long-standing demands, along with our northern partners, for global mechanisms that are fair and transparent. On the debt, it has been so many, as Penny knows, because we've been in the debt movement for a long time together. We have been demanding for fair, transparent, international debt mechanisms that will address unsustainable and illegitimate debt. And we have been saying it should be under the auspices of the United Nations, because current debt arenas where the debt issue is being addressed are all dominated by the lenders and the creditors. So how can, the borrowing countries, or the debtor nations as we are called, get a fair deal out of these different mechanisms when debt is being discussed? And to this day, given the DSSI of the G20, the IMF debt relief mechanism, these were very little for very few countries, and not, you can question if they're actually debt relief at all that they actually offered because of the G20. That was just a suspension of payments. We were going to resume the debt payments after a certain period. So this is a demand for a new mechanism, a new multilateral mechanism under the auspices of the United Nations to address the debt. There is also a similar demand on the issue of tax and tax justice and illicit financial flows. There has been long calls for a global tax body that will address the injustices in the international tax architecture, including the existence of tax havens, the very many different ways that multinational corporations evade and avoid taxes, like, hiding the beneficial owners of corporations, having all these different ways to abuse the fact that they have different conglomerates and franchises in different countries. So there's transfer pricing and so on. It's a whole litany of many issues that we're trying to address. And a democratic tax body, again, ideally under the auspices of the UN, because it's the only place at this point where all countries have one vote each, never mind how rich you are, because all other multilateral platforms depend on how rich a country is and the more powerful they are. And then just as a last, because this is also one area we are very active, which is the UN Convention, Framework Convention on Climate Change, and the multilateral meetings that it is providing. We also see how what started off as a very good convention, a very good agreement with the principles, for instance, of common but differentiated responsibilities on climate change. We have seen since 1992 the attempts of rich country governments to erode this international convention. In fact, in the last 5 to 7 years, we've seen how the idea that we come together, reach agreement on what should be global actions, and reach agreement on what individually countries should be contributing to the table, it has now been reduced to an exercise of pledging. So it's a pledge and review space. It's no longer a space where we all come to an agreement to discuss what is fair and what is our fair shares in climate action. It's just up individually for countries to decide whatever they want to do through the nationally determined contributions. And this has led to an aggregate of climate actions that will bring our world to more than 3 degrees of warming. So we're now calling for a reversal of this trend where countries are just allowed to do what they want to do, and call for real agreements that will complement and strengthen the original climate convention, such as, for instance, in another place here in Stockholm, there is a discussion about the treaty initiative about the non-proliferation of fossil fuels, much like the treaty on the non-proliferation on nuclear. So it's these kinds of initiatives that we need today in order to strengthen democratic multilateral actions on the many crises that the world is facing. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Lydie, for this excellent introduction. And now we go to Fadel Kaboub, who is from Tunisia, but he is now president of the Global Institute for Sustainable Prosperity at Denison University in the United States. And he has made deep studies on the issue of resource transfers between North and South, or South and North. And we will be very interested to listen to your introduction. Please.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here, and thank you all for coming and for joining us online. I'll start with the issue of resources, and I'll point everybody's attention to 2 beautiful signs here: system change, not climate change, and reparations for climate debt. Keep that in the back of your mind as we go through this conversation. I'll start with a simple concept. Imagine I tell you, Liddy, that I'm going to help you. I'm going to give you $100 billion a year to address climate change. And several years later, I only deliver 8 or 8.5. It sounds bad, right? But what I didn't tell you is that I'm actually taking $2 trillion from you every year. So the $2 trillion, this is the net transfer of global financial resources. If you divide the world in 2 groups, global south and global north, and you take into account all the global transactions, international trade, foreign direct investment, debt payments, interest payment, debt cancellation, foreign aid, trade, everything, and you net the financial transactions, you find $2 trillion a year moving from the poorest countries to the richest countries. That's the global financial architecture that we have now. That loud suction sound that you hear when you're walking down the street, that's the vacuum suction of wealth from the global south. $2 trillion, and the number is accelerating. 20 years ago, it was 500 billion. 10 years ago, it was 1 trillion. Today, it's 2 trillion. In 5 years, it's going to be 4, 5, 6 trillion. We're not going to change anything in the system when it comes to climate change or inequality or tax justice unless we undo and repair that broken system. So where does that suction of wealth come from? It's from the global international trade system. And that's why I keep saying you can't decarbonize a system that hasn't been decolonized yet. You can't democratize a system that hasn't been decolonized yet. So the economic structures of colonialism are alive and well, and they're sucking $2 trillion a year. So where does that come from? When you look at the key structural traps, they're traps, I'm calling them traps, but if you look at all the economics literature, international trade literature, they tell you these are the solutions for economic development, for fighting climate change, for generating wealth. And out of that wealth, we'll tax a little bit and we'll use it for just transition and climate action, all of that. So these are traps. The first structural trap that developing countries have is the lack of food sovereignty, which pre-colonial times, most developing countries were the breadbasket for the world, for the global north. Today, they were made to be dependent for their own livelihood on food imports from the global north. And this was not by accident, this was by design. The early days after independence, most of the global north reorganized its economies to heavily subsidize their own farmers. In Europe, it's called the Common Agricultural Policy, to produce the major food crops, wheat, corn, soybean, in order to reduce their imports and dependence on the former colonies. So what happened to farmers in the former colonies? They lost their business and they had to either switch to producing cash crops for exports, not for domestic subsistence, or simply go out of business and move to the cities to work in assembly line type of manufacturing that was outsourced from the global north. So that's trap number 1, is lack of food sovereignty. Trap number 2, lack of energy sovereignty. And that is including the big exporters of fossil fuels in the global south, because they export crude oil and they re-import the highly refined petrochemicals, gasoline, kerosene, the things that people actually use. Even the biggest exporters like Nigeria, like Mexico imports 50% of its gasoline from the United States, a big oil producer, right? So second trap. The third trap is the type of industrialization that the WTO, the GATT agreements and the WTO put in place, which is for the global south to specialize in assembly line type of manufacturing. You import the capital, you import the technology, the machinery, the energy, the components, the inputs, the intermediate products, and then you use your low-cost labor, mostly farmers who lost their livelihood, who now have to work in factories, to do assembly line type of manufacturing. That type of industrialization is a trap, because the more you industrialize in that category, the more you have to import. So now you have 3 traps that add up to structural trade deficit. And this is what structural trade deficit does. It puts downward pressure on the value of your currency relative to the dollar and the euro. So now you have a weaker currency. But wait a minute, a weaker currency, and tomorrow morning you have to import medicine and food and fuel for your people. With the weaker currency, you're importing inflation. So now you're facing two scenarios. You have riots in the streets the next morning because people are hungry and can't afford food, can't afford medicine, or your government has to intervene to artificially stabilize the exchange rate so that you're not importing inflation as much. And the artificial stabilization of that exchange rate means your central bank must borrow dollars and euros and British pounds in order to defend its currency, hence the debt trap. So the external debt trap is related to those neo-colonial extraction mechanisms that produce the $2 trillion a year that I'm describing here. So we're not going to go head-to-head with climate action, with climate change, unless we simultaneously undo those structural traps and call for reparations. Because this is not an accident that just happened. This is by design. This is the continuation of the colonial structures. So we're calling for reparations for climate debt, reparations for colonial debt, reparations for neo-colonial debt, reparations for cultural heritage appropriation, reparations for scientific knowledge from indigenous communities appropriation, reparations for biopiracy by pharmaceutical companies. We have an entire system of theft from the global south that needs to be undone. And when we say reparations, it means, number one, telling the truth, which is what we're doing here, and setting up truth and reconciliation commissions across the world to actually tell the truth so that we know what we've done to this world, so that we establish a restorative justice type of system to address climate change, as opposed to the system that we have right now. Number two, offering a public apology, saying, yes, the damage was done, the pain was done, and we're ready to repair the damage. So how do you repair the damage? That's step 3 in the reparations. Two things. One is financial compensation. Yes, that's part of reparations. But the most important part is actually repairing the broken structure. If I have a broken chair and I need to fix it, yes, I do need some money to fix it. But I actually need to fix the physical structure so that it's stable and solid and resilient. So that reparation, systemic reparation, means restoring a system of food sovereignty, restoring a system of renewable energy sovereignty, restoring a system of economic resilience at the local level. And by the way, this includes pockets of communities in the global north too, who deserve reparations for slavery, for all kinds of neo-colonial damage in their own countries. So that's where the conversation must start. Everything else is just, I promise to give you 100, and then I deliver 8.5, but I don't tell you that I'm taking 2 trillion from your pocket. And as long as we're not addressing these things, we're not going very far. And phasing out fossil fuels is the first step in that process of reparations. Canceling external debt, not restructuring external debt, is the first step in that reparations. So all of these things have to happen simultaneously, which is why most of our work has to be coalitions of organizations who have been pushing the system from a silo type of perspective. Now we have to have a coherent narrative that puts together all of these issues that most of you have been fighting for, and organizing ourselves under a coherent framework that says enough is enough. We need a system change, not restructuring debt, not promising and not delivering, none of that. So that's my opening remarks today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and especially for stressing this historical root cause perspective on development. Now we have the pleasure to invite Josef Schechler, who is the coordinator of Habitat International, which is the NGO framework that was established after the UN conference on the human habitat that was convened in 1976, and which was a follow-up conference to the Stockholm Conference on Environment. And he has a long experience of working in solidarity movements, and now he is based in Cairo at the coordination of the Habitat International. And we will follow up here on the existence of the important human rights norms that has been established during the time after Stockholm. In 1976, we had the two major conventions on civil and political rights and social and economic rights that came into force. And at the Rio conference, it was firmly recognized that the right to development is a central aspect of our work, together with common and differentiated responsibilities. So it's a great pleasure to introduce and give the floor to Joseph, who has been attending in the human rights framework in a very active manner. Thank you. Give the floor.
Thank you, Jan. And thank you for letting us know about the 3 trillion. I'm really happy and proud and honored to be here in this forum where we've heard so many testimonies and personal stories about the evolution or the lack of evolution of norms over the last 50 years. Mine is not a personal story, but it certainly is one that spans a human lifetime. And what we've noticed over the last 50 years is a progression of norms that themselves have not really solved the world's problems. But as was stated in the previous session, the norms that we're seeking to enshrine in treaties and in international instruments are not going to solve the problems, but we cannot solve these problems without them. Our coalition, the Habitat International Coalition, was founded at a global process, an establishment of one of the first global policies on human settlements development, on urbanization, and humankind's relationship with the environment. And we always say that we just celebrated 45 years of existence, celebrating our founding in 1976 at the Vancouver UN Settlements Conference. That's Habitat 1. But we always say now that we were born then, but we were really conceived here in Stockholm in 1972. It was the first international declaration that recognized so many important priorities for the world, not only the problems of urbanization, the problems of population, and that also followed with global norms more specifically to that in the form of global conferences. It was also the declaration that first recognized a responsibility to future generations. And I'd like to talk about not so much responsibility, but rights, and how rights have been enshrined to our benefit, but where so much work still needs to be done. One of the areas that we're working on now with the UN system, and particularly the Human Rights Treaty Organization, the treaty bodies, the Committee on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights in particular, is a human right to land. And in making that argument of a human right to land, it's important to understand that to be a human right, it has to be universal. That means it has to be a human need. And what we found through the science that has certainly preceded the recognition in law is the organic relationship between the human and land. It's not just that the electromagnetic frequency of the earth is the same as the alpha waves of the brain, 7.83 hertz. It's not only that we rely on the gravity of the land, earth, for most of our bodily functions and our growth and our environment and the realization of other rights. But we also realize that many of the testimonies we've heard, especially of indigenous peoples here, align with that understanding, and that the science actually validates their position, their understanding of the organic relationship between human and land. We have a struggle before us where the Committee on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights now has a choice, an option to recognize this organic relationship and the human right to land. We're also working on some notions that actually are not so new, as the human right and the human reliance on land is not new. There is, of course, in international solidarity, the important concept of extraterritorial obligations of states. Now, this is an issue that's attracted a lot of attention in the last decade or so. In fact, this is the year of the first decade of the Maastricht principles on the extraterritorial human rights obligations of states, which is undergoing a new review, in fact, next month. And extraterritorial obligations are not new in the sense that any obligation of a state that arises from a right recognized in law is going to be individual obligation to that state, a collective obligation with the other parties to that treaty, and a domestic obligation, of course, to implement those obligations and those rights enshrined in the treaty within the territory of the state. But it's also it also embodies an extraterritorial obligation, which ensures a world order and the avoidance of violating the human rights of others extraterritorially by acts or omissions on the part of the treaty-bound state. So this is not a new idea, but it's definitely one that is seeking much more clarification. And 50 years on, we still have a lot of work to do to have these concepts recognized in actual fact. One of those obligations, of course, is an obligation that we're discussing and calling for in future international instruments, is the recognition of the right of future generations. The Stockholm Declaration in 1972 recognized our responsibility to future generations, but enshrining this concept in the language of rights and corresponding obligations remains a challenge and an objective of our global solidarity within the Habitat International Coalition, but also within a very specialized group known as the ETO Consortium, the Extraterritorial Obligations Consortium. And in this, we're recognizing also that international solidarity as it has been recognized within the Human Rights Council as a right, that is, the Council has appointed a mandate, a special rapporteur to develop this concept of the right to international solidarity. We see it also from a different angle. There are long-standing norms in international law, not so much in treaties, but in the peremptory norms of international law, affirmed by the International Court of Justice, one of which is the Namibia Doctrine of 1971, that recognizes that all states have an obligation not to recognize an illegal situation and not to cooperate with it. Now, this is an obligation that arises from international law for states, but also all organs of the state. Now, in our discourse of international solidarity, we have, of course, with the BDS movement, the boycott, divestment, and sanctions movement that, of course, was operating in the anti-apartheid era successfully and is very much part of our international solidarity with Palestine, as well as in the case of the occupation of Western Sahara. From the perspective of peremptory norms of international law, we don't neglect or we don't deny that there is such a thing as a right of individuals struggling and certainly defending against foreign occupation and domination to international solidarity, our solidarity with them. But from our perspective And under international law and peremptory norms, that international solidarity is an obligation. So it may be a right to claim it, but it is also an obligation on the part of states and their organs. So our local municipalities have an extraterritorial obligation not to cooperate with corporations, with interests, with financial institutions, and other legal and natural persons who are engaging in these illegal situations. That is something that we can exercise at the local level, the international solidarity that arises from the BDS movement. But instead of calling for boycott, which is a consumer's choice, we are saying that this international solidarity and many forms of international solidarity on behalf of people living in illegal situations is in fact our obligation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Josef Schechler. And what he was mentioning about extraterritorial obligations, well, that included the Covenant on Social, Economic and Cultural Rights, which practically all the countries of the world has signed and ratified, where it, except the United States, yes, and where they commit to make the maximum, use maximum available resources for the implementation of those social and economic rights. And that would also be linked to international obligations. So it's a very important area, the implementation of the human rights treaties, and which are regularly considered by committees which are appointed by the states who have signed those treaties. Now we have the pleasure to invite Penny Davis to take the floor and to discuss issues relating to our North-South relations, taxation, and she is a policy advisor of Diakonia. And Diakonia is assistance NGO, development assistance NGO, which is has been working for a long time, and it is sponsored by Swedish churches, those churches who are outside of the main church of Sweden, and they have a really long record of working on global justice issues. So with this, I invite Penny.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Perfect. Thanks. I had a PowerPoint. I don't know if it's possible to project
Yeah,
the
we
PowerPoint.
still have some troubles getting it up on the screen.
Okay.
Do you know if this could be solved? Screen now. Yeah.
Well,
here we
anyway,
have it.
Yeah, it is there. It's there behind
Thank
us.
you.
Yes.
As mentioned, I work for Diakonia as a policy advisor on development finance, and I work in the policy advocacy department, and I consider myself being part of the social and economic justice movement, and I've been so for 20 years. And we also support partner organizations around the world on different issues. So anyway, I will reflect a bit upon what Liddy mentioned, the injustices within the international tax field. And I can't see my own slide now. Did I change? Yeah, okay, lovely, thanks. As mentioned, we live at a time of multiple crises hitting the global south hardest. I recently attended the UN Finance for Development Forum, and ahead of this forum, the UN agencies produced a report stating sort of the state of development finance at the moment. And the main message of that report was that there is a great finance divide, which leaves developing countries unable to respond to these multiple crises and invest in sustainable development. And I think there's some agreement on the challenges, but sadly, there's a lack of agreement on the real solutions needed to address them, and we can come back to this. But we do have a common agreement that there is a big financing gap for reaching the UN SDGs. Even before the COVID pandemic broke out, developing countries faced an average annual funding gap of 2.5 trillion to reach the SDGs. And of course, this has been exacerbated by the war in Ukraine with the hunger and poverty crises. And on top of this, we have the income inequality crisis, and the income inequality are expanding. And I think Oxfam and their yearly report puts this very nicely into figures and so forth. According to the latest Oxfam report, 573 people became new billionaires during the COVID pandemic. And at the same time, according to their estimations, 263 million more people would be pushed back into extreme poverty this year. In development finance talks, the lingo often gets complicated and technical, but in reality, I think it's quite simple. It boils down to power, access to and distribution of resources, and accountability. And the root causes of the crisis we're talking about are not new, as you mentioned. They're sort of ancient, going back to colonial times. I also had a slide on this sort of leakage of resources from the north to the south. Did I? Yeah. Don't pay attention to the detail. What this graph says is sort of tries to demonstrate is the combined inflows versus the outflows of resources to and from developing countries. This was done by a friend of mine back in 2014, so some of the figures are a bit outdated. But the gist of it is that for every dollar that goes to developing countries on an aggregate level to flow out, and it might be even more now as these figures are a bit old, but the point is that more resources are flowing out of developing countries than are going to them. And I think many, at least politicians in Sweden, are not very well aware of this situation, that we have this huge outflow. And one of the biggest sources of outflow is illicit financial flows and tax dodging practices. So, I mean, my headline is there financing gap really? Well, maybe there is a gap in terms of resources not being in the right place, but there's no need for there to be a financing gap. If these resources stay in developing countries and contribute to domestic resource mobilization to invest in people and the planet and so forth. So talking about tax and the tax systems, what we have seen in recent years, a series of global tax scandals revealed by watchdogs and journalists who have shown how rich elites and companies dodge taxes and hide wealth in secret bank accounts and offshore tax havens. And what these leaks or these scandals show is that we have a shadow financial system that benefits rich and wealthy people at the expense of ordinary people. And figures are difficult because we're talking about money not accounted for, but the Tax Justice Network Europe, which my organization is part of, estimates that governments lose around 500 billion in tax revenues each year due to corporate tax avoidance. Now, corporate tax avoidance, that means the tax dodging that is within the law, but against the spirit of the law. If we're talking about the illegal activities, we're talking about a lot more money, trillions. So what we see is that governments and countries are losing out on tax revenues. And this is, of course, a broken financial system. We need to remember that the enablers of this system are often rich countries. We think about tax havens as some kind of sort of tropical island. But in fact, if you look at who are the enablers, the Tax Justice Financial Secrecy Index published a couple of weeks ago puts the United States as the world's largest enabler of financial secrecy, followed by Switzerland and Singapore. Next slide. So people who live in poverty are always hit hardest when public resources are depleted through tax dodging. And there's a clear gender dimension to the tax justice agenda. Women and girls pay the highest price when tax dodging drain states of public resources. They are often the ones that step in and take care of care work in homes, often at the expense of earning an income or attending school. And there's a strong tax justice and gender justice movement, which we are part of, that tries to combine these two agendas. Moving on, I'm racing here. So what can be done about it? Two slides on solutions. Of course, there are a lot of things to be done, but a key problem when you talk about tax dodging and the depletion of resources is secrecy. So a solution is transparency to try to stop this. Now with the function, with a lot of focus on the Russian oligarchs and how they are hiding wealth and the attempts to sanction them, we have, I think, a political moment now to address the need for transparency. But we have been campaigning on this for ages. And two issues that we see are key is that government should introduce rules for multinational companies to publicly report how much profits they make and what tax they pay in each country they operate. Today, we can't see if multinational companies pay their fair of the tax in countries where they have their activities. This is not available. This information is not available to us, and it needs to be put in the public domain. Secondly, we need governments to publish registries of the true beneficial owners of companies. Who are behind companies? Who are the profit makers? Today, it's too easy to set up a secret company without exposing your identity. And this is also something generating profit shifting. So transparency is key. It's not the only solution, but it's a key prerequisite for being able to see what resources we are losing due to tax dodging. And other solutions are the fact that we need a new international system. And Lydia was talking about this. When you look at international decision-making on tax issues, this has been dominated by rich OECD countries, and they are biased towards the interest of large countries and rich countries. So what we are campaigning for is a democratization of decision-making. And we would like to see a UN convention on tax, just like we have a climate convention, and a tax body within the UN where all countries can participate on an equal footing in discussions about what solutions are needed. And this is something that G77 and China and the African Union and other development countries have supported. But we have seen no appetite from rich countries to support this agenda, unfortunately. And finally, we of course need international and national tax rules that reduce this income inequality gap I talked about, and that actually promote gender equality. And this of course has to do with international taxation rules, but also what's going on at national level in countries. So yeah, I'll stop there. That was my introductory remark. Thanks.
Thanks so much. And of course, this is a very important component also, and where there exist concrete proposals on how the global regime can be made more inclusive, more democratic, and could include all countries in the setting of standards and the supervising of those standards. So it was very important, very interesting. Now I have the pleasure to give the floor to Anna Blücher, who is a policy advisor at the Forum SIV, which was previously called the Forum South, and which is the umbrella organization. It's an NGO in Sweden. It's the umbrella organization of more than 100 Swedish NGOs dealing with solidarity, with development assistance, and global justice issues. So it's a very important organization, and we are very glad to have Anna here, who is a policy advisor at the Forum Civ, and she is also here reflecting a great concern, I would say, an escalating great concern among Swedish civil society, namely on the cutting and diversion of Swedish development assistance for other fairly just purposes, but nevertheless not development assistance. And this is a great danger that we are facing now in the rich countries, that they are actually not living up to their commitments, but rather cutting them in this time of needs. So with this, I give the floor to Anna.
Thank you, John. I'm very happy to be part of this excellent panel. And I will actually talk about the promises that countries have been made. And while development aid is a small share of all the resources needed to close the financing gap that Penny was talking about, it plays a unique role as it's the only one that has poverty reduction as its core purpose.
Just a question on that. Would you like to have your presentation up? It's not on full screen here. We'll see if it can appear.
Or I can just go on without the presentation.
Sure.
That's fine. So development aid rose to an all-time high in 2021, reaching almost $179 billion. And the increase is mainly due to COVID-19 vaccine donations, which accounted for 3.5% of the total official development assistance. But if you exclude this, ODA was only up by 0.6% in real terms compared to 2020. And if you look at the commitments, they still remain unfulfilled by rich countries. DAC donor countries reached 0.33% of their combined gross national income in ODA. That's not even halfway to their commitment to the 0.7% target. And in Sweden, we have a target of 1% of our gross national income. But the Russian invasion of Ukraine is threatening to undermine the flow of ODA to the world's poorer countries. And Sweden is unfortunately a great example of this. In April, the Swedish government decided to take 9.2 billion Swedish crowns, which is almost $9.4 million, from the aid budget to cover in-donor costs for refugees coming from Ukraine. This is almost 1/5 of this year's aid budget, and it's the biggest cut ever made. Sweden and other countries should, of course, support refugees, but Sweden can afford this without taking the money from the aid budget. Donors are allowed to do this type of deduction according to the OECD DAC rules. But just because you're allowed to, it doesn't mean that you have to. Donors have a choice, and Sweden has decided to let people living in poverty and marginalization pay for refugee costs in Sweden. This at a time when ODA is needed more than ever. The pandemic has led to increased poverty and hunger and a lost decade of, for sustainable development. The climate crisis and other conflicts continue. And on top of that, UN warns that the Ukraine crisis risks tipping up to 1.7 billion people into poverty and hunger. So in other words, we're even further away from ensuring that no one is left behind. And this is not the time to reduce ODA. And in addition to this, the cuts made to the Swedish aid budget are exaggerated. There's a new forecast from the Swedish Migration Agency that estimates fewer refugees and a lower cost for what can be counted as ODA. So at least 3.5 billion out of the 9.2 billion Swedish crowns could be given back to the aid budget. But the government has not changed its decision. And this is clearly not in line with the OECD DAC rules on having a conservative approach to the deductions. So this decision does not only make Sweden the biggest recipient of its own aid, it also puts Sweden on top, in the lead among other EU countries in making the highest deductions from the aid budget. And there is a worry that this will lead to a domino effect where other donors will follow. Norway has, for example, announced that they plan to reallocate around $400 million in ODA to internal refugee costs. And here we are today because of the Stockholm Plus 50 conference. And the cuts in the Swedish aid budget hits climate finance particularly hard. There are severe cuts made in budget lines that provide substantial amounts of climate finance, such as for sustainable development, but also support through civil society, which is decreased by 38% this year, and also regional strategies for Africa and Asia. And the budgeted climate finance for 3 climate funds are also reduced by 1 billion Swedish crowns. So calculations made by the platform organization Concord Sweden show that the cuts in climate finance amounts to more than 2 billion Swedish crowns in total, which is at least 25% of the planned support. And this is during the same year as we host Stockholm Plus 50. And this is quite the opposite to the promise made by Sweden at the COP26 in Glasgow, where the government promised to double climate finance by 2025. So the Swedish government wants to show leadership, but right now it seems like they only show leadership in doing deductions from the aid budget. So it's time to change this decision, and we're a lot of organizations mobilizing for Swedish ODA. From CIV, for example, 100 of our member organizations made a joint call to the government to change the decision. And we have been writing letters to ministers, political party leaders, parliamentarians, opinion pieces that have been published in national and local newspapers. And there are a lot of activities to raise the voice against this decision. And there's also an ongoing campaign called Dear Magdalena, where Swedish organizations ask local partners around the world to write directly to our Prime Minister, Magdalena Andersson, about the consequences of the cuts in the aid budget. And next week, we will also launch a joint campaign ahead of the election coming in September, where we try to safeguard the Swedish development aid repetition. So I really welcome you all to sign. It's obvious that more finance is needed to tackle global challenges we are facing. And this is not the time to reduce ODA.
Thank you so much for this. And it's important to note that this is really a growing, very strong public opinion issue here in Sweden. And hopefully it is something that we could take up with NGOs and the public all around the world in the richer countries. And I think this is something that we need to look at, because we now have a chance to go further in our discussions here. We will also have to remember that the Stockholm Plus 50 conference of the UN, that is a kind of station on the way to a major UN summit to consider the Secretary General's our common agenda report that will come in probably in September 2023. There is also a summit on the implementation, the success or not so successful implementation of the Agenda 2030, the Sustainable Development Goals that is coming also probably in September next year. So this is a time when there is a need for public engagement in the discussion to raise the real issues. Probably there is not going to be raised the issues that we are discussing here forcefully enough if there is not an increased activism from the side of the civil society who have this commitment, this experience. So I think this is something that's important for us to stress, and also how to keep the larger needs for systemic change in mind, while also trying to open up a democratic process by considering issues of new treaties, by considering issues of how we can bring in this discussion into the universal system of the United Nations rather than that of the plutocratic bodies that may exist outside of it. And also how we can be very much concerned about the increased involvement of various external actors linked to transnational corporations, linked to philanthropic agencies, etc., into this discussion so that we keep the integrity of the discussion on our common future and on the development issues. So with this, I would like to leave the moderation to my colleague, to Jeroen here, to listen to and give the floor to those of you who may have questions and remarks.
Thank you. Okay, first of all, I would just like to say a big thank you for all the presentations, really. And then opening up for questions from the audience. And we already have one eager one. And I'll probably go down with the microphone. We have one other here, maybe. Thank you. Yeah, and meanwhile, I can just...
I think I can also...
you have a strong voice. Okay, sure. Yeah.
It's always very interesting to have captains of ideas take on the floor and tackle a technical issue. I can see at the various levels of thought that you appeal to. But my question to all of you, particularly the brother from Tunisia, who America has given the opportunity to lead the Institute of Prosperity. It is only in America you could have such a thing, because in all other places we study poverty. But it's only America that would give my brother from Tunisia the opportunity to talk about prosperity. And I would like to ask each and every one of you, what kind of world do you foresee? What kind of individuals? Because you're talking at the level of a government. I am talking at the level of individuals. We have somebody here who has a coalition of 100 members. Can they have a cooperative of 100 members? How are we going to promote the idea of cooperatives once again while we are dealing with the higher issues? It is very possible to have a coalition of ideas, but coalition of survivalists, how are we going to promote new ideas of living on this earth? 50 years ago, we started to talk about the 3 R's. Before the White House introduced the ridiculous to recycle, reuse, and reduce. What are we putting out today? What kind of world do you foresee in countries where there are no public transport and every individual has to get a bike, a motorcycle, a scooter? Why or how are we going to start to push for these new ways of living? And I'm asking you all to make a pledge as you leave here today to at least tell 10 people or organizations about what you heard here today. We all come here and we feel so happy. 50 years ago, the Southern scholars were the ones who came up and said that it is not a question of population bomb, but it is a question of those who are consuming. But what has that done? My brother in prosperity, you should tell us, how has that changed anything in America? And how has that changed anything or even stopped the Arab Spring from happening? We know these things, but what are we ready to do on the ground? Thank you very much.
Thank you. And let us see if we have any good answers here from the panel. Okay.
Yeah. Perhaps we should take more questions.
Should we get more questions first? Okay, but I will
Yeah.
actually leave one microphone here if you want to comment like directly on something. Okay. Yeah. Okay, here we have another question.
Okay, my name is Jan Fjellander. I was very much involved in the mid-60s in the so-called 1% movement. And we were struggling for the extraordinary idea that we should set aside 1% of our GNP for what we would then call aid to the third world. Looking back a few months this year, among the many very strong experiences, I'm also amazed how the Western world has been mobilized when they feel really shocked and really threatened. It's shame on the Swedish government that first they get the good reputation by giving lots of aid to Ukraine, but then take it from the aid budget. I think very much the problem that we are discussing, or the problems that the problem complex that we are discussing, is that we don't feel the same kind of urgency with climate change, with inequality, etc., 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 racism, you name it. So we have to formulate new goals. I would suggest that we start a movement for 2% to set aside. 2%. In Sweden, we are now prepared to set aside 2% of our GNP for NATO. Now, why don't we put aside 2% for, and then we have to think again, aid? No, it's not aid. It's a bit wrong concept. Perhaps global sustainable security. Perhaps that is a common concept or something similar that could involve all these various aspects. But we all have to take our responsible share of this responsibility that we have. And we have to formulate bold goals for this. So thank you.
Thank you for that comment. And now we have a couple of more comments or questions.
Tēnā koutou katoa. O ngā te whanganui awa. I represent the Wanganui River. My first question to all of you is, where is the love? In every level, where is the love? We have a wonderful, loving planet, a wonderful, loving mother. To be able to stand here, to be able to breathe, and to be able to be who we are as humanity, individual and global. Where is the love? Kia ora. Tēnā koutou katoa. I am the river. The river is me. I am Mother Earth. Mother Earth is me. Tēnā koe, tēnā koutou katoa. Kia ora.
Thank you.
My name is Alexander Pohl. My question was, international development is really good business. For 50 years, we've been doing international development, Sweden in particular, but the planet is in never a worse state. Clearly, international development and giving money doesn't work, but it's very good business. And the World Bank has just said to many third world countries, we will not give you any more money. And remember, the World Bank is the United Nations, unless you do what we say. And they're now just working out what the requirements are. They're particularly heavy around utility scale, green infrastructure, battery factories, mines, wind turbines, solar panels. What are we talking about, and what is, as the chap earlier said, the goal and the vision? Because it seems that since the World Economic Forum has merged contractually with the United Nations, these globalists that we claim to be against have now snuck in the back door and are actually writing the rule books, but they're getting us to be 100% aligned with their vision. So how do we unpick this consumption-based paradox and turn it into a contribution-based utopia? Is it people and nature that we need for that? Or is it more industry, machines, technology, the destructive stuff that seems to be the foundation of every single presentation I've seen related to Stockholm plus 50. Machines and technology will save us all. Open question.
Thank you for these 4 comments. So then I'll bring them back to the panel, please.
Oh, very good questions. Thank you all. I don't even know where to start. I agree that we shouldn't even call this development or aid. That's why I started by saying reparations and system change. Because when you call it development, when you call it aid, it's just, you're there to help. But in reality, you're extracting, you're abusing the system. Since I'm talking about signs, there's a sign in the hallway called false solutions. Say no to false solutions. So what are some of these false solutions that masquerade as, green transition, as help, as development? When I described the structural traps earlier, the lack of food sovereignty, lack of energy sovereignty, the type of industrialization that's been promoted from the beginning, these are strategies that some people back in the 60s and 70s called the development of underdevelopment. They're actually designed to deepen those structural dependencies. So the false solutions that they sell to us as the solutions are tourism, more exports, more foreign direct investment, more remittances, privatized state-owned enterprises, set up a mini Wall Street in every country, and all of these will generate the economic activity and the wealth and the jobs that will allow you to pay for the just transition, for all of that. False solutions, why? Because they actually are designed to deepen the trap. Tourism, if you don't have food sovereignty, you don't have energy sovereignty, and you host 10 million tourists, you have to feed them, so you import more food. You have to transport them, heat and cool the hotels for them, so you import even more energy. You're deeper in the trap. You're not actually developing. You're not actually helping. If you're export-oriented economy, but your economic system depends on low-cost labor and you produce low value-added content, then the more you export, the more energy you import, the more components and technology you have to import, you're deeper in the trap. If you're relying on brain drain, Well, there you go. I just said it. That's not a model of economic development. If you're relying on setting up a mini Wall Street to attract the global speculators to destroy your economy, that's not called development. It's underdevelopment. These are all the strategies that the World Economic Forum, the World Bank, the IMF have been promoting for decades. And it's taking us towards the cliff. And what they're saying is accelerate faster towards the cliff. And we're saying, no, you have to, if you're stuck in a hole, the first thing you do is you stop digging. And they're telling us, dig faster and dig with transparency and integrity and without corruption, right? These are the requirements that come with the digging. So we have to recognize that we're in these traps. And we have to recognize that everything they tell us is aid and development and help is actually not. It's like we're digging our own graves as a humanity. So if we don't recognize this as a globe, not just in the global south, in Sweden and the global north, we have to recognize that something has to change in terms of undoing those colonial, neo-colonial traps so that we can save ourselves, we can save the planet, we can save future generations. And if we're not addressing the system change, then we're really wasting our time. So I'll just leave it at this. Thank you.
I think it's important to respect that question, how can we or how do we achieve that? And also the question, where is the love? These are really important questions. And I think that this forum is answering those questions in a piecemeal fashion, but everyone is doing his and her part to that. I want to just acknowledge John's longevity at arguing since the 60s, the 1% proposal. And I think how to do it and how and to find where is the love is through argument that is so important, and we do what we can, whether it's through international norms, using the law. You know, when we do a strategic planning for our members, we always consider what are our options. Well, you know, armed struggle really isn't our specialization, but we can argue and do often successfully argue that although the World Bank is not really under the auspices of the norms of the UN, each and every one of those states that sits as a member or a director of the bank is coming with its own obligations under human rights treaties, and to expose that and the contradictions that they exercise at the decision-making table. These are the things that we can do to focus on where the love has been lost and where we have deviated so far from the original humanity, including the organic relationship between people and the land. We have to relearn how to respect our organic relationship with nature. And if we can do that, we can make that argument using available technology and science, we can do that. But we also know that the norms that we need, not sufficient by themselves, but the norms that we need always come far later than we need them. And we're still all working on that as the last 50 years, and the next 50 years will certainly show.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so we have very short, because just a minute each, because we are coming close.
Yeah, I'll be very short. I think, yes, we need mechanisms, we need conventions, agreements, multilateral platforms and arenas. But one of the very basic truths that we've learned in the South is we've got to build power to make sure that all of that is enforced. These will just remain words. And we need to build that power from below, because if more superior arguments and evidence were enough, we would have won a long time ago. Because we've had these arguments, we've had the research, we've had the evidence, but they just won't listen. So we need to build that power. We need to build that power in the South. We need to build that power in the North so that we can change the system and demand all that is just and right, including reparations. So just to remind us, the last 50 years, we haven't gotten enough power yet, and we need to continue to build that power. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Liddy. Yeah, on the aid issue, I think we can all agree that aid is only a small part of the solution, and we need all the changes that we have been talking about in this panel. And of course, aid can do very different things. We, for example, we support civil society organizations in more than 65 countries to be able to gain power. That's important, and that will make change.
I don't know what to say, really. It's difficult to wrap up, but I think, I mean, there's this expression, don't let a good crisis go to waste, and we seem to use it in the social movements. And when the financial crisis broke out in 2008, some of us said, now they will listen. Now they will understand that the financial system was totally unsustainable with the crash that we had of the whole system. But a few years later down the line, the same sort of instruments that got us into this crisis re-emerged with new names. And we weren't as organized as we should have been. Now I'm talking we as a global social movement. We thought that now is the opportunity to change things. I'm being pessimistic now, but I think having seen that crisis and not getting a new agenda at the table, now we have all kinds of crises. We have a climate crisis, and then the war erupts in Ukraine, and suddenly governments are prepared to double the defense budgets and joined, in our case, NATO, the alliance. And so, I mean, some parts of the society are ready to don't let good crisis go to waste, but the solutions that we see are not the ones that we would like to see. And how do we change the system? Well, maybe you're right, build power, but we also have a time constraint. I mean, climate is happening now. We don't have another 50 years. We have a few months, a year, I don't know. So ending on a very pessimistic note, but then I'm always very optimistic when I see our partners around the world and the kind of work they do when they challenge power. So I think the opportunity lies in the people's movements. Anyway, thanks.
Exactly. This is, I think, the message from this great panel. I'm so glad that we succeeded to convene it, and I would like to thank all the panelists for coming here and sharing their wisdom and their commitment and their activism with us, and also with the audience. 2% development assistance. Well, this is a goal which has also been expressed by the Palme Center Secretary General and others. So maybe it's that type of issues that we need to raise together with engaging in the public discussion on global governance and the future of the United Nations now for the coming year. It's so central to have the broad, critical, engaged public opinion, and the non-governmental organizations will have to be engaged in this, and we have to work together to assure that this discussion becomes truly broad and democratic and give the voice to all democratic-minded organizations in the North and the South. Because it has been effective when the public has raised its voice. The 1.5-degree goal at the Paris conference would never have happened if it had not been for the strong activism by civil society in the most affected countries, in the small island states who told their governments, you must never give up on this, plus the activism we had in Paris. So what we did not expect to happen, happened. That 1.5% was registered there as a possibility. Now everybody realized that it is the necessity. So we shall not be disappointed by all the failures of the past, but try to rely on the achievements in order to see how we can intensify and maximize the efforts and the struggle. Can we agree on this? I think it's so. Thank you so much, and thank Göran for helping to moderate this session. Yeah. Okay, thank you so much. No, thank you.
technical issues, as often it works. Welcome to this session. We don't have much time, but we would like to introduce you a little bit to a topic called Environment of Peace. It's the same title as a report that SIPRI, the Stockholm International Peace Research Institute, has just launched last week. Now, we thought in this session, we are not going to walk you through this report. That's something to read and to also see online, but we'd rather like to have a conversation. And we are planning to have this in 3 parts. First, the first part will be a little bit of an introduction to the report, so you know what's in there. This will be done by Joachim Wawerka, who is the Deputy Director of SIPRI. Do it, and then I will try to screen a movie. We will see if that works. If not, I'm going to talk to you a little bit about it. And then, but in the second part, we want to really put something much more tangible and practical in forefront, to the spotlight. Here's Kyung-mi and Emily, who are 2 colleagues who have worked on the report and done a lot of study and research into issues of local communities' engagement into hydropower and what it means in terms of justice and peace. Both in terms, and that the focus will both be on Sweden and Sami people at one point, as well as Myanmar that Kyung-mi has focused on. Then the third part, I hope we have enough time and give it enough time. This is really meant as a dialogue and a discussion. We would like to, with you, discuss some of the aspects of it. But with that, I think I'll not take more time for an introduction, but give you the word, Joachim, to start talking us into I'll try to get the movie around. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jürgen. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much for joining us here in this session. The room isn't really packed, but we will, I think we have the people in this room are hopefully dedicated to the issues that we will discuss. And we also, I think this is being broadcast online as well. We really appreciate that you took time out to come. I'd like to start by saying perhaps that it's quite impressive to see the diversity of different organizations who are participating at this event, the People's Forum. And I know that there are sessions going on in parallel as well. So for SIPRI, as a research institute, being very close to what I understand is a lot of practitioners and civil society representatives is really an excellent opportunity for us that we're very much looking forward to having this opportunity to discuss these issues with you. And I think that it's important, of course, that all of us come together. The diversity that I referred to, I think, really is an expression of the fact that the environmental and climate crisis that we're facing is really something that affects us all and compels us all to pull together to try to turn this into the right direction. So we're very pleased about this. Now, the role that SIPRI plays in all this, SIPRI stands for the Stockholm International Peace Research Institute. And we are an independent institute that has existed since 1966. We're located in Solna, outside of the city center. And we have, for over 50 years, been a source of facts and information on issues related to international peace and security. So what we do, and the reason why SIPRI was set up back in the day, was in a context of at the height of the Cold War. The actual reason why SIPRI was set up at that time was to commemorate 150 years of unbroken peace in Sweden. But it was in an era when hard security issues, weapons of mass destructions, heavy armament, and everything related to that kind of hard security realm was very much at the forefront. So what SIPRI has done over the years is to do traditional work in this area by collecting data, providing analyses on military spending, arms transfers, nuclear forces, peace operations, and so on and so forth. However, over the years, we, I think, as an international community and also us at SIPRI, have grown to realize that we need to take a broad approach to international peace and security. You cannot only look at arms and armaments and take that as a starting point for how to understand challenges to international peace and security, but you need to take a broader view. And that's what has really brought us to start to focus on climate changes issues and the impact that climate change has on peace and security. So from our point of view now, we have to marry the two perspectives, the hard security issues and the sort of the broader elements of security, as there is only one security space, as we refer to. And that's what we'll come back to shortly when we present some of our findings in this report. So actually, our largest and fastest growing research program is focused on climate-related security risks. Much of the work that we do focuses on concrete advice, on conflict-sensitive adaptation, what measures can be taken to reduce the risks, and what can be done to promote a sustainable peace. So we work with governments, we work with international organizations such as the UN, the World Bank, and regional organizations, but also locally, trying to provide facts and analyses that can underpin decisions on how to tackle these issues that can alleviate the challenges that we face from climate change. And one of our main focuses lately has been, over the past few years, is to facilitate work at the United Nations to help the UN become better equipped to look at climate change as a driver of conflict in countries such as Somalia, Mali, Sudan, and other places in the world, because there's virtually nowhere in the world where climate change does not have an impact on peace and security. Perhaps we can come back to that a little bit later, but I think that for now, I will turn it back to Jürg, who will moderate our discussion today, but also to hopefully we can get the movie going on then, which deals with one of our flagship initiatives as of late, which you was referring to, the Environmental Peace Report. And then we'll have Kyung-Mi Kim and Emily Brooke talk about specific details, or not details, but specific features in this report. And from there, hopefully, as Jürg was saying, we'll be able to have a conversation about these challenges and what we can do together to address them. So this is very much in the spirit of contributing to the Stockholm Plus 50 conference. We timed our own report to coincide with this as a contribution, but I think it's also important to keep in mind that we need to look beyond this. And this is obviously a week here in Stockholm when we will focus on these issues, but we need to take sustainable action and going forward in order to grapple with these challenges. And I think that it's in that spirit that we've attempted to make a contribution. So with that, over to you, Jürg. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Joachim. Now comes the moment of truth. I have now shared the screen. Can we see the screen? It's a question to the technician. We don't see it here, but hello? Does it work with the sharing of the screen? I've shared the screen, which has the movie as well. It's the wrong screen. Give it 1 more minute, and then if it doesn't work, I will switch to talking, which isn't as pleasant as watching. You don't see that, and you don't see the movie. It did? Good. I will try again. Sorry? Yeah, we can do the movie at the end as well. It would have been the introduction to the topic. I can maybe quickly then, we'll try it at the end once more. I can quickly say what it is about. So environment of peace, the security in a new era of risk. Well, it basically focuses on the interlinkage of the two crises. On one hand, we have the environmental climate crisis, which is developing and getting worse and worse. On the other hand, we also have a darkening security horizon, as we all know, not only since the last war that is very close erupted, it was before. That also goes hand in hand with the deterioration a bit of also the multilateral sector, with governance in general. So there's these multiple different crises and issues that are happening at the same time. Now, they do not just happen in parallel to each other, but they reinforce each other, and that's the big issue. So the problem is environmental crisis leads to insecurity and pushes people into insecurity, and the other way around. Conflicts, international conflicts, this would be the one. National conflicts, conflicts also over resources, etc., have an impact also on environmental and climate issues, and they reinforce each other. In the report, we're talking about the confluence of these risks. We talk about emergent risks, risks that actually come out of the interplay of these two risks. For example, think of the Ukraine war at the moment, which has an impact on food security for people in somewhere else in the world. Really, because the war is impacting export, or actually stopping food export from Ukraine to India, for example, etc. So it's the togetherness, it's the interlinkage and interaction of these two spheres, environmental crisis and the security crisis, that leads to new types of risks and issues and challenges we have to deal with. I will not take too much of time just talking to you, but the report actually then sets out a couple of principles displayed and a couple of recommendations on how to go about this. For example, we really have to start to look at this entirely as together, this complex of risks. We have to think differently to be able to act actually differently. We have to take a new step or a new approach to security. Security is not about, or not only about, hard security in the old sense, as also Joachim mentioned in the earlier days. It has much more about human security, food security, water security, feeling secure or insecure, etc. So it's think fast, think ahead, and act now. That's another challenge. We have to keep the vision of security in the long term in mind, while really also starting to act. We cannot just plan ahead and not do a couple of these issues. I think rather than just go through all of this by talking about a report, I think it makes much more sense to actually change the focus and really start to talk about very concrete stuff. So Emily will start, I think, giving us one example, which is an illustration. It's also in the report and in the research that we did over the last 2 years, one sector, which is hydropower, how this interacts also with issues of local communities, of issues of security, conflict, potential risks, etc. Sorry, yeah. So with that, I'm stopping and giving you the floor to please give us some illustration.
Yeah, thank you so much, Jörg. So my name is Emily, and I work at CIPRI in the Climate Change and Risk Program, and I was also working on the Environment of Peace report. And I was looking specifically at the part where we look at a just and peaceful transition, so navigating the conflict dimensions of the mitigation imperative. I think we all know that climate change requires us to make efforts at a historically dramatic level. We need to make a dramatic transformation to reach our targets. Mitigation, which is a human intervention to reduce the sources of greenhouse gases, can include activities to transition off of fossil fuels towards renewable energy sources. In EP, the report, we look at different mitigation sources, such as solar, wind, nuclear, bioenergy, and hydropower. So I looked at hydropower, navigating the conflict dimensions of hydropower. So Maybe you already know, but hydropower is the largest source of low-carbon electricity in the world today. And the International Energy Agency says that in order for us to reach our target of keeping temperatures below 1.5 degrees Celsius, existing hydro capacity today will need to be doubled in the next decades. Although hydropower can provide benefits such as mitigation, it can help prevent floods and droughts, it can increase household drinking water availability, there's also a lot of negative things that can come from it, negative unintended backdraft effects. So hydropower commonly means that entire communities living along river locations can be displaced, their lives can be upended, sediment transports in a river can be disrupted, so can fish migrations, and as a result, a lot of social protests can come about in response to these negative effects. Globally, almost half of total untapped hydropower potential has not been developed yet, and 60% of this untapped potential is in the global south. So as we start to ramp up towards hydropower developments, a lot of it will take place in such countries, and it will become a backbone for electricity. But if we don't address these negative effects that I just mentioned, they will just continue. Injustices will just continue to increase as we ramp up renewable energy sources. So there's a few negative externalities that come from hydropower. One that I want to talk about a bit more is displacement. So when a hydropower dam is constructed or the reservoirs submerge lands, entire locations need to be displaced as a result. Today, around 80 million people have been displaced due to hydropower projects. And often they are not paid, they're paid undervalued prices for their losses, or they're not paid anything at all. Often local communities are also excluded from the benefits of hydropower. So they lose a lot, but they don't receive the benefits of the electricity that is produced. So that's one of the growing issues with hydropower. Another one is that hydropower dams can disrupt fisheries and food security, especially in downstream locations. So on a river below where the dam is built, a dam can alter the natural river flow, and this disrupts fish migrations, their production cycles, and it can also destabilize life patterns and food security for communities. So for example, in the Mekong River Basin, which is one of the largest inland fisheries in the world, 78 dams are being constructed and are disrupting important fish migrations. Because the basin is home to 65 million people, 2/3 of them who depend on these fisheries for their diet, these dams are having a huge impact on their food security. As a result of all these backdraft effects, social mobilization against dams have been ongoing since the 1950s. A study conducted in 2020 found that hydropower was the low-carbon electricity source that produced the highest amounts of conflicts over social and environmental damages. Cases of repression and violence against environmental activists were also especially high in cases revolving hydropower. Sometimes these social protests can lead to dams being decommissioned or removed altogether when that's the decision that is taken. And one notable example is the Klamath River of California. The decision to remove 4 destructive dams is one of the largest river restoration programs ever to take place. And this culminated actually after decades of indigenous people standing up, environmental groups standing up against these dams and pushing against it. And in the end, this became one of the biggest restorations, and now the Klamath River is free-flowing and restored again. So a lot can be done. But I wanted to talk about an example that's a little bit more maybe close to home here, the Arctic and the Sami people. So maybe we already know, but 45% of Sweden's electricity comes from hydropower. But a less known fact is that 80% of this hydropower is generated in Sapmi, which are traditional Sami lands. And this expansion of hydropower occurred in the first half of the 20th century largely, but with little say or input from the Sami people. The Sami, perhaps everyone knows, are semi-nomadic reindeer herders who are the EU's only remaining indigenous people. And the dilemma here is that on the one hand, green campaigners advocate for green industry, renewable energy sources, But then there are those that fear that a drive towards these renewable energy sources will come at the expense of the Arctic environment, but also the lives of traditional Sami people. So Sweden is trying to become one of the global climate leaders. But as a result, it would, if we go and try to protect Sami people, it would also mean mobilizing against extractive sources, which can be hydropower at times. So hydropower, I think, in the Arctic in Sweden, it has caused damage to reindeer husbandry and migration routes of the reindeer. It has also drenched reindeer pastures, disrupted Sami land use, and has led to a loss of culturally important Sami sites and the destruction of fisheries. So there's a lot of negative effects that are coming about. And one notable example, perhaps you've heard of it, happened in Norway. It's the Alta hydropower station and the Alta controversy, which happened at the end of the 1970s and early 1980s. So in 1970, Norway announced the plan to build a large dam in the Alta River in North Norway. And this was a plan to increase energy security for the country. But as a result of this dam, one of the unintended effects would be that the wild salmon fishing that the Sami depended on would be disrupted, and so would their reindeer herding. So because of these unintended effects, and also because the Sami village would have been completely displaced, the Sami people led protests for more than a decade against this dam. And they were joined by environmental groups from around a dozen countries around the world. And after decades of protests, eventually a court ruling broke the deadlock and ruled in favor of the dam. So the unintended effects on the environment and populations did occur, but it created a political space for the Sami people to be heard. So the Sami people pushed back and created some space to be heard, and the effects on their salmon fishing were not as dire as they had feared at first. The big thing that happened out of all this was also the Finnmark Act in 2005. The Finnmark Act was a big milestone, which recognized that the population of Finnmark, which is one of the homelands of the Sami people, so the local population would have more rights over how the country's property would be used. And also a result of this big controversy that many studies were published, emphasizing the need for environmental and social impact assessments to be conducted at every stage of mega dams built in the north. So this Alta controversy is one of the prime examples of indigenous people standing up against hydropower dams, and in the result, trying to make it a more just and peaceful transition. So the dam was built, but it gave more space to the Sami people eventually to be heard. So in the EP report, in my section on hydro, I offered 5 recommendations for how to make it more just in this transition, hydropower, because hydropower will be needed in our transition towards renewable energy, or maybe not. I guess that's something we can discuss. But we must not forget the unintended negative effects that can come from it. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Emily. I think it's a good illustration on really exactly, as you mentioned, the transition. We all know we have to make the big transition. We have to move to clean energy. We have to do. We have to move to less consumption, better way of dealing with resources, etc. But we also know there is potential, what we call backdraft. There is potential downside. There's unintended effects. Some of them can be foreseen. Some of them cannot. So we also have to change the way how we approach doing these things and going into the transition. We know that we don't know everything. So we have to start acting, but be careful, monitor, be aware that things can go into the wrong direction, but then be able and flexible enough to still think through and to change the course of action as well, to avoid, as we have seen in the past so many times, just stubborn going through and then realizing, oh well, it didn't work out. But I would like to give the floor now to you, Kyung-mi, also talking a bit about Myanmar and some of the aspects there that we looked into.
Yes, thank you, Jörg, and thanks for inviting us to speak about these important issues related to environment and peace and security today. I think this, yes, I'm one of the contributing authors for the Environmental Peace Report. My name is Kyung-mi Kim. I'm a researcher at the CIPRI's Climate Change and Risk Program. So my primary contribution to the report was writing 2 case studies about Myanmar, one on hydropower and risks at the hydropower and conflict, rather, and another case study on hydropower and conservation. So I would like to briefly touch upon some of the key findings, and also I would like to address some of the more of a, the solution-oriented insights that I came up, which also is part of the EP's recommendations. So yeah, I think Emily just illustrated this this kind of problem that we often associate with the global south to the north, right? So it actually has happened. Everything that's the terrible things happening in Myanmar related to hydropower and forest management and indigenous people, it also has happened in Sweden, places like Canada. So I think it's not only limited to the global south. I think that was a really good reminder that you have presented, Emily. So I think it's great. But so I will take you to a country that's best known for its pro-democracy struggle and also civil wars, a very protracted civil war, and also this genocidal violence against its minorities for decades. So that's the country of Myanmar in Southeast Asia. So the country has been affected by political instability, dictatorship, and violence since its independence. And Myanmar's environment has been also a victim and a casualty in this history. So one of my case studies focuses on how hydropower is linked to conflict in Myanmar. So Myanmar currently has over 100 hydropower projects in pipeline. So this is one of the frontier markets for the hydropower developers. So they want to go in. There was a rush of investors into Myanmar in 2011 when the country opened up for democratic transition. And also that there was a peace process, so a lot of these dam sites became available for development for the dam companies. So currently, the country has about 40% of its electricity supply comes from hydropower, so it's one of the major sources of electricity. And the experts say that, the Myanmar's geography is very, very suitable for hydropower. But the problem is that most of these dam sites are located in conflict area where there are people who have already been displaced several times in their lifetime from violent conflict. So then these dams, if they proceed, they will actually end up displacing more people and communities who are already been affected by violent conflict. But not only that, the dynamics around the communities and the dams, but also that these dams affect the conflict dynamics between the ethnic armed groups, the rebel groups, and the state. So their civil war conflict has also been affected by hydropower development plans. So some of these dams are located in a conflict area, and we already have seen the clashes and these dams being negotiated in the peace agreement that's now been halted. So hydropower in Myanmar is seen as a source of conflict by many of the civil society activists. And I vividly remember this moment. In 2014, there was a conference on sustainable hydropower organized by the International Hydropower Association. And a lot of the indigenous activists who came to the conference, they just rejected the term sustainable hydropower. Hydropower in Myanmar cannot be sustainable. It was just simply their opinion. So there was a lot of pushback against hydropower, although this was already an important source of the electricity in the country. But there were some examples that I found that actually there were this pico hydropower or micro hydropower. So that's using the natural systems for energy generation. so these systems are often managed and invested by local communities. So they pay $10 each household to buy turbines, and then they can actually maintain and operate these energy systems locally. So this is a kind of a sustainable alternative to these large dams, because the electricity that's going to be generated from these dams will go to neighboring countries, not to the local population. So another case that I will briefly speak about is the conservation. So Jörg actually is here, is also a conservation expert, so he could perhaps also take some questions if you have some more questions related to this. But yeah, so Myanmar also has a lot of biodiversity-rich areas, and some of these areas are designated as protected areas, like in other places. So this, but some of the areas that's been fended off by the government, they're been accused by the local communities of being a land grab, because actually the no conservation activities in meaningful scale is happening in these protected areas. Rather, there are some companies moving in to do the logging, farming, etc. But after the democratic transition started, some of the local civil society was really empowered, and they started to organize their own conservation activities. So one of the primary examples that I found is the Salween Peace Park. It's located in the southeastern part of Myanmar. It's organized by local organizations working on the environment, local communities, and also one of the largest and oldest rebel groups, the Karen National Union. So it's a tripartite cooperation between these three groups to conserve biodiversity and also provide benefits to the local population. So yeah, so this peace park has been recognized as a major effort by indigenous communities to contributing to both environmental protection, but also the development by the UNDP's Equator Prize. So they won this prize in 2019. So yeah, so it's been established, and also the communities are keep trying to continue this effort. So this also includes the effort to codify some of the local knowledge into a written form of rules and governance. And this is quite unique because these communities primarily depend on oral tradition. So they didn't really have these rules written down. So the codifying these rules into a governance principles has been very meaningful effort. So in sum, I just want to say that so the local communities in Myanmar, they really hold the key to the green and just transition, and really this grassroots powers and the education at the local level, this informal education is the key for these communities to be able to actually do meaningful work to protect the environment and their communities, which is also one of the recommendations given by as a conclusion of this report. So I just want to end here. Yeah.
Thank you very much. And yes, indeed, it's actually one of the big conclusions and recommendations. In other words, by everyone, for everyone, and we call it the efficiency of inclusivity. It's not just a moral thing to be inclusive and have meaningful participation of the people that are affected by things that we do and that we intend to do, but it also makes just a lot more sense and leads to better solutions. Now the time is running, but I think we have time for one or two questions from you, if there is one. I don't know how it works with the microphone. You probably need to come here, and maybe that's the easiest. It's a bit of a divide between the presenters and the audience here.
Thank you very much, Rolf Lindahl from Greenpeace. Thank you for an important report on a very important topic. And indeed, there is a great risk of the transition, and we all need to do what we can to minimize those risks. And we should not compromise with the environment when going for our objectives of securing climate and etc. So I think the primary thing is to kind of reduce demand and achieve a system change rather than replacing, for example, now we're talking about replacing Russian fossil fuels with other sources. That's not the way we should go. We should not just replace one source of energy with another. We rather should kind of rethink how we build our societies. But I just want to touch upon another thing related to this. I think the cost of inaction is perhaps the largest costs here. So we need to transform society away from fossil fuels, large scale energy production sources like nuclear, like fossil fuels, which is part of the dominance and control society that we have today. So we need to go away from that. So I wonder, have you ever thought about the transition towards renewable, low scale, democratic renewable energy, rather than hydropower, energy, etc.? How could that be an important component of achieving peace?
If you would like to, yeah.
Yeah, I think that's a really important point, and I think one of the main messages that we try to convey is that this development, climate adaptation, and peace building, they're not actually very separate things on the ground. So when you think about this low carbon transition, this green transition, we must act. But then it doesn't also mean that they have, so some communities or some countries should stop developing, right? So we want them to still develop, but it has to be the right way. So I think that's also some of the key things that we emphasize in the report, that these solutions are not siloed; they should be connected. So I think there's low carbon renewable energy solutions. I think this is very core at the problem and also the solution. And I think I think this demand management is very important, especially in the context of global south, because people haven't actually bought all their electric devices yet. But I think there's local level management and so try to maintain this demand into the certain level, to think about the sustainable way of living. I think it's at the core. I think that's also where we go back to this education for the future generation and also for communities. It's again very important.
Thank you. And I'm afraid we're out of time, but just to say, I mean, the report is not having the solution and it's not giving the recipe, because there isn't. We have to acknowledge it's a dilemma that we're in. We have to really think ahead, anticipate what could happen in the past, in the future, but not take this as an excuse as well not to start acting. But we have to start acting with caution and be careful, start to try things as well. Longer reports that will still come out, the academic one in the fall, we call it also not learning by doing, but doing whilst learning. So we have to do both. Or here in the recommendations, it would be the think fast, think ahead, act now, as I said already. It's one of the recommendations. Now we're out of time, unfortunately. Can we still screen the film in the break, if it works? If not, there's a solution to that as well. We always have solutions, or at least an approach. We have small cards with QR codes where you can actually, this would have been the one, exactly. We also would have the principles here, but we can also quickly, do we have 2.5 minutes for the film? No. Yeah, and try to get online as well. Good, but I'll give you these. There's a QR code where the website is, where you find also the report and everything that is here, and you can see the movie. It's worth it to see and get an overview. Thank you very much for the interest and for coming. Sorry for the technical problems once more. Thank you very much.
a link, it's a small bit.ly link to the system. It's called a pigeonhole system, where you can put your questions, which we will try to get to at the end. In fact, let me just say, are you waving to me? There's some mysterious waving going on. My microphone says low battery. How's that? Whoa! I certainly can start over. I can walk and chew gum at the same time. So welcome. Thank you all for being here. We have a fantastic panel today. For those of you online, hello out there. Please feel free to add questions to the chat room, which apparently is called Pigeonhole for this session. And there's a link, a small bit.ly link, where you can add your questions. So in fact, let me briefly describe the structure of this afternoon's session. We have 4 fabulous panelists, and we will hear from each of them in turn, and then we will have some time for interactivity here amongst the panelists, and then Q&A. I should say up front that I apologize if I abruptly interrupt our speakers, but I am committed to keeping us on time, so I will try to do that as gently as possible. But so welcome, and let me just say a few words of introduction here as we think about the combined terrible forces of militarism and fossil fuels and patriarchy. I'm Joni Seeger. I'm a feminist geographer, and I'm thrilled to be here. I'm part of the Fossil Fuel Non-Proliferation Treaty team. I've been working on issues of climate change and fossil fuel extraction for a number of years. And I'd just like to set the context before I introduce our panelists by saying that most of us here, I'm sure, understand the kind of ecological saying that everything is so connected. So when you tug on one thread or you pull out one thread, it's connected to the entire ecological system. Similarly, as we think of solutions, there's no singular direct path to a new, just ecological order. We have to bring our integrated intellectual and social capital and sensibility to the understanding that it's not just capitalism, it's not just militarism, it's not just patriarchy, it's kind of this Gordian knot of all of those things tied together, and the those interests in power systems that shape the terrible destruction that we are witnessing all around us. And we need all of the tools in our toolkit, all approaches and experiences to move toward a just transition. Fortunately, we have tremendous intellectual and social forces on our side. Let me not take any more time. Let me introduce the speakers. It will be in this order. We changed the order a little bit, but I think everyone's good with it. We will start off with Edwige Mezamuri, who's the president of WILF, the Women's International League of Peace and Freedom, which I'm sure you all are familiar with. And in fact, many of you are members of WILF. And if you're not, why not? Let me just say. Edwige is the president of WILF Zimbabwe, and she writes that she is on a mission to transform communities away from socially constructed systems that contribute to the exclusion of marginalized and vulnerable groups from the development process. She's a development practitioner with an interest in gender, rural livelihoods, and militarism, and Edwige has contributed greatly in the advocacy and lobbying the Zimbabwean government to nationalize disarmament programs and to carry out programs on the awareness campaigns on the impact of weapons. We will then hear from Diana Salzada, who is here to the right of Edwig, who is a political scientist from the National University of Colombia, with several degrees in gender and human rights from universities in Spain. For 16 years, she's worked with a number of non-governmental organizations, and she wants to be clear. She identifies herself clearly as an anti-militarist feminist. She's very committed to bringing feminist perspectives and anti-militarist perspectives into state processes that guarantee women's rights, the inclusion of gender, and intersectional perspectives in public policies. Additionally, she's a spokesperson for WILF International in many advocacy spaces. Thirdly, we will hear online from Sylvie Ngomo, who is the founder of WILF Cameroon. And Sylvie will, well, I'll just say very briefly, the reason that Sylvie is online is that she, and I believe many other participants, international and particularly African participants, had terrible problems with the government getting visas, and Sylvie was not able to get a visa to be with us. So she will make observations on that later. She's a peace leader and an Africa regional representative of the Women's International League for Peace and Freedom and president of its Cameroon section. And last up of our panelists is Lena Hartstrom, here to my immediate right, who's worked for feminist peace within WILF for 10 years, including 5 years on WILF's international board, and was president of WILF Sweden before starting her position, which she currently holds as policy and advocacy director, working for disarmament, anti-militarism, gender equality, and environmental justice. Just a few things in your portfolio. So I'm going to start it off with a question that I'd like to pose in turn, one question to each of our panelists, and just kind of an opening grand question about, starting with you, Edwig. How do you see the links between militarism, environment, and patriarchy playing out in Zimbabwe? In 10 minutes, if you don't mind.
Okay, thank you. A very good afternoon to you, everyone. So in my presentation, I'm going to be focusing on the linkages that are there between climate change, rural livelihoods, particularly focusing on the shift from rain-fed agriculture to artisanal mining. By the way, I come from Zimbabwe, the Midlands province, where mining is the main source of livelihood. So you realize in the province that I come from, most people are moving from the rural areas into mining areas because of the failure of agriculture as a result of perennial droughts. So in my presentation, I'm going to look at how sustainable is artisanal mining, especially to women, and the aspect of artisanal mining. Is it safe to the environment, and how it is contributing to militarism? So answering the question, is it sustainable to women? Artisanal mining is not sustainable to most women because it is a highly militarized sector. Firstly, from the local level and at national level, because it is a highly securitarized area. So because of our gender, it is very difficult for us to compete equally with men in militarized environments. And you realize that small boys as early as 10 years are being groomed into an atmosphere of violence, and they believe that violence can be used to defend their livelihoods. So for you to be able to gain access into these mining areas, they're supposed to be militarized. And for you to be able to defend yourself being there, you're supposed to be also militarized. So that's a challenge for women. And we carried out a research when we were looking at the roles that women that are found on mining sites, what exactly will they be doing? And we realized that they are gendered assigned roles. You see women vending, you see women cooking for the miners, you see young girls selling different wares to miners. And this is exposing women and girls to a lot of violence. And most of these cases are going unreported. because they are also afraid about the armed miners. So that's a challenge for women and girls. And not only for women and girls, but men and boys are also affected. It's not that every man that you find on the mining site is militarized or is violent. Some of the men, they are also victims of the violence that is taking place there. And the use of arms is very rampant in this sector. So that's really a challenge. And then with the coming of COVID-19, most of the young people were not going to school. Most public schools were closed, and there was no online learning taking place. So you would find very young girls, young boys on these mining sites. So that's a challenge because their access to education is being affected. They are not getting educated. And after the schools opened, most of the young children are no longer going to school. They are actually enjoying what is happening in their activities in the mining sites. And then we have got cases of early child marriages. We've got cases of sexual violence. And during our research, we discovered that there are about 106 murder cases that were reported in these communities. These are the murder cases that were reported. What about the murder cases that were not reported? So I think you can have an appreciation of how this sector is highly militarized. That's at local level. And then looking at the global level now, how is climate change and militarism linked? You realize that most countries in the global south are busy making arms. And the production of arms is also contributing immensely to climate change. And then here we are talking about marginalized communities bearing the brunt of militarism. So I think it is important that we shift from focusing on capitalism, we shift our focus from militarism to ensure that we start finding solutions that are also suitable for local communities, because the effects of militarism are affecting grassroots communities and are affecting women, are affecting boys, and are affecting men. So that's how I can talk about climate change, militarism, given to our local context in Zimbabwe. Thank you.
Brilliant, thank you, and well under time, so that will leave us more time for conversation.
Yeah.
I'm very pleased now to ask Diana the same question about the links between militarism, environment, and patriarchy in your particular context, Colombia. And I just say, so that everyone's aware, we will be having sequential translation. So also in my timekeeping function, I will allow a bit more time for that. Actually, it has given us more time. So
thank you so much. Yeah. Ahora? Yeah. Thank you so much for invitation in this panel. I speak Spanish because it's more easy for mine and translate my ideas this moment. Thank you, Claudia, for traduction. Bueno, ¿por qué el militarismo es uno de los principales obstáculos para el cambio climático? Y tal vez porque es lo más importante a tener en cuenta para pensarnos la seguridad de las comunidades de otra manera. En Colombia, que no es un secreto para nadie, tenemos uno de los países con un conflicto armado que aún no cesa y que ha sido históricamente reconocido por muchas sociedades como uno de los más largos de América Latina, que nos deja a esta altura, 5 años después de firmado el acuerdo de paz, con un 3.4% del PIB utilizado para el gasto militar. Sigue siendo la militarización la prioridad de las agendas políticas y de los gobiernos, y sigue siendo también un reto para la sociedad colombiana mantener un acuerdo de paz en medio de una estructura de militarización, no solamente por los grupos armados ilegales, sino también por la fuerte estructura de los sistemas estatales. ¿Está mejor?
Okay. Okay. So, why is the militarism an obstacle when it comes to talking about reversing climate change and to think about security of the communities in a different manner? Diana starts by saying that we need to remember that Colombia has been in an armed conflict that has not stopped, and it has been called one of the longest in the world. And just to give an example, she mentions that currently 3.4% of the internal gross product is going into military expenses, and that it is still a high priority for the political agenda, militarism. And it is also a challenge for society, not only because it's a priority for the political agenda, but also because of the existence of illegal armed groups and because of the structures of society and politics.
El aumento de la violencia contra las mujeres en el marco de esta militarización, incluso después de haber firmado el acuerdo de paz, demuestra lo que ha pasado en otros países tras la firma de los acuerdos, y es el incremento de las amenazas y los asesinatos a líderes y lideresas sociales defensoras, en particular de la tierra y el territorio. Eso, sumado a las economías ilegales con las que tenemos que convivir permanentemente en los territorios, ha incrementado la bandera política de la necesidad de militarizar los territorios en Colombia con más fuerzas armadas y más armas circulantes para garantizar la seguridad de los y las ciudadanas. Eso ha posibilitado que se agraven fenómenos no solamente que afectan a la naturaleza y el medio ambiente, sino que también impactan a las mujeres de manera particular a través de la esclavitud sexual, la prostitución forzada, los embarazos sexuales en adolescentes y de manera muy importante en el último tiempo en el tráfico de personas en alianza con estas economías ilegales.
After the peace agreement, violence against women has been kept, or it is still there, and it even has increased, which is very worrisome. And we have also seen an increase of the attack against social leaders that are defending territories, environment, the implementation of the peace agreement. It also goes into a threat to the territories and a militarization. The fact that there is violence in the territories currently is being used as an excuse to militarize the territories as well. And that is having an impact on the environment and a specific impact on the life of women. The life of women is being affected because of different reasons. One, of course, violence, including sexual violence, human trafficking, sexual slavery, and also their sexual and reproductive health and rights are being affected.
Colombia tiene una larga historia de extractivismo y militarización que nos ha llevado no solamente a tener el conflicto armado con el cual vivimos, sino también una historia de conflictividad y desigualdades estructurales que han sumado a los múltiples sistemas de opresión con los que vivimos en Colombia. Esto, por supuesto, ha impedido el desarrollo y la sostenibilidad de la vida de los pueblos originarios y ancestrales y ha promovido la militarización de sus territorios y la imposibilidad de mantener prácticas ancestrales asociadas, entre otras, a la economía circular y a la posibilidad de la autosostenibilidad de los pueblos. El mayor problema ambiental en este momento está asociado al fracking, cuya bandera ha sido utilizada por los gobiernos neoliberales que han estado en los últimos años en Colombia, llevando a que en este momento tengamos más de 14 contratos de explotación y producción de gas, metano, químicos radioactivos e hidrocarburos que producen efectos cancerígenos en la vida de las mujeres y de las comunidades. En particular de las mujeres, porque la contaminación por este tipo de productos, de químicos que salen de este fracking, ha afectado las fuentes hídricas fundamentales para la reproducción de la vida campesina y rural, en donde las mujeres son las que principalmente deben ir a recoger el agua con largas distancias, deben cubrir las necesidades de sus familias y se ven afectadas e impactadas de manera diferente por este tipo de contaminaciones de agua y contaminaciones de aire.
The history of Colombia In the history of Colombia, the connection between extractivism and militarization has been very strong. And this has then also had an impact on the increase of inequality and oppression systems, including those oppression systems that affect rural communities. And among rural communities, especially indigenous communities. Communities that then are not able to continue with their traditional ways of life, including circular economy that they have been living with, and other ancestral practices. Besides this, one of the main challenges currently in Colombia is fracking. Currently, there are over 14 contracts for fracking exploitation, and this is causing immense effects on the communities and especially on women, as the water sources are being polluted, and it is women in the rural areas who are the main responsibles to fetch water for their life and for their families, and they are directly getting affected by the pollution in the water.
El militarismo entonces es no solamente una necesaria reflexión que debemos hacer, pensando también en que la huella de carbono de la producción del armamento y la cadena de uso y desecho de armas y municiones está afectando de manera importante la vida natural de los territorios. El presupuesto del sector de defensa en Colombia es de los más altos del presupuesto nacional en correlación con los presupuestos para los programas sociales. Y Colombia está entre los 11 países con mayor riesgo y menos capacidad de adaptación al cambio climático, siendo que la tercera parte de nuestro territorio nacional está en riesgo por los altos índices de deforestación. Eso, sumado a los impactos del conflicto armado y de la guerra, que han afectado no solamente a las personas, sino también los recursos naturales, con la pérdida de especies de fauna, las erosiones, la deforestación, las destrucciones, las contaminaciones hídricas, han llevado a que las comunidades se movilicen para garantizar, por ejemplo, que el río Magdalena y el río Atrato hoy sean sujetos de derechos. La tercera parte.
It is a necessary reflection, not only because of the environmental footprint of the production of weapons, but also because in Colombia, the budget that is aimed for weapons is much higher than the social budget. And Colombia is among the 11 countries in highest risk because of the climate change. 1/3 of Colombia's territory, forests are in threat. And the war has had important effects on humans and also on the ecosystems because of the pollution, because of the destruction of the forest, because of different effects the war itself has had on the ecosystems, to the point that communities have been mobilizing to assure that both the Magdalena and the Atrato River are now recognized as subjects of rights by themselves.
Oh, thank you very much. I was waiting for the next, and I should say I'd like to especially thank Claudia Arenas for being here today and being kind to offer translation services. It's very, very good, and I know we will call on you again as we move through the next phases of the panel. I'd just like to say before we move on to our next speaker, that I'm already picking up threads with only 2 speakers. I'm already picking up threads of commonality and continuity in terms of the violence against women, the production of weaponry, the long-standing kind of never-ending violence and warfare. So we'll come back to talk about all of those things when we have a chance toward the end. And again, I thank you that well within your time limit. So we're going to have lots of time for a conversation. I hope that you all in the audience are going to join us in that. So now we have, I believe, out there in the ether, Sylvie, are you there? I'm not sure who's doing the technical wizardry.
Can you see me and hear me?
Can you hear us?
Yes, but can you hear me too?
Hello, hello, yay.
Yes,
Sylvie, I don't know. Sylvie, let me just say, I don't know if you heard the opening questions, but I'm asking each of the panelists in turn to talk about the connections between militarism, environment, and patriarchy. And I know you have a lot to say on that because I've heard you on a couple of occasions. So I'd like you to talk about what you see as the links between militarism, environment, and patriarchy in Cameroon. And I know also you'd like to make an explanation of why it is you're not here in the room with us. So please welcome, Sylvie.
Thank you so much for giving me the floor, and greetings from Cameroon to all the panelists and to all the participants. I want to start by saying that when I look at the question that you have asked me, the question pushes me to also ask a few questions from my side that anyone can answer. My questions are related to my absence physically in Sweden because of a visa issue. So I want to ask this question. In time of pandemic, how do you feel when you are asked to leave your country and go to a different country to get a visa before going to a conference? I think this is not acceptable in time of pandemic and in time of climate crisis. I also want to ask, what about the Swedish human rights, peace policies, very progressive policies, and most importantly, the feminist foreign policy. These are very important tools to enable the participation of women. But at the same time, I could not come to Sweden because of a visa. So I want to just say that what happened next? Is it good that all the time the voices of the women from the global south are missing most of the time? What happened next when Sylvie or another person wants to travel to Sweden? So I wanted to raise this question before I answer the question that my colleagues have already started giving some input into. So when I look at the context of Cameroon, I want to say that can you hear me? Can you hear me? Yeah, okay.
Yes, we
can. I was
can.
saying that in Cameroon, okay, we live in a patriarchal society where social constructions are based on power relationships. The idea is that the power, the social control, the material wealth, and the social construction status are predominantly male rather than female. So the masculinity, the patriarchy imposes some division, some rigid division of male and female roles. And masculinity comes with strength, with power, with aggression and superiority. So that's why this male-dominated power goes hand in hand with militarized masculinity, with the use of force, of weapon being a right granted to powerful men to dominate and enforce their will. I want to give two examples from the Cameroonian context for you to understand how this dynamic play out. When you want to give a toy to a young boy in Cameroon, he would like to have a gun toy because for him, the gun toy give him power. He is powerful holding a gun. So from a childhood, if child feels that holding a gun makes him superior, makes him very, very powerful. That is why you see many boys wanting to join the military or the defense because they feel that this gives them extra power. And some men in Cameroon, in some positions, the chief, the leaders, some administrative authorities, this position also give them the possibility of walking around with bodyguards heavily armed. And this is a sign of power still power. So that's why you see some sectors being male-dominated, like the defense and the fossil fuel. I want to make the transition by taking the example of the fossil fuel domain. This domain is also linked to this patriarchy because it is a male-dominated domain, the fossil fuel domain. And because of the fossil fuel extraction, for example, there is direct impact on the crisis in general, the current crisis in Cameroon, with the proliferation of weapons, with the use of weapons, with militarization, of course, with greater impact of women, displacement, gender-based violence, and so on. But also, there is a link with the environment, because most of the time, in the community where these companies go, they will tend to displace the population. When they want to extract the oil from a community, they displace the population from the community. And the affected population is therefore facing forced displacement and poverty, of course, because they have lost their means of subsistence. So we can see that there is a link between environment, pollution, destruction, and fossil fuel. And the fossil fuel are also the cause of the militarization. To say that the bad thing is that the impact is directly seen on the women. The women really pay the highest price because of displacement, lack of access to food, water, and health services, loss of financial autonomy, forced prostitution, and so on and so forth. So it's very important that we have this discussion because, and make sure that the feminist perspective are really taken into account, because the women are paying the highest price as a result of this game played between patriarchy, militarism, and environment. The environment is being destroyed on a daily basis as a result of the patriarchy, as a result of the fact that the power lies in the hand of men, as a result of the fact that most of the sectors are male-dominated. And this, including, for example, the fossil fuel, is having a terrible impact on the community with the displacement, the destruction, and so on. And at the end of the day, women are paying the highest price out of it. We want to stop now and be ready to give more comments.
Great, thank you. Thank you very much, Sylvie. We will come back to you, so stay with us if you can. So Lena, I was going to ask you, and I am asking you the question I asked the others about links between militarism, environment, and patriarchy, particularly in Sweden, which at this moment seems to be hurtling into a new militarized phase by the second. But I also would just say that Sylvie has put to you a very particular set of queries around the feminist foreign policy, the much heralded feminist foreign policy of Sweden and how it holds up under these circumstances. So, I mean, you don't have to be responsible for the entire Swedish government, but if you could talk to this same question, but from the Swedish perspective.
Absolutely. Thank you, Joni. Thank you, everyone. I've been picking up so many new threads as well, but I can't barely remember what I was going to say. And like you were mentioning in the beginning, everything is so connected and intertwined and dependent on each other. So there's not really a clear place to start. But since we're here due to the conference that's happening at Stockholm's Mässan, the Stockholm Plus 50 conference, I figured we could start a bit with this duplicity that Sweden is working with. Because on the one hand, we have a government that hosts a huge global environment ambition-raising conference thing. And on the other hand, Sweden's decided to join NATO, a military alliance that is driving climate change rapidly. And I haven't really seen climate as a part of the NATO debate, apart from when peace organizations have tried to raise this issue. And then, like Sylvie said, and if I have any structure, I'll try to loop back to that. The practices around Stockholm Plus 50 and inclusion and who gets a voice, they haven't been great, so to speak. We've been spending so much time emailing, calling, being on hold, trying to find a way for Sylvie to get here. And this is something I'll also maybe look back to, the feminist political economy. Who does work, who benefits, looking at resources, who has them, who gets to use them. And we need to look at this from all kinds of perspectives. But I really wanted to start with one of the most important things that we need to talk about, which is, of course, the Swedish militarization and what's happening right here and what the Swedish government's doing right now. So a lot of the climate conferences are about climate reporting. It's quite dull, but it's still not happening. In the Paris Agreement, in the Kyoto Agreement, states decided they should not report military emissions. That's a defense secret. Then in the Paris Agreement, they decided it's voluntary. And Sweden does not do this. Sweden's really poor and doing a really bad job at reporting emissions from the military. So we don't know how much the Swedish defense forces emit. We also don't really know what other harm they're doing to the environment. But, you know, we have jets and we have huge ships and we have heavy transportations. It's clear that it's a lot, but we don't know how much. So that's one of the things that Sweden's not doing. What Sweden is doing is, of course, increasing military expenditure a lot. Anyone who's been following the Swedish debate has been hearing the defense minister boasting about an 80% increase in military expenditure in Sweden over the past few years. And this was before the increases that they announced this spring and in relation to the NATO application and Russia's invasion of Ukraine. So this has been going on for a while, and it's just, the sums are, I don't even know if I can pronounce them. They're too large. Then, of course, we have another thing that Sweden's doing is exporting arms. The numbers were released not too long ago for the Swedish arms exports for the last year, and it's increased by about 20%, the revenue from that. And it's increased, the Swedish arms export has increased over the past at least 7 years, I think, as has the world's military expenditure at a total. It even hit a new high on the second year of the COVID pandemic. So this is a global trend that Sweden is very active in fueling, and Sweden is expecting arms exports to rise also in the coming years. And I'm also speculating now that a NATO membership would allow for new exciting partners to pour arms into. And I hope you could hear the sarcasm in my voice there, but just to be explicit, there's nothing exciting about this. It's extremely destructive, and I think that's one of the things we could hear. You know, Sweden's exporting arms or fighter jets to Colombia coming out of conflict. For example, not Zimbabwe right now. This, yes, emissions and costs. Like I said, they're not reporting the environmental impacts, emissions and production cost of the military. Some EU states are doing this, and there's been calculations that state that, well, they estimate that the EU reports about half of its direct military emissions as such. But then, you know, you can put transportation into some other category, and you can put maybe food or something into another category. And so it's hard to calculate. But the other thing is that it doesn't calculate production costs. And this is a very heavy industry. It takes a lot of energy to produce and transport military equipment. And estimates calculate this to be about double the direct emissions. So we have a huge invisible emissions that we're not really seeing. We can just assume that they're there and that they're fueling climate change while fueling wars at the same time. So another thing happening in Sweden is, of course, mining. To make kind of a jump, but also to go back to what Edwig was talking about. Because I think most of us have followed what's happening in the Gallock mine. Some of you might even have been talking about this an hour ago in a room adjacent to here. So the Swedish government is also overruling indigenous rights and a sensitive nature environment to allow for harmful extraction. And we could see the same thing at the island Gotland, where a cement industry was allowed to expand their extraction and their production. And this is an interesting example because cement production and this factory is, I think it's the second largest emitter of greenhouse gases in Sweden. Then again, we don't know what the military emits, so let's keep that in mind. And they're promising to be climate neutral if they can only keep expanding. So they want permits to keep expanding, and then they want to do some sort of carbon capture technology where they kind of pour it all back into the North Sea, put it in storage in the ground somehow, and then in 200 to 300 years, it will just be sort of absorbed. I'm not sure on the science here, but I'm thinking it's a long time to wait to see if it works, and I'm thinking it's doing a lot of harm in the way there. And if you have followed maybe the peace movement, maybe others, you will notice that these things are happening in similar areas. We have the north of Sweden and we have Gotland. These are also very militarized sites, or rather, this is where the military wants to hold a lot of their exercises. Gotland is now positioned as a very strategic, possibly target for Russia, but also something that NATO is looking towards. And we have a lot of military exercises in the north of Sweden where we're basically having, you can pay the Swedish government to come and practice your wars here in an Arctic environment. So these are happening simultaneously. The military gets a free pass, and harmful industries that are clearly bad for the environment get a free pass. I'm afraid that we're going to see a lot more overlap between these practices. But one of the things that we have seen is that people have protested loudly and have not been heard, or at least not listened to. There were huge protests around Gotland. There were huge protests around Gallock. And there were huge protests to the decision to apply for a NATO membership, even if they really weren't heard as much as we were yelling, I think. How am I doing on time?
I was just about to say you have half a minute left. Or maybe a little more to just wrap up. But you'll get another chance.
Thank you. No, I kind of like leaving all of these little pieces around so that we can tie them up later. But to bring it back to Sylvie's question, maybe this is clearly not feminist policies. We can see who benefits, we see who profits out of these industries, we see who makes the decision, and we see whose voice isn't heard. Like I was saying, the people who are living here and the people who are protesting weren't heard, and these are the people who are affected. And Sweden is now hosting this huge conference and boasting about giving everybody a voice and civil society inclusion. And it's even been hard for me to participate. And I've been on site in Stockholm, and I've been working hard to keep up with what's happening. And then it's my full-time job as well to do that. So for everybody who hasn't been able to do that, like Sylvie, who hasn't even been able to come, and these things are connected. Militarism happens in peaceful societies, and we're seeing increased militarization. We're seeing border controls, and we're seeing. Oh, I want to get into the ad we saw on the way later, but I can say
later.
that. Yes,
we have
I'll leave you with
a
a cliffhanger.
delicious advertisement to discuss in a minute. You'll wrap up there?
I'll wrap up there. I'll just leave you with all of those bits and pieces.
Great, thank you. Thank you, Lena. Thank you for leaving us with so many interesting threads to pull. And I mean, this to me is an astonishingly rich conversation already, from Zimbabwe and Colombia and Cameroon and Sweden. And I will just say, for me also, I'm a Canadian, but I live in the United States right now, although I'm very seriously reevaluating that choice. Like, please, can I stay here?
Absolutely.
But let me say that as this big Plus 50 meeting is going forward, it's very recent that there have been there has been room for explicit feminist analysis in environmental settings. It was not. I'm not that old that I can remember just a few years ago that there was no room in environmental fora for feminist analysis. In fact, it was treated largely with derision and dismay. It seems to have shifted a little bit, but I think it's important for us. I believe that you have each already demonstrated the importance of feminist analysis, but I will remind us that the title of this panel is Ending Militarism, Protecting the Planet, and Why We Need Feminism to Get There. So I think I'd like to just circle back again to this particular question of feminism, and why each of you thinks feminism brings either new perspectives or new analysis, either to the problem or to the solution. And as I believe that each of you has already kind of explicated that, but I wonder if you might, you don't have to answer this question, but I wonder if you might each give a few minutes to thinking about how would you explain to a skeptic, of whom there are many, how would you explain to a skeptic the importance of feminism in this kind of context of ending militarism and protecting the planet? I don't know, Diana, would you be willing to take that on? And also, I should say, we also have a bit of time for each of the panelists to ask one another questions of clarity or information. So you could also take that opportunity.
Yes. Pues yo creo que hay muchas formas en las cuales las perspectivas feministas, y ahí quisiera hacer un paréntesis para decir que no cualquier feminismo. La agenda feminista también ha sido cooptada en los últimos años por un sistema completamente hegemónico que intenta hacer pasar muchas de las agendas estructurales por propuestas feministas, ¿no? Y son completamente retardatarias. Pero un feminismo que se ocupe de pensar el antimilitarismo, de pensar desde formas decoloniales, de entender el desarrollo de las comunidades y que se ubique también en una estructura mucho más interseccional que reconozca estos múltiples saberes, es el feminismo que sirve a esta lectura del sistema, de los sistemas de opresión y el impacto en la naturaleza, en el ambiente y, por supuesto, en la vida de las y los seres humanos. Esta lectura desde este lugar situado del feminismo, y en particular desde WILF promovemos el feminismo antimilitarista y pacifista como una apuesta decidida por confrontar esos sistemas opresores, pues permite o evidencia unas conexiones ocultas para quien para el que le sea útil ocultar esas conexiones, ¿no? Generalmente a quien tiene el poder detrás de las armas, el poder económico, y a quienes intentan instalar esos sistemas capitalistas y neoliberales.
So, about the feminist perspective, absolutely. They can be very useful for this discussion. Nevertheless, we also have to keep in mind it's not all feminism. We have to talk about different feminist perspectives, given also that certain feminist agendas have been co-opted, they have been used to push liberal agendas, which would not be contributing to this discussion. Nevertheless, if you're talking about a feminism which is anti-militarist, which is decolonial, which is intersectional, then yes, then it can be useful to be able to identify invisible connections and thus also make invisible oppression systems visible. And that would be crucial in order to be able to understand better the environmental impact and the impact of the systems in humanity, such as situated feminism, a feminism that takes into consideration these oppression systems, can make it visible, and visible against whom? Who wants to make them invisible? Well, those who have the power of the weapons, those who have the power of economy, those who are pushing for capitalism and neoliberalism.
Esta perspectiva feminista, pues entonces nos permite poner el foco en los procesos de transformación estructural no mercantilista, que justamente no involucren el desarrollo de las comunidades en la lógica hegemónica, generalmente eurocéntrica, de entender el desarrollo de una manera particular. Esta perspectiva también nos permite abordar los sistemas de poder que hay al interior y detrás de estas problemáticas, y no solamente entender quiénes están detrás, ya sean los estados, los individuos, sino también centrar como las agentes de transformación a las mujeres. Proponer además respuestas colectivas que promuevan el diálogo difícil con quienes detentan ese poder. Tenemos que interpelar a los estados que están transfiriendo armas y armamento a los países en guerra para promover una mayor militarización de esos territorios. Los únicos beneficiados son los países que transfieren estas armas. Las demás personas están siendo asesinadas con las armas que se pagan con los impuestos de los ciudadanos y ciudadanas de muchos países. Y eso lo aporta el feminismo desde esta lectura de las relaciones de poder.
Using this feminism in order to read power relations, it is possible to set the focus on structural transformations that are not within the market. It also allows to put the focus on another way of looking at development, a non-Eurocentric approach to development. This then allows to view these power systems, view who is behind the power systems, but also make visible the transformative agendas of women, their collective responses, and push for difficult dialogue, for hard conversations with those that have the power. As an example, those governments that are selling weapons that are not benefiting anyone else because they are causing people to get killed. And at the same time, these weapons are paid with the taxes of everyone.
Las respuestas ante la crisis climática generalmente han sido respuestas que se mantienen en la seguritización y en la militarización. Esas respuestas han generado mayores violencias contra los hombres y las mujeres y las comunidades. Eso significa que la respuesta que podemos dar desde una mirada crítica, como la que propone el feminismo y en particular el feminismo antimilitarista, busca entonces establecer unas medidas de regulación y supervisión mucho más allá de la seguritización y la militarización de los territorios. Así podremos proponer, entre otras, una mejor gestión comunitaria de lo que sucede en los territorios con el impacto tanto de los residuos, de los desperdicios alimenticios, de las fuentes hídricas, y gestionar desde lo comunitario la respuesta que los estados deben dar ante estas situaciones. Así que Si bien el feminismo no es la única corriente crítica que aporta a esta transformación social, sí es importante la relación que se ha hecho entre feminismo antimilitarista, ecofeminismo y otras apuestas sociales críticas como una respuesta alternativa ante la crisis climática, ante la militarización y ante la pérdida de vidas ya no solo por las guerras, sino también por los desastres naturales.
The answer or the answers to the climate crisis until now have been strongly linked to securitization and militarization. And these have then increased the level of violence against men and women. From feminism, it is possible to reach security in a different way to the securitization and militarization, and thus seeks solution to the crisis, to the climate crisis in a different way. One of these ways that Diana highlights is the communitary management of different issues, of residues, of water sources, and in general, just the collective communitarian management of the response to the crisis, to the climate crisis. In sum, it's not only feminism, but for sure, feminism and anti-military feminism plus ecofeminism and other alternative proposals are definitely a way to solve the situation of climate crisis, increasing wars, and all the current crisis we are in, which is affecting the life of everybody in the world.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Yes, applause always. Thank you. Edric, I don't know if you're willing to take up this question or if you have perhaps a couple of other points that you didn't get to make the first time, but really kind of trying to come to terms with the distinctive contributions of feminism and the ways in which you think that it sheds new light or gives new perspectives on the intertwined crises that we have today.
Okay, firstly, feminist perspectives are very important when we are trying to address the issues that we have at hand, because everyone must have equal access and control over resources. Getting back to my presentation, I think I highlighted that men are dominating the extractive industry and women are not fully benefiting from the extractive industry, which is a challenge because it is widening the inequality gaps at local level. So women will be further marginalized. So it is important that everyone has equal access and control of resources. And I think it is after that everyone has equal access and control of resources that everyone can also be accountable to how they are utilizing the environment. I think I must also highlight how artisanal mining is also causing conflict and contributing to environmental degradation. Firstly, when you're looking at the issues of environmental degradation, artisanal miners are using very dangerous chemicals, and these chemicals are polluting the water systems, and especially in rural areas. Rivers are the chief sources of water, both for human beings and for their livestock. So that's a challenge, and that's on its own. It's contributing to conflict. We have had issues where farmers went to attack the miners because their livestock were dying due to being poisoned by the chemicals that are being used by artisanal mining. So yes, artisanal mining is also contributing to conflict. And I also highlighted why they are taking part in artisanal mining. It's because rain-fed agriculture is no longer useful or productive. So yes, it's important that we address the issue of equal access so that everyone can be accountable to how they are using the environment. And like I also highlighted earlier on, women are bearing the brunt of all this environmental degradation, of the effects of climate change. So it is important that everyone is accountable. So especially when women also have access to the resources, who knows, they can contribute meaningfully to solving the challenges that we are having at community level. More so, I was listening to some of the presentations that were being made here. we are facing challenges from militarized economies. It seems like the global north is profiteering from militarism. That's at the expense of countries that are in the global south. Not that countries in the global south are innocent of this militarization. No, they are not, because they are the ones who are buying the weapons. So this is also fueling to conflict. And where there is conflict, you know, the environment is always at risk. So we need to stigmatize capitalism that is contributing to conflicts and militarism. Then moving forward, there is also need to destroy patriarchy and start problematizing gendered assigned roles. This is a challenge, especially in the global south, where I come from. So if a woman is seen being actively involved in the extractive industries, they are labeled. I also take part in some of the mining activities, and you hear most of the community members saying, this woman, she acts like a man. So when you're labeled as someone who's acting like a man, it's not like they are praising you. No, they are not praising you, but they are criticizing you. So it is very important that we start problematizing gendered assigned roles. And then at local level, local communities must also benefit from the resources that are found in their locality. It's only not artisanal miners that are benefiting from the locally found production. We are also having the problems with Chinese investors who are coming into communities for mining. And most of the times when they are coming in, you realize that local or indigenous people are dislocated. They are removed from their land to give room for the Chinese investors. And when they are dislocated, they are not compensated for that. Imagine you have built your home and you are comfortable sitting there, and then after 20 years, the Chinese investors just come and you are dislocated. You have to start building a new home. You are not compensated. That's also a challenge. So maybe if these investors are coming to local communities, we should ensure that the local people are also benefiting from the economic activities that are taking place in their communities. Then it is also important for us to confront militarized masculinities. I'm sure you were listening in Sylvie's presentation when she highlighted that our young boys are being groomed to be violent. They think if you can use a gun, you are powerful. So there is really need to confront that and to transform these societies that are being groomed. Our societies where our children are being groomed to be violent, to be militarized. And then it's also important for us to focus on environmental peace building in the communities. I feel that is very, very important. And that's an area where we are lacking, because mostly when we are talking about climate change and the environment, it is actually segregated from peace building. And usually that niche between conflict and the environment is not being talked about. So education on environmental peace building is also important. Then let's also ensure that there is meaningful participation of women through creating safe environments for them, particularly when you're looking at marginalized women. The moment you start to talk about climate change, it seems like it's too scientific for them to understand. So it is important that we break down climate change to a certain point that marginalized communities can really understand what you are talking about, so that they can meaningfully also contribute to environmental conservation, and they'll also contribute to restoring the environment, and they'll also know about the rights that they have in conserving the environments that they are in. I think that's my contribution to that question.
Well, that's great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Before I move on to ask Sylvie the same question, I just want to say that I started with my notes here and I thought I would just pull out the really key things, and I have like this, those of you can't see it, but it's like, and I've circled things and I've got arrows, and it's like everything seems so key. So I don't know what I'm going to do with two more people to speak. So Sylvie, are you able to participate still? Are you with us still?
Yes.
Oh, great. Thank you.
If you can hear, yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you. And so the question that your co-panelists are addressing right now is if you could comment, briefly on the distinctive contributions of feminist perspectives. Why do we call this panel Ending Militarism, Protecting the Planet, and why feminism is so important? So I'm trying to focus our attention on feminism as a distinctive approach, and I wonder if you have thoughts about that.
Yes, thank you so much. I have some thoughts about this because I feel that the feminist perspective imply an inclusive and holistic approach to break the harmful practices of all kinds. So they are very important to break the link between militarism and the environment because they aim for a sustainable transformation which benefit everyone. I think that this is why the gender analysis is always very important because it helps to study the profile, the causes, the actors, the dynamics. And when these are dynamics taken into account, the process really helps to look critically at the root causes, of issue, to understand these root causes and to understand the dynamics, to understand the stakeholders. So the feminist perspective is that one that aligns with the UN principle, leave no one behind. And it's really a holistic way of addressing issues. So proposes long-term. It's about also proposing long-term solutions to issues, a holistic approach. I want to summarize by a few words: participatory and inclusive, context and gender sensitive, focus on strategic action. And taking the case of Cameroon, I think that we have been, based on our experience, I want to say that this has been done through research, through documentation, through building alliance, through building solidarity meetings with various stakeholders, various communities, in order to challenge the militarization, to deconstruct the patriarchy. So for me, the feminist perspective is extremely important because we are trying to have a better world. We are trying to have a world where everybody feels at ease, with no justice, a non-polluted world. Therefore, there is a need to really question what are the root causes of all these issues that we have in the world today. And the feminist perspective addresses that. So I think that feminism in this regard is the solution. Is the solution because no one will be left behind. It's a solution because it's going to challenge the patriarchy. It's going to deconstruct the militarization because everybody, as educated, is about bringing everybody on the table. It's about making sure there is inclusivity. And that is what is very important about the feminism because it's about inclusivity. It's about questioning the root causes. It's about making sure that all the voices are on the table. It's about making sure the different sectors, the different actors on the community have that we value this feminist approach because for me personally, there's no possible development which cannot build on the feminist perspective, which is really building on inclusivity, holistic approach to break the harmful practices of all kinds. So that's what I want to say from now, and say that it's important as we are doing this to build a stronger alliance worldwide to break this increasing militarization fueled by patriarchy and which is having a damaging impact on the environment we live in. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Sylvie. So I have asked Lena if she can briefly address the same question, because we do want to have time for Q&A from the audience and perhaps from our online audience. So can you explain briefly why we need feminism?
Well, I can give you a few of my favorites anyway. So one of the things that I find so great about working with feminism is that it's able to do really complex analysis of problems, but it's also practice. You can do feminism, you can enact feminism. You can do your analysis and then go live it. And one of these analytical tools is to ask the good questions and to ask all of the questions at the same time. So we have economic question like, where is the money? Who benefits? Who took part in this decision? And we have the very clear questions about where are the women? Where are the men? Where are everybody else? Who's in this room where decisions are made? Who's not there? How do we bring them there? What do we need to do to make spaces safe for women or other marginalized groups? How do we bring privileged men out of decision-making rooms to make space for greater quality and better decisions when different experiences go into those rooms? And feminism protects us from false solutions, like a huge cement factory or joining NATO are clear false solutions. And feminism asks about violence. So it doesn't allow for violence to be the problem solver that it's often presented to be. If you threaten enough retribution, like nuclear weapons, then no war and no harm will come. But arms enact a lot of violence, whether structurally, economically, or directly, even when they're not strictly being used. And feminism doesn't allow for the false solution of threatening or using violence, because it asks who suffers this violence, who is actually, who suffers, who dies, who's harmed. So feminism is I think a great, the best tool for not falling into the traps of false solutions, and for, like Sylvia was finishing up, for building a global movement to actually change everything that we've been talking about today. Okay, I sped up instead of slow.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Well, on my carefully constructed notepad here, I have a few keywords about feminism, kind of mapping trails of power, making visible. A number of our panelists spoke about visibility. And in some cases, that means some of you have referred to structural visibility, such as piercing the veil of secrecy that militaries and militarism erects, but also making visible power, identifying unequal impacts, and the number of you, in fact, I think all of you have spoken about violence in its different forms. Some of the keywords for me that jumped out were accountability and structural transformations. Diana was talking about structural transformations that are not market-based, or reframing what security means, and peace building and meaningful participation, questioning root causes, and asking key questions about who is harmed. I think that's a very critical piece. So those are just some of the things I have on my the notes here that I would love to continue to have conversations about. But rather than me dominating the questions and prompting answers, I believe that we have time for some interaction with the audience. So, oh great, we have a mic, a traveling mic. Thank you. Could you introduce yourself and just say a brief word about who you are?
Thank you. I'm Mona from Finland. I'm here with Finnish Nature League, and I also member of board of Creatura in Finland. Thank you for everyone. I especially was intrigued by the wording of militarized masculinity, and this got me really interested. And I was thinking, what do you think? What can we do? Do we have tools to unmilitarize masculinity? What should we do that?
Great. So the unmaking of militarized masculinity, our tools. I don't know if anyone here, and then I'll also ask Sylvie, anyone would like to pick up an answer to that? Diana, are you scribbling notes so that you can answer? Okay, all right.
Bueno, pues justamente nos estamos pensando cómo transformar las masculinidades militarizadas, porque creemos que ahí es donde hay una fuerza importante para la transformación de todo el sistema militarista. En Colombia, desde que están pequeños los niños varones, les dicen que el héroe de la patria es el militar, es el que porta un uniforme, el que tiene un arma, el que es capaz de conquistar un territorio. Desde que tienen 3 o 4 años, muchas familias les disfrazan de policía, de militar, de una persona de la fuerza pública. Y desde ahí están generando estructuras mentales de poder que están instalando estos imaginarios militaristas, que después, cuando son adultos, quieren ir a la guerra, validan la posesión de armas, validan el uso indiscriminado de la fuerza para responder a los problemas sociales. Así que Colombia es un escenario perfecto para pensar esta transformación de las masculinidades militarizadas.
I think that's the first part. So yeah, of course, what Diana is saying, they are thinking about how to transform these militarized masculinities, because in transforming these militarized masculinities, there lies a big force to transform the militarized systems. In Colombia, she's telling, from when kids are 2, 3, 4 years old, they are sold this idea that the heroes of the nation are the military. The uniforms, the weapons, the capacity to conquer a territory. Even when children get a disguise, for example, for carnival, etc., they get disguised as military. And that, of course, then socializes them in order to think, and then when they adults validate the use of strength, the use of violence to solve, social problems, to validate weapons, to validate militarization and the military logic.
Ante esto, la primera herramienta es declararnos en objeción de conciencia ante esta utilización de las ideologías militaristas para generar relaciones sociales entre las personas y sobre todo contribuir a generar un mayor conocimiento sobre cómo hay un impacto tan marcado de estos patrones militaristas en la construcción de las masculinidades. Ahora, ni que hablamos de cómo se relaciona esto con las nuevas perspectivas no binarias de los seres humanos, cómo quitamos esas marcas de la militarización en los sujetos que no nos definimos binarias, que no estamos aproximadas a esa hegemonía de lo masculino y lo femenino, que es lo que además el sistema militarista refuerza e intenta mantener, ¿no? Justamente esta lógica de dominación de lo masculino sobre lo femenino, y ahí todas las disidencias de género y los sujetos no binarios quedan por fuera de ese territorio marcado por el sistema militarista. Así que todo el trabajo está por hacer y estamos encantadas de poder contribuir a estas reflexiones.
There are at least 3 ways that they have been trying out. The first one is conscious objection to this militarist ideology and making it visible and questioning it. The second one would be to make the pact and the building of militarized masculinities visible. The third one is also to question the whole binary dichotomic identity of female, masculine, and in this way both just erase or transform this dichotomy, but also to transform the idea of power and of domination of the masculine towards the feminine. And they really want to continue working in this line and think it's very valuable to continue working in this line.
Great, thank you. I love the three particular paths: conscientious objection, making visible the pact between masculinity and militarism, and questioning this binary identity which kind of binds normative masculinity with militarism. Sylvie, I wonder if you have any thoughts on this question about, I believe it was you and Edvik who both raised the terrible term, wonderful term of the grooming process of boys and men into identifying with militarized power. I wonder if you have any thoughts on this question of kind of breaking the relationship between militarism and masculinity and reframing it. If you're there, I would love to hear your comments on that.
Yeah. I'm here, and this concept of militarized masculinity on the patriarchy. We are talking about patriarchy, and then we can see militarized masculinity being one of the consequences of this patriarchy. So therefore, it's very important. And we are conducting a project with a few African countries, including Zimbabwe, DRC, and so on. And I can speak from the experience of these projects. What we can do to challenge the militarized masculinities are some of the things. First, the project that we are conducting is about engaging men and boys to work for peace. Just let me put it in simple terms. So it means that men and boys should be allies now for women. So it's not about having women and men and girls on one side and then men on. Let me put it, it's a he for she. It's very important to engage men and boys in this, the he for she policy. But from the experience of the project that you have conducted so far, it's important to do research, because research helps us to understand the degree, the level of the consequences, the impact of the militarized masculinities in the community in terms of devastating its impact. And therefore, this research helps to build the advocacy. And it's also important, we have conducted community dialogue, which has been very, very important to engage people at the community level. Also, from experience of the Cameroon context, it's very important to build alliances. We need to build alliance with other organizations, with other stakeholders to fight militarized masculinity. In Cameroon, for example, we were able to target some traditional leaders and some non-state groups, because these are the people who use this power, let me put it like that. These traditional leaders become those who stand by our side to make their voices heard against the militarized masculinity. So building alliances with key stakeholders, including government officials, traditional leaders who make good use of harm, is extremely important to address the question, but also important to build alliance. Two other concrete things that I want to mention before I stop is that we feel that it's very important to move the money. We have to move the money from war to peace, as we say at WILF. Moving the money here means that investing in education, investing in development sectors, making sure that people don't see that the weapon industry or the defense sector or the fossil fuel are the most important. We should invest the money, move the money to other sectors to make the youth, the young boy, the young girl know that there are other references like the defense, other than the defense and the fuel and so on. So it's important to move the money from war to peace. Therefore, all the youth, the young boy, the young girl will grow knowing that it's very important to invest more in peace than in war. The other thing concretely that I feel should be done also is to work in countries with the sectors, or let me say the ministries in charge of education, because it should start from primary school. It should start from kindergarten, where the way women and boys and girls are treated should start there, to see that It's very important. There is no difference between the two. It's there that we have to start deconstructing the patriarchal idea, the stereotype. I can see I have a few connection issues. So I want to sum up by saying that engagement with men and boys is extremely important. Research is also important. Capacity building, community dialogue, building alliances, engaging key stakeholders, working with education ministry, but most importantly, moving the money from war to peace, moving the money from safeguarding the environment, moving the money from war to gender equality. I think these are some of the ways that we can do to fight militarized masculinities. Thank you.
Thank you, Sylvie. Thank you. So, a pretty fulsome set of answers to your question. We have another question, which I will probably ask Edric and Lena to speak to, unless your question is for a specific panelist.
Oh, I don't think it's for a specific panelist. But my
Please
name is,
say who you are. And
I am Ivan. I'm from the Danish youth movement, and I think all of this is very interesting. But a thought that struck me while listening was, I mean, Sylvia has been kind now to underline the whole path towards this demilitarized world and also demilitarized masculinity, which for me is also a good thing, a good path. My thought is, what does this demilitarized world look like? How does it function? Do you have a vision for that as well? Because I struck short because our world is so horrible and militarized. Did you have a vision for that?
Of the demilitarized world.
How does the demilitarized world look like and function?
Just a minor question. I don't know, Edric or Lena, if you would, either of you would like to kind of start to map out the vision of this demilitarized world, or if you'd like to answer in a slightly related format.
Okay. Okay, so I think you said, how does a demilitarized world look like? That is the world that we are all yearning for, a world where everyone has got equal access. Like I was saying, you've got equal access to resources, you've got equal opportunities to participate. Like I indicated earlier on, women are failing to participate fully from the extractive industry, right? Because it is highly militarized. That's number one. And number two, we are looking at a world where conflict is the order of the day. And look at what is happening in Ukraine and in Russia. What is happening to the environment? That's the militarized world. So when we're looking at the demilitarized world, we're looking at a world where we are able to take care of our environment because militarism is not taking center stage. So to me, I think that is the world that everyone is envisioning for, and that is the world that we all really want. That's the reason why we are sitting here, so that we can achieve a demilitarized world. I think I've answered that.
Thank you. Lena, I don't know if you want to take this on.
Yeah, I want to try, because like Edwig said, this is what we're all working for, and we haven't achieved it yet, so we don't know, like we can't describe it in detail. That would be foolish, I think. But one of the things that we want to do, and that I think is crucial in such a world, is what I was talking about reframing security, redefining security from the current national security paradigm where you ensure your own security by threatening to enact violence, to do harm to others. And this is a structure that we need to change. And I think this also ties a lot into how we change militarized masculinities. So changing this divide between someone who protects, someone who is protected, where the one who protects somebody else, generally, historically, a man protecting women and children. We've been hearing this a lot lately, again, which is very worrisome. But that means that men in this scenario always have to be ready to use violence to protect others. And there's an image, I mean, this is true, whether there is an actual external threat or not. This is something that they're supposed to be prepared to do regardless. So we make up threats to legitimate this violence, and it goes on and on. But if you're thinking about actual human needs, which we saw a lot more of during the pandemic and think we need to see more of again, what I need to be safe and secure is generally not somebody out somewhere fighting for me. It's housing, food, relationships, being able to see the people that I care about and love. It's about knowing that this will be here for me tomorrow as well. So we need to change the entire protection paradigm into human security, feminist human security, where we look at human needs and not nation states and border control. So I think that would be the key step.
Thank you. And I will just reiterate Sylvia's refrain of "move the money." I think that's a great slogan that captures really quickly what we all hope for: is move the money away from. It's almost, as you say, it's almost impossible to imagine what that would be if, in fact, all of our national governments didn't have policies that prioritize militaries and budgets that prioritize militaries. We have just a couple of moments left. If is there another quick question? Thank you, and please be brief, and I'll ask our panelists to be brief in reply.
Thanks a lot. I'm Kati. I'm working for the European Environmental Bureau, which is a large umbrella organization based in Brussels. And it's not so an easy question maybe, but I wonder what can we do also in the short term, because we see things happening. I mean, NATO expansion. I work on the EU fiscal rule. It's not a sexy topic, but what's basically happening, there's a lot of money being freed for military expenses on the expense of actually the necessary just transition. And also when we go back to the rules, it means austerity. So yeah, we have more military, but probably less for social and environmental things. And yeah, I feel a bit helpless because then often in the spaces we're also excluded in a dialogue. So I was wondering if you have any recommendations what we can do in a short time to not be locked in this for years in contracts. Why we also know that one of the biggest weapons is also like the energy transition, for example, into renewables. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe you have some ideas what we can do in the short term. Thanks.
I'll open it to the panelists. Does anyone have a quick response to short-term solutions or short-term actions to shift this dynamic of militarism, militarized masculinity? Any short-term?
Organize.
I don't know.
I'd say.
Organize.
Yeah.
Organize.
Yes.
One word. That's great. Organize. Do you have a word for us, Diana? One word?
En el caso de Colombia, votar en las próximas elecciones en favor de un gobierno transgresor y progresista que justamente ponga en el centro la vida y mueva el dinero de las armas a la gente. Eso es en el corto plazo, en nuestro caso, es en 15 días y eso puede significar una transformación importante en los sistemas electorales, pero más allá de lo que pasa en Colombia también hacer veeduría y control social con los recursos que cada uno y cada una de nosotras aporta al crecimiento de las naciones. ¿Qué pasa con mis recursos? ¿Qué pasa con mis impuestos? ¿A dónde va ese dinero que pago, que contribuyo? Eso es ya, no es para después, es ahora. Y por otro lado, nuestros círculos más próximos pueden ser sujetos de estas reflexiones. Generalmente pensamos que esto, hasta que no llega a nuestra vida, hasta que no pasa por nuestra piel, no nos corresponde. Pues el momento es es sumar los esfuerzos colectivos. Nosotras desde WILF en Colombia creemos, y sé que todo WILF lo hace, creemos en los movimientos colectivos de las mujeres y de las disidencias de género. Y creemos que en este momento es fundamental que nos ubiquemos en un lugar crítico para decir que el momento es ahora y que el momento de mover el dinero, el momento de mover los intereses y el momento de transformar no es en ese país ideal, en ese mundo ideal desmilitarizado. Es qué hago yo cuando salgo de esta conferencia para confrontar ese mundo militarizado.
Claudia, you have the task of reducing that to a couple of sentences.
The moment is now, and the question is, what will we do when we go out of this conference to change it? To have a dialogue with those that are closest to us so that we get all our efforts together to do a real accountability and social vigilance of what is happening with our taxes. And in the case of Colombia, definitely voting for a new government that hopefully will put life in the center and move the money to the right place.
Move the money. Well, I would like to thank all of our panelists. Again, we have Edwige Mansouri, Sylvia Nagomo, Diana Salcedo, Lena Hartstrom, and Claudia Arena providing wonderful translation services. And thank you to all of you. Keep up the good work. Organize, move the money, agitate, vote, hope for electoral reform, and be brave and unstinting. So thank you very much. Thanks our panelists.
I would also like to say thank you to you, Joni Seeger, for moderating this in such an excellent way, bringing out the wonderful perspectives and experiences and knowledge that we have here. So thank you.
Oh, well, thank you very much. Thank you. I'm honored to be here. So, fantastic.
Thank you, Claudia,
Peace
so
feminism.
much for coming and translating for us. Wonderful. Thank you, Diana Salcedo, Edwige, Matsimure, Lina Hjertström, and Sylvin Dongmo. Wonderful. And also a thank you to Katrin Geijer from York International, who's been organizing this event, working very, very hard to get everything in place. So thank you.
And can I just say, many of you might have noticed the notes that Katrin and I were passing back and forth. She kept it all going. So thank you very much. Thank you. Have a good day. Thank you. Oh, great. Thank you.
Björk, and I've been active with organizing this forum. And here we have.
My mic, is it on? Yeah, it's on. And my name is Nastaran Zargari, and I'm sitting as a chairperson now for Friends of the Earth Sweden. And we are really happy for these days that we're able to link people, link grassroots movements, and talking about this big topic. So we are really super happy for these days. And thank you for letting us be here.
And now we would need some help and support from you. Okay, because this is really planned in the last minute, and we are very nervous up here, and it's very sort of sitting up here and you are down there. So please help us with celebrating us all together and make this closing session a good thing. And we will be introduced with a short message from Namibia, from Ina Maria Shikongo, who I have heard should be somewhere here in the hall. Is that correct? Oh, great. Yay. Welcome, Ina Maria. That's what we need. A message from the Global South, a short message. Please come up. Yeah. Ina Maria was actually inaugurating this whole process on the 30th of March in a session we had with people from all over the world. And that was such a good combination of people. And now you're here again. So please take the scene.
Hi. Thank you very much, everyone, for being Chicago.
Closer.
Sorry, yeah, that's how we go. Thank you very much for your solidarity and for fighting with us. You know, at the end of the day, we are all on the front line of the climate crisis. I mean, hey, Sweden is going to sink, right? So let's not fool ourselves and think that you will not be impacted. I mean, here in Sweden, we can see how foreign companies, non-Swedish companies, are trying to invade the homes of your indigenous people, the Sami people. And I would like to show my solidarity with them, because what they are facing is exactly what we people are facing in the global south. So I'm not just speaking for Namibia or the Sami, but also the people in the Amazon, in Asia. And it's always these companies, these corporations that think that they have the power. On our side, it involves a lot of human rights violations, intimidation. They poison our lands. Our indigenous people, they don't have the comfort that the Sami people have, for example, because of how the state supports them compared to how the state supports our people. For me personally, I say that the core problem is colonialism. We've never had accountability as African countries or South American countries for what these colonial powers did to our people. There were so many genocides that have happened, that are still happening. Let's not just talk about the war in Ukraine. We can talk about Congo, so we can have electric cars, you know? So Elon Musk is also a criminal. Then you have people like Justin Trudeau, who claims to be a climate leader when his companies are invading our lands, like in my case, where they are going for the Kavango Basin. I don't know if you've heard of that beautiful place, beautiful paradise, which is what brings me here. We people, we need solidarity. We need you people to also look at your habits. Do you really need a new phone every single year? Do you really need to buy new clothes every single month when you know that the people in Bangladesh, they don't even make $1 for that underwear that you buy for €2? You know? Do you need all of that junk? Do you hold your companies accountable? When is Africa going to get justice for what the global north did to us? When? How long must we put our lives on the front line so we can come to these conventions, so we can defend our homelands? And as soon as we go back, we face hardcore intimidations from companies that are using our governments. When? Fossil fuel expansion is criminal. You can see what is happening in Russia, but I'm not going in Ukraine, sorry, but I'm not going to talk about Ukraine because they get enough coverage. But I'm going to talk about my continent. When are we going to get justice? Even though Russia has turned off the tap right now, your countries are busy invading our land so they can get that oil and gas, so they can bring it here because Russia has turned it off. Yes, call for the embargo, but call for an embargo globally, not just on Russian oil. BP, thank you. BP in Senegal, Total in Mozambique, Total in Uganda, in Tanzania, Recon Africa from Canada, in Namibia. Let's not forget about Shell, the biggest colonizers, still busy in Ogoniland. And to this day, there was no justice for Ken Saro-Wiwa. And yet, when that man shows up at COP26, he is hailed as a hero. Is it because we indigenous people do not matter? Our lives do not matter? Why? I want to know. Is it because of the color of our skin that makes us so different compared to yours? Or do you think that we don't have the right to choose or decide how we want to develop? Why is it that these colonial powers keep on invading our lands constantly, killing our people, killing our biodiversity, poisoning our waters and our ways, including our cultures? After 30 years of independence, we have to now fight fossil fuel companies that have been already fueling apartheid in Namibia, in South Africa. Was there any accountability? Never. We want accountability, and I'm asking you to join forces with us. What can you do for us? Start with yourself. Start off with yourself. Help the campaigners that are raising awareness. Help us to protect ourselves. Help us bring these companies to justice, because that is what is needed. As long as there is no accountability and justice for our people, these companies will continue raping our lands and killing our people. So everyone here can have a rich economy. Development is colonialism, neo-colonialism. We have our own cultures, our own ways of doing things, our own ways of thinking, and there is so much potential of exchanging, especially in this day and age where we have internet and God knows what. This is not the 50s. This is the 21st century. And it is time that we embrace our cultures, learn from each other, because we have a lot to teach you. And I would like to thank you once again for being here and for inviting me. Thank you.
Yeah, Niklas, on the scene. Jag tar honom så kanske du nästa. Okay, now we have Niklas Hellström, who has been one of the really people who have been bringing people from the whole world here and will now present very shortly the session we organized together, and the first one about 50 years of struggle. What is really necessary? In what direction are we going? So now the floor is yours.
Thank you. Is it on? Yeah, thank you, Tord, and thank you, everyone, for 2 fantastic days. With so much put on the table, so much conversation, so much interlinkages and good spirits. And we were very happy to have this session in the first part of the first day, where we try to take a sort of broad and quite deep take on the challenges. And as Tord said, this session was about looking back 50 years, but also ahead. And really at the core, we were talking about worldviews, ideas, the sort of really, tackling the very notion of development, progress, modernization, all these things that are sort of underlying and really at the core of the problems, this sort of civilizational critique that one of the members of the panel really pointed out was at the core back in 72. It was sort of an era of optimism and a bit of naivety, perhaps, in that everybody saw clearly that this modernization project doesn't work. It needs to fundamentally change, and we just need to do it because it's so evident, right? Limits to growth, etc. And then concluding that it didn't go that way in the world. We got the system, the dominant system, were able to basically take this critique, but turn it into markets, turn it into increasing corporate concentration, turning into an idea of technologies, being the way out. So really kind of effectively keeping us all colonized, really. So in our minds, in this kind of idea of development and progress. So we talked a lot about that and came to some very, I think, profound conclusions. Self-reliance, of really breaking away from the dominant paradigms of industrialized society, and also talking about concrete things like food and other things that are really coming to the fore in every one of these sort of crises, and lots more. But it's also recorded on video. Thank you, Tord.
Perfect. Niklas, please stay. Yeah, we want you up here. Okay.
Yes, and during these days, we've been also having some creative workshops where people have done banners and stuff, and we want to see them right now. And it's Carmen in the group. Welcome up.
Yeah! Come up. Are they not nice?
Hej, hörs jag? Ja. Vi har gjort lite andra saker än banderoller idag. Framförallt så har vi skapat tillsammans i ett rum för kamp och kreativitet, som vi har valt att kalla det. Och varför har vi gjort det? Jo, det är ju vi som har gjort det. Kallar oss för dels kollektiva feminista en Suecia Mais, och så är det också kursare från, som har gått på Färnebos folkhögskola, och så är det temagruppen, Latinamerikagruppen, temagrupp.
Om goda livet och naturens rättigheter.
Ja, och vi tänkte att vi ville göra något lite annorlunda. Den här gången inte bara prata utan också göra. Lite pröva att vad som händer när vi gör saker samtidigt. Och vi utgick från detta att försvara försvararna. För vi tänker att det är en viktig sak att det finns människor överallt, i Sverige också, men ganska mycket globala syd och väldigt många i Latinamerika som mördas hela tiden, förföljs, utsätts för olika hot för sin miljöaktivism. Så vi ville lyfta upp dem. Så vi har jobbat med en mängd olika saker som inte vi kan visa här, för de som faktiskt var där i rummet och gjorde saker, tog det med sig och kanske kommer att ta det med sig till demonstrationen ikväll. Vi är extra glada att vi hade väldigt mycket unga personer med i rummet. Ja, så försvara försvararna, det är det vi jobbar med. Och nu lämnar jag över till Carmen.
Jag är med i bägge grupperna och jag är också lärare på Färnebo folkhögskolan. Jag är med i gruppen Kollektiva Feminista, MAIS, som har tagit, förpliktigat sig att synliggöra försvararna. Att se till att dessa skrämmande statistik på minst 300 eller 400 miljöförsvarare som mördas per år, att vi ska komma ihåg att det handlar om människor som är mammor, dottrar, fruar, systrar och så vidare, och syskon också naturligtvis, att det inte bara är siffror. Så att vi hade också besök av 2 försvarare, Patricia Gualinga från Amazonas, i Sarayaku i Amazonas, ekvatorianska Amazonas, och vi hade även Torda som kämpar i Gallok, så att folk skulle få veta, medan de skapade också, att det finns människoöden bakom varje siffra. Men vi vill inte hålla på bara med försvaret, utan vi vill också föreslå eller visionera tillsammans, drömma tillsammans om en annan möjlig värld. Och den möjliga värld som vi har spånat kring, det i Latinamerika kallas det buen vivir, eller det goda livet. Men vi hade vi hade en maori-gäst, vi hade en kanadensisk gäst, och alla som deltog fick också säga vad det goda livet skulle vara i Sverige. Så det är det här buen vivir som är det goda livet och som temagruppen jobbar med att försöka formulera våra drömmar, och drömmar som håller hoppet levande också. Drömmar om samhällen som är socialt rättvisa, men som utan rasism, utan patriarkat, utan klassklyftor, men inte minst samhällen som är harmoniska med naturen. Så det var det vi gjorde.
And also for those that don't speak Swedish, I just want to translate your message here. They wanted to bury us, but they didn't know that we were seeds. So that's the message that also wants like acknowledge and like make visible all the indigenous people. Yeah, thank you so much.
Oh, stay. We want you to stay. You are so beautiful, Niklas and everybody. Yes, now we have this idea that we have to address things that we all have to address in common. And so the next session in this commonly organized events was about disarmament, was about just ecological transition and ending racism, which is an impossible thing. But Maximilian from Via Campesina, Sweden, will shortly give a little bit some kind of idea what is it about. And as we always say, look on the video, there will come YouTube, etc. and all these things. So please. Du får komma upp sen på slutet. Vad är ni sjunger? Ja, here.
Yes, can you hear me? Or?
Try.
Okay, yes, so thank you, Todd, and as you said, it was a really broad topic, and yes, impossible task that we had to do, and well, it's not easy either to summarize the impossible, but well, we really did, I think, connect all these issues, and from my own background in farming and forestry, to connect that with well, all the green sectors to begin with, and then all the rural areas going on to all of society, and really globally, and also because the access to natural resources is actually defined by the EU as a security question. We can easily go to the militarization issues and so on that we were trying to talk about. And here we also went and talked about the need for common security that doesn't undermine the security of others. And also going on to something that has been talked a lot about stopping this use of fossil fuels, not only because of it finances the war on Ukraine, but also because it leads to suffering and conflict because of the climate change, simply. And this also, then again, from fossil fuels and climate change lead back to the management of natural resources and the fight for democratic control over it and food sovereignty and society and so on. And here we have to fight for justice and food sovereignty, both on the local level, tying in that to the resistance struggles, and also working on the different levels where the decisions are made globally and nationally and so on. And this is very much intertwined with the struggle against racism and colonialization and eco-fascism, which, just as the fight for food sovereignty needs to be done both on the global level, like with the declarations and so on, but also on the local and national level, and really lifting alternatives everywhere. And I hope I was in time.
Perfect. Thank you.
Yes, and we already touched upon treaties, and we're gonna continue talking about treaties because that's one of the topics. So I wanna bring up Annika to the scene, and she's gonna talk about the UN binding scene on business. Is that correct?
That is correct. Thank you.
Welcome.
I'm Annika Lillemets, and I'm here from Africa-grupperna.
And we also gonna bring Nicholas again to the stage.
Great.
Thank you, Annika.
You want me to start, or?
Yeah.
Yes, I've been asked to say something about the UN binding treaty on business and human rights. What is that, and why do we need it? Well, there's a blatant and upsetting imbalance between the obscene privileges that corporations enjoy and the impunity that they enjoy in the world. Whereas people, human rights and nature has very weak protection, or none actually, when it comes to corporate abuse. Therefore, Ecuador and South Africa and some other countries from the global south took an initiative in 2014 on UN level. They wanted to get a binding treaty, a global legislation that would be a tool for holding corporations accountable if they violate human rights. And that process has been ongoing ever since, but it's slow. And countries in the north, Sweden not the least, are obstructing this. They are not taking part, and they are trying not to get it in place. They say, we can have voluntary measures. That's good. The corporations, they will follow the guidelines. They want a good reputation, but they don't, of course. And there are also other initiatives taken that are said to be sufficient, that, you know, all the voluntary UN guidelines and so on. And now, recently, the EU initiative on due diligence, as it's called, human rights and environment due diligence. And some people say, including our government, they seem to think that, yeah, this is a good first step and this will be sufficient. But it isn't. There are no sanctions in this proposal, and of course it's obviously not global either, because it's for the European Union only, and it's quite toothless as it looks now. So this cannot substitute a globally binding legislation such as the UN Treaty. There's much more to be said about this, so please study it further, but I can't do that now. But don't fall for these greenwashing things, that these initiatives that are proposed. We need a sharp legislation, we need a UN binding treaty, and we need to put pressure on our governments to step up and engage positively and constructively for this legislation. And we have an awful lot to do in Sweden and surely in other countries as well. Sweden has been hiding behind the EU and say, oh, we don't negotiate ourselves. But that's rubbish. France has stepped up and done some things and so on. And we need to put pressure on them. We need to demand rights for people and rules for corporations. That is as true as it was a few years ago. So just go and do it. Give them hell until they actually step up and fix this. Thank you.
So I'll say a few words about another idea of a treaty, and that is the Fossil Fuel Non-Proliferation Treaty, or the Fossil Fuel Treaty, that is at an earlier stage. It's not been given a negotiation mandate yet, but it's also younger. It's been in the making for less than 2 years, but I must say I've never seen, I think, an idea having such momentum and taking speed so fast, and also getting traction across so many different constituencies. And as we speak, there is also the closing session of a full day that is dealing with this particular treaty just across town, and has gathered all sorts of stakeholders: youth, civil society, parliamentarians, faith leaders, cities, and many others. And it's really a wave. I think it's something to look into very much for all of us, because this treaty idea provides a space for tackling the fossil fuel industry head on. They've gone under the radar for decades. We've talked about emissions in abstract ways in the negotiations around climate change, which does nothing and just presents loopholes and false solutions, mostly, as have been pointed out in many sessions here in these 2 days. This treaty sort of focuses on the culprits, the fossil fuel industry, and it really demands that we do what we did also with nuclear weapons. You know, there needs to be some kind of multilateral process that allows for an orderly phase out, quick, orderly, and just phase out, where the countries who are producing that are poor, less wealthy, more dependent, needs to be supported by the rich ones, and where we all do whatever we can, of course, to ensure this transition is also just. And we all have a lot to say here. The treaty is really providing the space for us to help shape it, to continue to be grounded in equity and justice principles. It offers a lot of potential, and we hope that there will be some traction even in the next couple of days. We've managed to get some pretty good language into these documents that are going to be further discussed, that can act as hooks for advancing this agenda, and have countries starting to actually negotiate the phase out of fossil fuels. But of course, this is a beginning of a long and very hard political struggle, and I think we, coming from this end of the political spectrum, needs to be there to make sure it really speaks to the promises it has. Much to check out on www.fossilfueltreaty.org to keep updated and join. A lot of people here have already become involved in this pretty exciting opportunity. Thank you.
Okay. And now, next session that we organize jointly about the world order and the need for global justice. Jan Lönn from MR.
Thank you so much, Tord. And my name is Jan Lönn, and I have a long background in the different international NGO work, also in Sweden on peace and justice and against racism. So it was a great privilege to be able to chair this session that we had today on global solidarity for a fair and democratic multilateralism and resources for global needs. And I would say that this session was a great educational experience of telling the truth and the facts of what is dominating the global system today and what is preventing the realization of the great programs for economic development, for justice, for human rights that has been agreed and adopted by the United Nations and through the different world conferences since the time of the 1972 the Stockholm Conference. And of course, it is that the global financial and economic system is not helping. On the contrary, we have a global economic system which is based on the interests of the rich and punishing the poor, as even the UN General Secretary said last week. And we had a very good introduction by Chi-Ok Ling from the Third World Network to this entire process that we have had since 1972, where surely very important principles were established on the common but differentiated responsibilities, that those who are responsible for the damage to economy, to world economy, to social and economic rights will have to take the lead to resolve it. But it was a great intervention that we had in the beginning. And we had very interesting explanations from the side of Lydie Dakpil, from the Asian movement against debt, and Fadil Kaboub, a Tunisian researcher, who could show how, in fact, we have a gigantic transfer of resources from the south to the north. So it is a very complex matter that we are dealing with. And our colleague Josef Schersla from the Habitat International, which followed, was the second conference after the Stockholm 72, introduced us to the issue of what legal obligations does countries have who have ratified the different human rights conventions, which are very strong demands on them to satisfy social and economic needs and impose taxation, etc. And they don't follow the conventions because they have extraterritorial obligations. We had our two colleagues from two Swedish main development assistance groups, namely the Diakonia, the church groups, and the 100 membership of 100 Swedish organizations, the Forum CIV, the Forum for Swedish Civil Society Organizations, who could also give very good explanations of the realities of development assistance, of the international taxation system, etc. And very much our concern, the fact that Sweden and other rich countries are reducing their development assistance just to cover the expenses for refugees or from Ukraine, which of course should be welcomed and taken care of, but not through depriving the people of the South of their development assistance. So we had this very interesting discussion and see the need, because what we are facing now is not the issue of development assistance. It is the issue of the enormous expenditures that are needed to be covered for the climate emergency, which is a matter not of the 100 billion that has been agreed by the COPs. It is that of trillions of dollars. It's the health needs. It's this gigantic sums of money and resources that are also needed to complement the structural changes. We need this global mobilization to insist on global solidarity, because this is not brought out to the popular level and to in North-South discussions. We will not move where it is necessary to move. So it was an important session, I think, and it is available to you for those who did not attend it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Lan.
Thank you.
So, yes, next up is Lars Igland. Going to talk a little bit about the up-to-date issues we have in Sweden.
No, the session was, what shall we do now? We had a good discussion there with a lot of people. I mean, we have a very diverse and good climate movement all over the world with Extension Rebellion and Fridays for Future and Friends of the Earth and all of this. And they all use this term climate justice. We must work for climate justice. So we discussed how to do it in practice, not only say the slogan climate justice, but really to use it also. And one example, for example, in also to join forces with labor unions, with people who are really affected from the different crises now. One example from Czech Republic, for example, that where the Friends of the Earth and climate groups go out now in brigades to villages to help people who have problems with the high energy prices to isolate their houses. So in solidarity with those who are affected by these high prices, but also as an environmental action there, instead of putting these different groups against each other. Another thing which we brought up, for example, from Sri Lanka is the problem of corruption all around the world. We must fight corruption from the local level, but all the way up to the UN, where the big corporations are ruling more and more and dominating that scene. So stop that kind of bad thing for democracy. Well, in the end, also, of course, we are all trapped in this greenwash thing. I mean, we have been winning a lot during these 50 years. People know this. We need to do this climate changes. We need to do to work with environmental so on. So many people know it, but now big business is trying to capture it in a huge greenwash thing. So when we were thinking we were winning, they took our words, our ideas, and made it into business. And we have to really show it to the people how false these solutions are. So this is maybe some of the content in our discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Lars. Stay, please. Stay. Okay, now we have one speech from a person we all love. When we listen to him, we get sort of feeling of that we are one movement. We are not many movements, we are one movement. And I don't say anything more. I just invite Asad Rehman to the stage. Welcome, Asad. And that's the second last point on the agenda. We will have a short song singing together as the very last thing. And of course, do remember, go to Sergels Torg to the manifestation at 18 o'clock. So please, Asad.
Thank you, comrade. And first of all, thank you for that very nice introduction. And to all of the amazing speakers who've shared this platform, but have been part of all of the amazing panels that we've had. And of course, to everybody who has organized this People's Forum and to all of us, right? Everybody who's been in those sessions, discussing, planning, reflecting, organizing, and of course, painting that amazingly wonderful and beautiful banner. I wanted to just maybe give some reflections on that. I think we can all agree, this is an incredible moment of anger and of monsters. But I also think it's a moment of hope. And as my sister pointed out, you know, we've got Europe, of course, is rightly focused on Putin's illegal invasion of Ukraine, and those images of war crimes that mirror the experience of so many people in the global south, whether it's in Palestine, Eritrea, Yemen, or Syria, etc., the realities of war and occupation, that this moment should have brought home the importance of human solidarity, respect for international law. And of course, we see it mediated through a lens where, you know, those who look like us, i.e. white, are deemed worthy of protection, are civilized, whilst the global south and those with black and brown skins are told, you know, war is a natural state for you, for the uncivilized global south. And of course, for many of us, we're struck by the opening of borders, and of course we welcome that for Ukrainians fleeing war. But it's barbed wire and fences for those fleeing the wars that Europe has fueled. And just last week, I was in a meeting in Marseille with some of the volunteer rescue boats. And it's absolutely incredible, right? That 24,000 people, men, women, and children have drowned in the Mediterranean. And the rescue boats have rescued 33,000 people, because Europe's policy, of course, is to turn its warships against those fleeing our interventions through our arms sales, our trade deals, and illegal wars. Look, we have a world which has been shaped by an economic system which we all recognize, whether through its genesis from slavery to colonialism, imperialism to today's neoliberalism, has constructed what many of us are now talking and framing as racialized capitalism, right? The idea that there are those whose lives particularly in the global south, those whose skins are black, brown, indigenous, they're not worth anything. They can be sacrificed. And increasingly, of course, we're seeing that reality now happening also in the global north to the poor. And it's creating a world riven with so many deep inequalities and injustices that we've climate crisis, and we can see that incremental siloed action, of course, has failed, right? And that its delay it means death, right? It means literal death for millions of people, and that every second counts and every degree matters in this fight. And of course, you know, this isn't a crisis that is around the corner or is coming. You know, this isn't about saving our children or grandchildren. This is a crisis that's already here. I'm originally from Pakistan. In my country, we have heat waves at the moment of between 53 and 54 degrees centigrade. That's higher than what is in Death Valley. And this is a country where 4 out of 10 people face multiple dimensional poverty, where people don't have a choice but to be out there working, right? Where one pushes people who are barely surviving into not surviving at all. And that's true about all around the world, right? Killer floods, fires, famines, that's now touched every single corner of the world. And we all know we're not all in the same boat as to who's responsible, who's being impacted, who's going to be impacted, of course, in the future. And, you know, it's incredible now that what we used to talk about as a climate justice movement, but in the last 10, 20 years, is now being told back to us by the IPCC. If you read the latest report, 3.6 billion people highly vulnerable to the climate crisis, to climate change. The same half the world, which of course is forced to live on less than the equivalent of $5 a day, right? The same half the world who doesn't have access to electricity or clean cooking. The same half the world that doesn't have access to universal public services. 2 billion people going hungry, not because we can't feed the world. We can feed the world 3 times over because, of course, corporate giants control our food systems for profit. We've got 1.6 billion people without adequate housing. And, of course, the richest part of our world, not just the 1%, of course, obscene wealth of the 1%. Just in the last year alone, the COVID billionaires, the 2,800 billionaires have seen their wealth increase by $16 trillion in 1 year alone. But we should also recognize that it's the wealth of the global north, including all of us who live in the global north, that we're now capturing something like 80% of all global wealth. We know that the climate crisis is not just an injustice. It amplifies every other existing injustices, from racism, patriarchy, inequality, and injustice. And the IPCC report was really telling, because it said many of our ecosystems are on the brink of collapse. The window is closing for us to take action. And if we don't take action, the very things that the majority of the people in the world rely on, whether it's access to fresh water for food production, will be impacted. Of course, we're currently heading towards a warming of 2.7 degrees at least. And of course, our countries, our corporations, our governments, planning on incredibly mad, dangerous policies such as net zero to try and suck carbon out of the atmosphere rather than actually tackle the realities of an economic system based on that. Now, this moment of permanent crisis, and it always feels like real doom, right? It's an intersected crisis of colonialism, of unjust, unsustainable and inequitable growth. The rich get richer, and of course the poor are getting poorer in every part of the world. And we can see it even from COVID, right? The vaccine apartheid, the economic apartheid, and now increasingly climate apartheid. And I think we should be angry, right? I actually think we're not angry enough, right? We need to be more angry about the state of this world. But it's not simply good enough for us to be angry, right? Because at this moment, if you don't also hold out hope, then our anger takes us into places where we don't want to go. Now, the Italian theorist Antonio Gramsci really, I think, just captured it perfectly, where he said, you know, the old world is dying, the new world struggles to be born, and now is the time of monsters. And I think there's nobody in this room who doesn't deny that it is the time of monsters, right? Monsters, authoritarian leaders in every part of the world, fueling wars and conflict, inequality and injustice. And it's hard in that moment to hold hope, right? In this moment when we know we need solidarity and cooperation, we have a world ridden by people who are talking about either ethno-nationalism, about walls and fences, retreating into the nation state, ignoring the realities of our responsibilities to each other. But it's exactly at this moment where all of us need to stay true to our principles, the universalism of humanity and our belief, and it's something that neoliberalism has done to people, the idea that we cannot make change happen. If you look at the history of humanity, in all social progress, it's come because of us, because of our collective organizing, not because our rights were ever given to us. It's because we seized those rights. We built movements to build power and demanded those rights, and we made everything happen. And when every single victory that we have had has come because of our collective efforts, because we held out not just hope, but we held out a vision of the world, and we described the vision of the world that we wanted to create. Now, Martin Luther King, very famously says, the arc of the moral universe bends towards justice. Change takes a long time to happen, but it does happen. No, it doesn't happen in abstract. It happens because of us. And it requires us, all of us, at this moment, to have political courage, to be able to stand up and make the demands. And the demands that were once seen as unrealistic are now becoming the politically inevitable. Now, in this world of monsters, I want to just maybe end by just talking a little bit about why it's also a moment of hope. Of course, we know all the things we need to do. We've just heard from each of our speakers, right? The importance of fighting for 1.5 equitable, fair share approach, the fossil fuel treaty, we must end fossil fuels, the importance of renewable energy, the right to food, etc., etc. Now, when the IPCC itself says what we need is a new social compact to tackle climate and poverty, then our climate justice demands have not got to say we want to just end fossil fuels. They've actually got to be making demands around living wages, social protection, universal public services. This is a moment for us to talk about land rights, to talk about rights for indigenous communities, the right to food, the right to energy, the right to decent housing, all the demands. To some extent, the fights that we've been fighting for decades and decades have now come about, that they are this moment's fight all over again. And we have to weave together those demands so that no longer are they siloed demands, but they're part of an ecology of our movement and a set of demands that are coming together. Look, justice isn't this word that we just put on our banners, right? It isn't a word that we just say is a slogan, right? Because, of course, now justice is being co-opted even by our governments and our corporations. It means adopting that radical anti-colonial lens. It means understanding that this crisis is only able to be solved through radical transformative action. Now, there are always people, right? There are always people who always say, God, you're just being too radical. That's not how you build power. We have to be pragmatic. We have to push for some incremental change. And I, for years, always used to be told, particularly in the climate movement, I said, you're just too radical. You've got to live within this system. And of course, the only people who ever say live within the system are those people who are not dying from the system, right? And increasingly, that system is failing people, not just in the global south, but it's failing people in the global north. And if we don't have an answer to that. If we can't connect our fights, there are other people who are already willing to do that. And we can see that with the rise of far-right populism, of eco-fascism, and a fascist movement. So we know that our political pressure and our campaigning works. I'm going to end right now. 50 years ago, when Stockholm met, we've got to remember the context. Algeria had just fought a war against the French occupation. Vietnam, the movements all around the world, anti-colonial struggles were taking place, and there were progressive movements in the global north showing international solidarity. That's what spurred Stockholm, the first report to connect the economy to environment, and draw the links between that and poverty. Now it's up to us to make this Stockholm Plus 50 the moment for a radical moment for a global Green New Deal. Look, we need a movement-to-movement approaches. People who talk about theories of change, fuck them. What we want is a movement approach that says this is a theory about building power. How do we build our collective power? How do we weave together our movements? How do we show that in this moment we can be better and more than our individual sum parts? And you know what? When we look around the world, we see that happening. In Chile, the cradle of neoliberalism, now the graveyard of neoliberalism. In India, 250 million farmers taking on a fascist government who wanted to hand over control of the food system. Everywhere in the world, people are demanding better. People are demanding something new. And it's at this moment that I think, you know, we are faced with a choice. Change is going to come. The only question is, what kind of change? Are you on the side of the monsters, or are you on the side of people visioning a world which is equitable, which is just and fair? And I love this, you know, the slogan on that about the seeds. We are the seeds. Our revenge for the last 50 years is going to be our laughter and our joy and our love in the world that we create. Thank you. Sorry.
Yeah. $13 billion, trillion, 13 trillion. What we need now is a happy song, right? We have to sort of feel that we are that one movement which we felt when Asad was singing. So we have prepared a song. It's only some few lines, and then it repeats itself. So you will be able to sort of know it very simply, together with a lot of pictures. Surprise, surprise, and some names on the pictures. The melody is the same we started the thing. The song we started with was about children, you know, and so on. Now it's about us, as we all are children, actually. And in the end, we need to come together, which we do together when we sing. So I hope it's come up there. It's supposed to be shared here, so you can see it. Is it on the way to?
Yes.
I can take the melody at the same time down. Da 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 and now it will come karaoke, and here you see the song, and we will repeat this so many times that you will learn it, but it will not be, as you see, it's only short, so we will not do it very much. But there is, of course, one big mistake when I woke up in the middle of the night and did this song. It's a Swedish, how you say ASAP. In Swedish you say ASAP, which is then a perfect rhyme on up. But in English it's ASAP. But okay, you have to have the Swedish translation of Swedish pronunciation of the English word here, but that's life. You have to accept it, because cup wasn't a good rhyme. So here we start and we make one test, and then we show the pictures along. You see the picture there. It's the hall you are sitting in. And the main persons are you in there. You see the floor up there. So you and everybody are the main persons. We will never stop fighting. We will never give up. We are constructing a new world us up. We will be celebrating and creating wonders on our way. And to each other say, we will never stop fighting. We will never give up. We are constructing a world about. We will be celebrating, manipulating. Oh, this was. Let's see, here you have what happened a long time ago. One-eyed politicians existed then already. We will be celebrating and creating wonders on our way, and to each other say, we will never stop thinking, we will never give up. Oh, this was, as you see, it's not a good plan at all. But I take the thing one. This is a lot of people who was young at these times, and I was the youngest. So let's take the whole text instead, and we take that one, and you will see it. But the best one of them all is this. I would say this is the best one of them. There we have it. This is Ingrid Eriksson and Per Janse in 1972 and how they more look like today. And as you've seen them here at the meeting, and then we just finalize it so everybody easier can do it. We will never stop fighting. We will never give up. We are constructing a new world us up. We will be celebrating and creating wonders on our way, and to each other say, we will never stop fighting. We will never give up. We are constructing a new world us up. We will be celebrating and creating wonders on our way, and to each other say, and the last time, we will never stop fighting. We will never give up. We are constructing a new world us up. We will be celebrating and creating wonders on our way, and to each other say, thank you. And now, Zäta-auditorium, thank you to everybody. It's been really nice to have you here. And yeah, we'll meet again everywhere.
Thank you so much for your energy.
This is a very suitable moment for a last word, because this Folkets Forum could not have taken place without Tord. And he has been working extremely hard to compose, not the least, and coordinate and get in contact and inspire, sometimes to irritate.
He was the main figure.
But he's an enormous worker. I myself, I'm Jan Kjellander. I was involved in 1972, and I know the work behind organizing such a thing. So thank you, Tord. You are invaluable.
And all of us. Ingrid and Beatrice, and well, we are too many to name. You saw a lot of them up here, and you have seen them in all the things. It's the invisible act that it what makes a movement strong. You know it all. Some happened because I was a teenager, happened to go straight into this big politics, but I'm not worth anyone more than anybody else, because we all contribute in our way. And then we train ourselves, and Nastaran, who didn't know she suddenly has to do this work, you know, was very nervous, and now you did it perfect. So Nastaran.
Thank you.
And she was Iran, and she now finds out Tage Farva, which was on the picture, was the main person from the third world in 1972. He died very recently. I met him. He was barefoot at a meeting in Barcelona in the middle of winter. He was representing 11 nomadic tribes. And if anybody has done something in this world, even more than Jan Filander, it's Tage Farva. Oh. And now you suddenly hear about him, and this is the way things move. We hear about the things, so thank you very much.
Thank you.